ladies and gentlemen. And we keep going, 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 and we crash. What's going on? We got the Throne of the Titans, the TOT qualifier today. We got ourselves a pretty wild day of Gimmicky games like every single one of these qualifiers. It is a bit of a chaotic day. I'm going to start off with watching Magic versus Peter Crocs to kick off the day. That's the game we're going to be kicking off with. If we take a quick look at the actual brackets, I'm not exactly sure if I've done this just yet. Let me get in and do some shenanigans for you guys while we I might need a mod to. No, never mind. No, we don't need a mod to do it. I'll do it. Don't you guys worry. Let me just fix it up right now. All right, if you go exclam bracket, it should work. Ha! We have a bracket. We have a bracket and all the other good stuff that comes from that. So on our side of the bracket, they were going to be taking a little watch of Magic and Peter Crocs going at it. Unfortunately, Magic is still not checked in and doing his draft and all the other good stuff. We've got ourselves Hell's Ravage and Gabe on the top. I don't think I have this set up. I do not have it set up, so that's fine. But Magic and Peter Crocs. You got Narcotic versus Jose or Jose. I don't know. We got Illuminati versus Player as well, and the winner of that will go on to play Divine. He's got a bye for the first round. We got Ulysses and Flames. We got Nyan and Shepre, and Hell's Ravage versus Gabe, who then have to go on to meet Matrius. On the other side of the bracket, as there are going to be two qualifiers for today, we've got Mini Yeti and Benny. The winner of that has the pleasure of meeting El Matador. Below them is Eric BR and Ironhide. Below them is Chasing the Sun and Naito. Below them is Garneth and PH Mamp Fred. Then we got Izamato and Shelty, Kyber and Mowgli, and Nullus versus the Super Saiyajin. So some stacked games coming for today. Some stacked games coming for today. Also, a shout out to Kavoth for the raid and all the other good stuff as we're going to go on. How long can I hold that no for? I don't have any idea. But yeah, we're basically just going to be chilling here until the guys are ready. In terms of a map pool for today, I'm pretty sure it's best of 3 to start off with. Let me just double check exactly. Let me just check off exactly what's going on. It's definitely best of 3s to start off with. If I was a handbook, there I am. I'll take you through a little bit of the old rules for our open qualifier for today. So it's a single elimination, 32 players. It's best of 3 for the round of 32. It's best of 3 for the round of 16. It's best of 3 for the quarterfinals. And then the semifinals or the qualifier spot match 1 and 2 are both going to be best of 5. So we've got ourselves 2, 3, 4, 5 series to get through today. Well, 4 series to get through today. The qualifier spot match 1 and 2 will most likely be happening at the same time, as we've also got shout out to Motaba, who's also going to be casting the event for today as one of the other official hashtag casters. I'm going to give him a little ping or at in my little thing there. So if you guys want to also follow along with him, he's going to be covering the games. There's also going to be some other people, obviously, who are going to be covering games today from random community members. Maybe there's going to be some familiar faces, like I don't know if Black Adders is around. We've got Forks covering the tournament. We got Ice Machine with a Qualifier POV. We got Nullus with a POV as well. I don't see anyone else that I recognize, but yeah, anyone who wants to check other people's streams out, I recommend you guys do that. Have those open. There are some really cool tools to have like multiple streams open at once. I'm not exactly sure what the links are for those, but if you just put them into AI or Google it, you'll be able to find it pretty easily. And you can have like a Motibus stream up, a Boit stream, a Black Artist stream, a Nullus stream, an Eyes Machine, and you can be 5x the viewer. You could be 5x the viewer. Anyways, though I'm just waiting for the Magic and Peter Crocs show to begin. Pegasus co-cast. We need a hairy leg caster. True. I was gonna comment on what you said that Aphrodite plays against Demeter's strengths. Herdables improve favor gather rate when near a temple, and when you combine that with golden apples, it increases the favor gather rate also. So that would be beneficial versus Uranus and Susanoo. I think you can get more myth units and cast more god powers, Curse and Lightning Storm. I do agree that you get more favor with at least up until 2 Hestia's Hearts. You can put 2 Hestia's Hearts on your favor, and you can have the same favor generation rate going through Aphrodite if you really want to. Of course, that does cost 100 favor, but there's just the extra 20 population, which lets you actually build more myth units. So more myth units from Hestia, less myth units from Aphrodite, even though you have more favor income. That's my take on it. I mean, you could say I'm wrong if you like. That's fine. All right. Let me just help these guys out because they need to. Let me help them out. Kronos is missing every hook on Prometheus. He's just not there. He's not good enough. He is not. He's not. He does not have the level. Also, huge shout out to Wolf Studios, Uros, for all of their all their hard work. I think that's the right links. All right. Okay. How's everyone going? This is kind of cool. We haven't had one of these tournaments in a hot minute. It's been a little while since we've had the it's been a little while since we've had the 1 day qualifier. I think the most recent one was Pandora's Box 2, which was quite a few months ago. So we have had some other like similar tournaments. Actually, no, there was the JJJ. I guess that was kind of a similar tournament to a qualifier. But these sorts of things, they come around once in a blue moon, so it's pretty exciting to see. Huge shout out as well to Mill for putting up or is it Mile? I should have asked that. Dracula, thanks for the Prime, and everyone else who's going to be subscribing today. I appreciate all you guys for your support, and it does mean the world. Goes a very, very long way. But yeah, so yeah, huge shout out to Mill for putting up the prize pool. Without the prize pool, we don't do a tournament like this. So big shout out, big thank you, and all the other good stuff. And then also a huge shout out to the players for showing up and wanting to play. Without those guys, there is a whole lot of nothing that happens. Anyways. Let me pop up here. Let me jump over here. Alrighty. So maps getting picked here for Magic and Peter Crocs. Let's jump over to the draft and see. I'll walk you through it as we go along, but let's jump over to the draft. Oh, this is not the draft for them. Lol. Let's go ahead and click that update button, get rid of it. Alrighty. So, yeah, Magic and Peter Crocs. For those of you who don't know Peter Crocs, I actually watched a game of him recently. I watched him playing. Who did I watch him playing against? Who was it? I think he played against Soup, and I think he actually took Soup out in that game. So he actually does mean business. He's got a very, very mean Greek and a whole bunch of other stuff. But he is up against one of the GOATs for sure. Magic is definitely in that conversation. He's had a lot of very, very deep tournament runs. He did have a little bit of a hiatus. Everyone has their breaks when it comes to age mythology. No one quits. No matter how much they say they want to quit, they always come back. That's what the game is. And yeah, so yeah, if we don't know Soup, we know Soup. We don't know Magic, we know Magic. We don't know Peter Crocs. Let me introduce you to Peter Crocs. He's going to be the player who needs to take out the Magic Man today. Magic is one of those players is very, very strange, right? Most people, myself included, who like, how do I say this? Who play tournaments tend to like their level tends to get lower, right? Tends to go lower when you jump into a tournament. But for whatever reason, Magic's level tends to take that step up. Like he gets better in these sorts of events, which is kind of wild to me, like how that works. And it's just, I mean, it's a credit to one, experience, two, the work that he puts in, and three, like the mental fortitude to some degree. But yeah, we'll see how this first game is going to go. It's going to be on the map Elysium. I like this map. Nice open map. Very, very chaotic potential. It's definitely a skill expression map more than a lot of other ones, as we are going to be seeing some bans coming in here for Magic and Peter Crocs. Magic does ban out the Poseidon. Peter is going to ban out the Amaterasu, and then Magic picks up that Zeus, which I think Peter Crocs was wanting to pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see him grab the Hades next. In these sorts of tournaments, there's no easy matchups. You don't get to pick the gods you like because your opponent knows what gods you like. You have to be very, very versatile, and Magic can play all of the gods, and he knows that Peter Crocs loves his Zeus, so he's going to take that away from Peter Crocs with his first pick. Peter does pick up the Hades and the Uranus next. And then we're going to be seeing Magic starting to think, okay, what next? Huitzilopochtli is on the table. Quetzalcoatl is on the table. Other big picks for Magic. He did ban out Poseidon, which is actually one of his big picks. Kronos is on the table for Magic as well. I know he loves that Kronos. Susanoo is on the table there as well for Magic here. Lots of power picks for Magic. The Tsukiyomi is also there if he wants to grab that one. I would expect to see, wow, he picks Susanoo over Huitzilopochtli. I would have expected to see him pick up that Huitzilopochtli here, but he does pick the Susanoo, which is another power pick. Definitely another power pick. I'm surprised he grabs Quetzalcoatl over the Huitzilopochtli, but maybe he's feeling like Peter Crocs doesn't play that one. It's one of the hard parts about being a lower, like a kind of a newbie to some degree about in these tournaments, is that this drafting system really does push you to get into the god pool, to like expand your god pool out as much as you possibly can. So we get a Gaia and an Odin from Peter Crocs. I think he gets what he wanted here initially, and Magic is now going to pick his final god, which he doesn't have to play. You have 4 picks for the best of 3. You only have to pick 3 of them, obviously, and he does actually decide to grab himself Ra as his 4th god. So I think Magic's got some pretty power picks here, but so excuse me, but so too does Peter Crocs. Alrighty. So now they do have to pick their their actual god. for first map on Elysium. So we'll see what they're going to pick for that one. Elysium is like I said, it's an open map. It's very, very good for Susanoo. It's very good for Quetzalcoatl. I think it's very good for Zeus as well. Peter Crocs, on the other hand, with his picks, Odin, Oranos both seem pretty nice here. Gaia's not a terrible pick for Elysium either. So that's the way the cookie crumbles there. If I was playing this in Magic's shoes, I'd definitely be considering going for a Susanoo or a Quetzalcoatl here. I'd probably stay away from the Zeus. Maybe save that for Mirage or for Ghostlight. Both very good Zeus maps. Peter Crocs, on the other hand, for this map on Elysium, with the God pool that I've got, I'm definitely thinking Oranos here. And he does pick Oranos, and Magic does pick Quetzalcoatl. Alrighty. Yeah, the fact that neither player picked Huitzilopochtli here and no one banned it is absolutely and unequivocally wild to me. I should actually make this. Can I do that? No, doesn't want to let me. All right, fine. But then again, it could be Magic saving things for later. Today doesn't want to give away all of his picks to some degree. Of course, I think most people are just on the. I think most people just think that the God is just very, very strong, and I think that's true as well. But then again, there are some decent picks against Huitzilopochtli, so if you can figure out what's going on, you can potentially get some counter picks in tournaments. So for example, if somebody picks Huitzilopochtli and then you pick, say, like a nice Norse early on with a nice rush, you can kind of play around that early game pretty nicely. There's also some early walling strategies with Freyr that I've had success with personally, and I definitely think Freyr is a god that can take the late game versus the Aztecs. And if you think about some other potential gods there, like Susanoo or something like that, can potentially match up there as well early on by utilizing healing to survive some early rushes and things like that. But we don't have to think about that in this situation here in the slightest. It's just going to be a Magic and Peter Crocs debut, so to speak. Alrighty. Peter Crocs says, I have no idea of my gods, TBH. But against Magic, it should be a walk in the park. That's exactly the right attitude there. You should go into this game thinking, knowing that you're going to dominate. That is very, very important. We'll see how it's going to go. So, yeah, Quetzalcoatl, that's definitely not a Hades. I don't know why Hades got put there. That's not the picks. The pick is definitely not Hades. It's Quetzalcoatl versus Oranos. Wait, is it? Did I misread it? No, I didn't. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl versus Oranos. And I guess here I do think that this is a playable matchup for Oranos. I think the Aztecs are feeling very, very strong at the moment, but I think the secret here for Oranos is definitely to be considering playing one talent center, being very ready to go into Terma, and also really enjoying Sky Passages. You could get away with full Bite of the Shark Murmillos if your opponent goes into full Ocelotl Warriors. However, the Tequila Archer is very, very strong in combination with Myth Unit plus also the Lullaby. Don't really want to see Magic going Pata Kettle in this matchup, even if it's very, very strong. It's a little bit on the passive side. And you might get into some hot water if Peter Crocs can get aggressive early on. Yeah, Tequila Archers are very good versus the especially with Teponazli drums. But Tekiwa archers are very good versus Aranos because they have 5 speed after the drums tech comes in, which puts them equal to Terma, which basically means they're going to be able to stay out of range of the Terma, and they're going to be able to utilize units like the Ocelotl or the Spearman to then take them out and things like that. At least that's my experience with them. Of course, if you also then have, if you add like Witzler Pochli or Tez Cat Lapoca, then you've got some access into Molina, which does boost them as well in a different way. But that is not what we're seeing in this game. You cannot get that as Quetzalcoatl. Nonetheless, it is tournament season. We haven't, it is 110% tournament season here, ladies and gentlemen. 110% tournament season, and we will see how it all ends up going. Should I move that timer there? I think it's fine. I think the time is fine. Is Throne of the Titans the Athens tournament? No, this is a community tournament. The Athens tournament starts end of July. Yeah, end of June. And you'll know it's the Athens tournament because it's going to have Athens in the title. The wrong game. I don't did it actually say the wrong game in the YouTube. How did it get that wrong? It just doesn't understand. Wait, can I edit it? I can. Fixed. You do want me to move the timer down. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong button. All right. Off to the races we go into game number 1. I Am Magic versus Peter Crocs. Off we go onto the map, Elysium. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sword members of the jury, it is time for some Age of Mythology, but not your average Age of Mythology. This is the 1,500 USD Throne of the Titans qualifier. The tournament prize pool is $1,500. Community funded to some degree. Well, funded by I Am Mill. Without him, this does not happen. Put together by Motaba and Uros as well at the helm. This tournament aims to show off the top 8 Age of Mythology retold players. The qualifiers, there's 2 spots up for grabs at the end of this qualifier. And we'll see who is going to be able to come out on top. In the left-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, still calling himself mildly rusty, it is I Am Magic. His opponent today in the right-hand corner of the map, his first experience in the hot seat here. He hasn't played any tournaments before. This is going to be his first official in open quotation marks, official tournament. It is Peter Crocs, and he's going to be playing some Aranos. A little bit of sneaky drafting behavior early on from Magic, as he did snipe away that Zeus from Peter Crocs. He is a Zeus main to some degree. Let's take a little check of the relics over onto the left-hand corner. We do have Titan's Treasure. This one is going to be making your advance times a little bit cheaper. Over onto the left side, there is the Atlatl of Ehikatl, which is going to be ranged soldiers, ballast the tower, fortress-like buildings, all doing some more damage. Basically, anything that shoots faster. Over onto this side, we have the Tail Feathers of Heaven. and that makes the infantry do more damage. Really, really nice relic here for the Uranus, who definitely wants to go into those Murmillo. And onto the top side, we have Ula's bow. This is actually a very important relic here in this matchup. An extra 1 range might not seem like a lot, but it's going to be able to help those Arcus get up to 21 range, which will help versus the Eagle Warriors. It'll help the Terma get even more range as well, which again is going to help. So that's going to have to be some priority here for Peter Crocs. But Peter Crocs right now, he is advancing through Oceanus. He's making himself a hero Oracle as well over onto this side. Going to grab that Tail Feathers of Heaven. Magic on the back here has gone for a livestock pen. And that's it. He's going for a relatively quick advance here. Relatively quick. And he does decide to go through Patakatel. Now, this is what I would call the meta play in most matchups. You want this because you want this because you somewhat need it. You want the extra food income. You don't have to leave your base for really long. You're going for a bit of a greedy opening. But here's the thing. Uranus has got no early game threat. He's not Chronos. He can't teleport his temple over and be attacking you with his Prometheans early. He's not Huitzilopochtli. He can't send his heroes in and start attacking right at the advance time. He's not Loki or Odin. He can't get those early Herser rushes in either. It's Uranus. So you can afford to go a little bit slower, go for Huehue, which does give you some very real threats early game. That being said, not going to be happening here. We will see a citizen moving up onto this side. This relic sitting here wanting to be taken as Peter Crocs. I know he's got a hero over here. The hero Oracle could come through the sky passage over onto this side, pick up the relic and live the dream here if he so chooses. As the bunnies are out. Got to be careful with those bunnies. They do move at 5 speed now, so they've been buffed quite a bit. Still have yet to see anyone super go into them. They've got some pretty decent stats, but where they get very strong is once they actually get some heads. And then also once you get into the heroic age and they get extra heads, it's going to stack on top of each other. You get, I think it's something like 20% boosted damage and HP with those ones. And we will be seeing a town center here for extra heads, extra bunnies. I'm getting confused. Hydra, bunny, it's all the same thing. Magic here, he's going to drop the town center down on this position, and he's going to be ready to grab some very nice deers on the back. There goes the Carnivora over here as the Agave Bloom does get dropped down. Very, very nice tech here, actually, from Magic. He's not going to lose any villagers from this early Murmillo shenanigans because of that Agave Bloom. We might actually lose one. Not the end of the world, but this is not exactly what he's going to be wanting here as the Sensen Totochitin does drop down to 120 HP. Up to 3 heads, though, after all of that bashing. But Magic does not get off to a very good start here. Not at all. Villagers idle for the time being. They're going to pop out, start repairing. He needs a Warrior Priest. There's the Warrior Priest coming over now. That's going to be enough to get in here, take out the Carnivora, and the game will continue along as we've got the Kimichin Spy going to town on Peter Croc's Oracle over here. It's got 9 HP left. Let's see if Peter Crocs is going to notice it. Death by darts? No. No death by darts. No death by darts. Now got ourselves the Calpulli with the pre-queue of the Lumber Outpost for a little bit more resources. Magic, I'd say he took a little bit of damage here. And he lost a lot of food on the Agave Bloom. But his town center is somewhat, I wouldn't say it's safe, actually. He's got to be careful. Mass Murmillo, especially with this amount of Caladria, can unequivocally just come in here, destroy the town center, and, well, Magic's going to be in a bit of a tough position. We will be seeing a War Hut coming down for Magic now, going into those Tequila Archers. Makes perfect sense for him. at the moment as the villagers will bail back to the town center. We do have ourselves one warrior priest out. This villager over here going to be attempting to get back and stay alive as the Murmillos come through. They snipe one villager. Magic has to pull back. The Caladria have got to be careful staying away from that, diving into the sentry tower there. He's pushed off of gold. Now, the good thing for him is that these Tequila archers only cost 20 gold, so we can get quite a few of them out for the moment here. As the Murmillos still diving around, but the Caladria will simply just get those heals back up. These villagers over here can pull up to the Agave Bloom, eat the rest of that for the time being. Shouldn't be too big of an issue so long as he can actually take out the Caladria. He should be in somewhat of a good position. Another villager ends up going down there as the warrior priest shoots one time at the Caladria. Doesn't manage to take it out. 2 shots needed to take out the Caladria there as he will heal that one up. Now, Magic is getting absolutely bullied here at the moment as some Tequila archers come through. We've got the Sensen in. You can get that Sensen to actually eat berries if you like in your main base for even more potential damage. It's 100 extra HP to come back, which is not nothing. And I think that would be a nice little move there. But nonetheless, Magic is defended now. The Murmillos have been dealt with, and Peter Crocs needs to get out of here. He drops one Caladria as the warrior priest can take a bit of a fight here. They've still got 200 HP. They can regen back up. And on top of that, there's been a decent amount of favor to come through for Magic in this one from Tenali. I'm not sure he's actually even sacrificed a single unit here as this Murmillo will get healed up, but I think it's still going to end up falling as the units continue to charge forward. Magic completely fine with taking little trades here. You only get favor by killing a unit. That's the thing there as well as the warrior priest there does end up going down. Nice pick, but he does lose another Murmillo for it. Now Peter Crocs has to pull all the way back, and Magic, he is out of the deep end. He is in a decent position now. Peter Crocs really does need to think about getting himself some Terma now, though. And we will be seeing military barracks. He doesn't want a single Terma. Who needs Termas? Who needs Termas when you can go for more Murmillos? That being said, behind this, Magic is going Heroic Age as well. He's basically, I would say, min defended this attack, and now he's going to the Heroic Age. He didn't really build that many units. Like, what did he actually build? He's got himself 600 resources worth of military at the moment. He built 6 Tequila archers total. He went 2 DC, 6 Tequila archers, and a handful of warrior priests. Peter Crocs, not sure what happened, but he has lost all pressure in this game. And the simple play, as we see a whole bunch of noble huts now coming down for Magic, the simple play for Magic is actually to just drop a castle or a great temple in his main base and make Sean one right away. The town center is coming up for Peter Crocs. I think that's where the delay or whatever has happened from our Oranos player for the time being. He's sort of a little bit confused about what he's trying to do here. I would have liked to see him stay on the one town center offensive, move forward with citizens to drop sky passages all across these positions here, and then look for basically a gold starve of some variety, with also having like Carbala Star to take out Sean ones, Terma to help take out the Eagle Warriors that are going to get spammed here from Magic, and Murmillos as well, and just stick it out in the classical age. You've got Shockwave, and really the Eagle Warriors will struggle versus Sky Passage shenanigans. Nonetheless, Calpulli on the mid here. Going to be getting a couple more chickens. Over on this side now, Magic is going to be searching for a little something. He's got a feeling that there's some sneaky villager operations coming over here. They can pop back over onto this side, get over onto this gold mine in a heartbeat, but in fact, they really should be thinking about doing that. Take a quick look at what Peter Crocs sees. His Oracle Hero is going to be helping him out. He is attacking over onto this side, looking for a villager pick as the citizens will bail here. He actually chooses to run back up to the top here with those citizens. And we have got ourselves that Carnivora coming down. And Peter Crocs has managed to find somewhat of an advantage here. He gets out the Coatlicue Earth Monster. So the town center is going to be going down if he's not careful. Even if he comes back in here with his army, he's still going to be in trouble because these units are going to get spat back out and they're going to be ready to continue this fight. He should be able to take out the town center. He's turning around to try and take out the Eagle Warriors for the time being. Eagle Warriors need micro. Even at 21 range, they need micro. Shockwave is a really, really nice way to prevent those units from getting back out of there. As the Murmillos still taking out the town center. Caladria is coming in to try and heal everything back up as the units into the main base, trying to get damage over onto this side, however. And Ayatochli is on the way, and that's going to take out this town center. Magic finds an amazing resource here in the counter attack by just saying, I've got myself a big fat mid unit that takes your town centers out. Let me go for that. He's also finding some citizens on the back there to take out the Murmillo heroes, going down slowly, as well as the town center for Magic falls. The town center for Peter Crocs also falls. He could try to push up a sky passage, but it's risky when the Ayatochli is here. On the back here, the warrior priest getting converted into the son of Osiris, Tejipla. That's going to be an attempt there to actually take out those citizens, but they do manage to get out of there. Both players have taken some significant damage here, but it's looking like Magic has dealt with the chaos a little bit better in this game than Peter Crocs has, as he's got to get himself very, very quickly back to work. He's moved through his sky passage and onto the top gold mine. He's still going for these Murmillos. Murmillo heroes with Uranus do make some sense versus the Eagle Warriors. 21 range Eagle Warrior seems like it's going to be able to just stay out of range and kite for days. But 5.3 speed Murmillo hero with that Empyrean speed tech should be able to actually get on top of the Eagle Warriors. And these aren't really the best generalist archer in the world. That being said, it doesn't matter if they aren't the best generalist archer in the world at taking out infantry when they're taking out your villagers. As the Murmillos charge over onto this side, he's got the Caladrias helping out above here as those Eagle Warriors start to take some damage. Villager differential 60 to 42 at the moment as Magic shoot and scoots back here as best as he possibly can. We were talking about how these Murmillos can actually beat the Eagle Warriors, but it's actually not looking like that's the case at all. Now Magic just keeps on turning around. He could actually take the game there as Peter Crocs does tap out. I was telling a big fib there. Actually, no, this is the big difference here is with the Murmillo, to actually be able to take out the Eagle Warrior, you do need to have equal pop to the Eagle Warrior to be able to actually charge him down. And that is not what Peter Crocs had here. Equal pop to the Eagle Warrior. So if there's going to be 12 Eagle Warrior, you're going to need, 3 Murmillo for every 2. So 6 times 3. So 18 Murmillo to take out 12 Eagle Warriors. You might say, hey, that's a lot of infantry to take out, not very many archers. And I say, well, that's how it should be. Anyways, a very nice first game from Magic. A little bit scary, shaky start here for him, however, as he did almost get into some trouble, but gets his win. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so the next one is going to be a Peter Crocs map choice. You can either pick Mirage or you can pick Ghost Lake for his next map. And so we'll see what he's gonna pick there. I mean, either or is fine for Peter Crocs. Like, I think he's got some nice picks for Mirage. Gaia on Mirage sounds great. Odin doesn't sound terrible on Mirage either. Hades, I'd stay away from that against Magic, just on the fact that Magic is incredibly seasoned with He's in the God Picker. I think he's staring at the God Picker at the moment. Peter, what are you doing? Where are you? You've got to pick the map first, Peter Crocs. So the loser picks the map. You pick the map, then you pick the god. So it's either going to be Mirage or Ghost Lake. You have to pick that one first. So go and pop that into the start.gg chat. All right, we're going to go into Ghost Lake. I'm not exactly surprised to see the Ghost Lake here picked from Peter Crocs. It is the map that he wanted to play. So that's his comfort pick to some degree. And it's my favorite map in the entirety of Age of Mythology's history and all the other good stuff that comes from that. Nothing gets better than a good Ghost Lake map. That's what we want. Alrighty, so now they can I will just ping Magic and make sure he knows. Are they there? Okay. They're all good. All right, we've got a Susanoo versus Odin on the map Ghost Lake. This is a terrifying map for the Odin. That being said, there is one really, really good strat for Odin here that can definitely catch an unprepared Japanese player off guard. Now, if you know how to do it, then go for it. If you do not know how to do it, well, life's going to be tough. And that strat would be some version of a 3 Hersa or 2 Valkyrie, very, very fast rush. Puts the Susanoo player on the back foot. The problem with it is, and it is a big problem, the problem with it is that the Susanoo player can counterattack you while you're doing it with the Kitsune. So you do have to remember to either leave all your villagers on one spot, be prepared to turn and actually fight back, or have a Hersa not on the offensive, which really takes away from the early game rush. What's the counter for the Eagle Warrior? Myth unit. Gamble were paid. I think we do the gambling every game, not one for the series. So I think that's how it works. You thought Magic was from Canada? He is from Canada. Does it not say he's from Canada? Yeah, he says he's from Canada. What are you talking about? I'm very confused. Anyways. Does Boit check YouTube chat? No, I've never checked YouTube chat in my entire life. A strat to catch a Japanese player. Oh, he's playing Susanoo. My brain is hurting. You guys, leave me alone. Why does this say Gaia? I definitely did not click Gaia. I definitely did not click that. Okay, we've got Susanoo versus Odin. Yeah, so the important thing to remember about the Eagle Warrior, if you're playing from the other side, now you have to remember that top players have got their own experience and they're going to basically tell you their experience no matter what, and it's not going to be applicable to the vast majority of people. Their experience is very, very unique because they play at a very high level with other people who are also playing at a very, very high level. So I would safely ignore anyone with a check mark on this thing. That being said, the Eagle Warrior's weakness or the Eagle Warrior's strength is that it looks smaller than it is. So it's a 3 population unit in a 2 population unit's body. It should look as big as the Chariot Archer. So if you're looking at the army going, hey, that Eagle Warrior army looks kind of small, I can probably kill it with my raiding cavalry, chances are you don't have enough raiding cavalry to actually beat that Eagle Warrior ball. Because let's say there's 12 Eagle Warriors and you have, say, 10 raiding cavalry, that's going to be 20 population versus 36 population of Archer. So you need to get, 20 population versus 36. So you need to get closer to that population that the actual Eagle Warrior is in order to actually beat it. So if there's 30 Eagle Warriors there, you're going to be needing to get somewhere in the vicinity of like 40-ish raiding cavalry, right? 40-ish raiding cavalry is 80 pop. 30 Eagle Warriors is 90 pop. That's the important thing. And if you remember that, that's going to help you out when you can decide on whether you can actually take a fight or not. And generally speaking, these these sort of like fast, long-ranged archers are generally tempo units. So if you fall behind, well, life's tough. So don't fall behind is my is my advice. Or if you do end up falling behind, wall and slow the units down, so you can catch back up. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 2 here. Magic and Peter Crocs on the map Ghost Lake. Off we go into game number 2. The right-hand corner of the map, we have Magic. He's playing as Susanoo. And we've got ourselves Peter Crocs in the left-hand corner of the map playing as Odin. Peter, he does actually get a map that I think he should be very happy with. Forward gold mine for Susanoo. 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. Why should he be happy with this? Well, he's going to be able to herd the boards underneath his town center, which means he can skip 1 ox cart, which is nice. The other thing that he's going to be able to do is he's basically going to be able to rush that gold mine. Meanwhile, the Berserk comes through, steals all those goats away from Magic. Absolutely brutal here. And Magic's checking this out going, how dare you? Oh. This god's just got it all. This god's just got it all. The Kusanagi to get his goats back, and he just leaves them there to walk back home. That's one usage that I've never seen of Kusanagi. He gets all those goats, and of course he wants the goats. Like if he keeps the goats away from the Norse, then well, that's going to be a tough thing for our main man Peter Crocs to deal with. Nonetheless, main base now for Peter Crocs. He's going to have to get his temple up. We'll see where to next. One play here for Susanoo that I think is really, really strong on a map like this versus Odin is to actually drop your temple as fast as you can and then actually go into early Kitsune. If you get yourself early Kitsune, you can see already here that this first Kitsune has already grabbed something in the vicinity of like 100 XP. And you take a little look-see exactly at what he's grabbed. 0.75 times 120 plus 40, 160, right? In terms of that's how much XP that this one Kitsune has. If you rush a temple and then rush for an extra couple more Kitsune right off the bat, not only do you get all of the goats or more scouting on the map faster, but you also then leave yourself open to pressure your opponent really, really quickly, and you can then get yourself the upgrade in the temple, Crushing Waves, which not only speeds up your Kitsune, I think, not only speeds up your Kitsune, but also gives them 1 divine damage, which allows them to be incredibly powerful to take out an opponent's villages. Now, we got Freya. The most important part of the Kitsune is that I actually have my Kitsune shirt on. if you guys can see it. We got my Kitsune shirt on. So that's what I think. Alrighty, we got ourselves the kits that are going to be coming through, going to be looking for any amounts of pressure here. I really like this forest choice from Peter Crocs to go to here rather on the back. It's nice and, well, round. Easy to wall, easy to defend. As the Kitsune are going to be moving up around onto the top side. Hersa looking to play defense for the time being. Onto the bottom side, there goes the boars, all the other boars. We've also got the dojo coming in for mildly rusty magic. And we then have the Shrine of the Hunt dropped over onto this side. One thing that I've learned with this Shrine of the Hunt is you actually don't want the shrine to be right attached to the forest, because the deers and wolves are going to spawn inside the forest, which you really don't want. Can we get a goat count? Sure. 15 versus 2. 15 versus 2. A slight advantage, some might say. But yeah, if you put the Shrine of the Hunt a little bit off, then the deers won't spawn in the forest, and the wolves won't spawn in the forest, and it's a bit better. Of course, you get a little bit less favor, but to be honest, just pulling it back a little bit off, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Anyways, stable's coming down for Magic. He's going dojo. He's going stable. Most people I've seen playing against Norse are actually going Yati, Yumi, Naginata Rider a little bit. Not many Samurai with Susanoo. You can also go into one Udall here as well, and that can be a nice way to take your opponent out and all the other good stuff. Nonetheless, Magic getting himself those Samurai. They're good versus the early game Hersa and things like that, but that's about it. That is about it. You don't really want to go too heavy onto those. But nonetheless, Forest Fire does get dropped down. And this is another, well, nice defense from Magic. But this is another weakness of actually putting the Shrine of the Hunt onto the forest. You can drop Forest Fire and potentially kill that Shrine of the Hunt. But nonetheless, the Kitsune coming back over here, saying, excuse you, Valkyrie, you should run. Nice usage there of the Forest Fire from Peter Crocs. Definitely want to keep on sitting on those flames, but he's got to get out of here. He doesn't have that defensive resource anymore, as that Forest Fire is now over. So we'll see where to next for Magic, as his Bushido slowly ticking up. He still doesn't have a guardhouse, and I actually like what Peter Crocs is doing. If your opponent doesn't go for a guardhouse here and you're playing Odin, there's no reason to do anything other than just spamming raiding cavalry. Of course, the terrifying unit is the Yati Spearman, but here's the thing. Samurai, they aren't that terrifying unit. They really aren't. As we see another Kusanagi coming through, that is a usage of that god power. I don't agree with that usage there. Peter Croc's going to be pulling back, and the big threat here basically from Peter Crocs is just raids, raiding, keeping the Susanoo player in their base, and all that other good stuff. Walls coming up onto the top side to try and protect this position, as Magic has his eyes set on this. This is really great fundamentals from Peter Crocs. He's just a little bit late on it, and there is an opening here. Will he notice it? I don't think he's going to notice it. Magic's coming through, and he does just barely get cracked open here. Does he have anything else to actually defend this? He's going to be losing villagers here without a question into the main base of the raiding cavalry. Going after the Shrine of the Hunt position is not what you want to be doing. Yet again, we see another position where Magic is going to be able to cause an insane amount of chaos here. He loses next to nothing in the main base, maybe one villager. He picks up a bunch up onto the top, plus some Hersa here as well. And Peter Crocs gets out of there, keeps some of his raiding cavalry alive, but loses another Hersa onto the top there. And Magic is now up to Bushido tier 2. He's got 74 favor in the bank. He's going to start breaking down this wooden wall. And Peter Crocs is going to be thinking to himself, damn, if only I had that wall up that little bit faster, I would have been completely fine. And this is, well, this is where pain starts. Unless the house gets knocked down there, and well, Magic might be looking for somewhat of a retreat here. I would have liked to see Peter run around the back and finish off this wall. He potentially could have actually prevented Magic from running, get a bit of return fire in. But now, the one thing that Magic can do, which is, oh my god. Magic Man decides that he is so far in front that he's going to drop a secondary Shrine of the Hunt. I don't know how much favor he used on that, but he's got 0 favor left in the bank as he gets 2 Vil picks. I'm not going to lie, I would have really liked to see him literally just build 3-1 Udor and just walk forward and win this game. But instead, Shrine of the Hunt was his choice. He is a myth unit hater at his heart. He does not like myth units and he refuses to build them. Temple getting knocked down yet again as the raiding cavalry will come through here. They're going to get taken out and Peter Crocs is just falling further and further behind. He gets himself the watchtowers up. Yo. Now for Herdman, throw an Axeman. You definitely need to throw an Axeman for those Samurai. But a nice little attack here from Magic, and I think this here does spell doom for Peter Crocs. Even underneath the watchtowers, you'd be like, he probably can't sit in here, and he can't, but he can kill the units and then run away type deal, and that's exactly what happens, and Peter Crocs realizes that the game is done, taps out. Magic with a quick 2-0. Got to feel good, but also you did see a little bit of those nerves early on. This second game felt like very much Magic in the driver's seat from the start to the end here. A couple of little knowledge issues like Shrine of the Hunt. Put that one off a little bit of the forest so that you don't have these wolves sitting inside the forest, so you don't have the deer inside the forest. Just a little bit off. Prepare that one if you're going to be going for Shrine of the Hunt on that position. And he would have been in a good spot. Peter Crocs here. I loved his opening. I loved how well he defended his base early on. Of course, this wall here was the undoing while he went for the attack. Just that little bit of a weight on the attack is totally fine. You don't need to go full balls to the wall with Odin versus Japan early on outside of potential rushing. Like if you go for the rush, of course, rush and then do the damage. But when you're going up for a weakness, if you have a weakness in your position, just hang around that weakness with your army, get your villagers over there, get it sorted out, and then go look for the raid is the more safer option. And then you're in a good spot to get to the next part of the game. But Magic does what Magic does best, gets the dub, and that's going to be it for our first round. Let's jump back over to the main menu. I'm going to check out the bracket, and we'll see what's going to happen. Alrighty, let me have a quick look at the bracket. I have some. We do have Narcotic versus Magic. Okay, I'm going to watch the Narcotic versus Magic game here. Can I just do this? Does that work? Okay, fantastic. All right. I'm going to have a quick break. I'm going to jump to the toilet. I need to go to the toilet. I will be right back, and I will I'll see you guys momentarily. Nyan and Racing Cat, are they going right now? I could watch the Nyan. I think I want to watch Narcotic and Magic. I'm just going to sit on Magic. We're going to just keep on watching some Magic games. I'll be right back, guys, while these guys sort out their draft. I'm going to change this one to Narcotic. And I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I am back for Gimme Game number 2. All right. Yeah, we got Magic versus Narcotic for the next one. So from where's my handbook? Do I have my handbook open? Let me just double check exactly what's going on so I don't screw it up. We've got ourselves best of 3s until the qualifier spot match. So the last match is a best of 5. And we are actually on time, which is awesome. We got a pretty crazy schedule for today. I kind of expected it to not work out, but that's okay. Even if it didn't work out, it'd still work out, if you know what I mean. But we are basically on time and on budget. All right, let's have a little cheeky look at what's going on here, as the maps will slowly start to come in. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. We are in the round of 16 now, right? Fantastic. And we have Narcotic and Magic. All right. Off to the drafting menu we go. Alrighty, so for those of you who don't know, Narcotic, he is Italian. He's part of the Italian Stallion family. I think he's actually from DOD. I could be wrong. He is definitely from DOD. He's not a part of the Italian Stallion family. He's been a very high level player for quite some time. Always kind of sitting in that like top 50-ish region. So he's going to give Magic a little bit of a run for his money. Of course, Magic has got what Magic has got, and he's going to be able to do it in a very, very good way. But we'll see exactly what's going to happen here as the maps are going to start getting picked up. So we have got an Elysium pick from Magic. A little bit of a different way to go about it this time. Last time he went for Mirage. This time the Elysium pick. Narcotic picks Key. An interesting pick there for him. I'm not sure exactly what god you're looking for on the map Key. I haven't really gone deep onto like which god is good on which map, on which matchup. I haven't really gone deep there. But Narcotic does pick Key, and the admin pick is an interesting one here. The admin pick, it's exclam brackets in the chat. Yeah, the admin pick is going to be a Mirage, which that to me is pretty interesting. I would not have expected that at all. But nonetheless, Mirage does get through. It's a fun map. I think it's a fun map just for me personally, just because it does have a little bit of a different flavor than your average water map and a little bit of a different flavor than your average land map. But yeah, we'll see how things are going to go here as the bans come through. Narcotic bans Quetzalcoatl and Magic bans Uranus. Narcotic's going to pick up the Chronos here, and now Magic has got an opportunity to pick 2 gods. All right, now Magic, he's feeling serious now. No surprises about his first pick. He's going into this next one, and he grabs his first pick of Huitzilopochtli. And he grabs a Poseidon there, actually. He grabs a Poseidon. So that's an interesting second pick from Magic. Whereas Narcotic now is going to very happily take up two of the powerhouse Japanese gods, Susanoo and Amaterasu. Magic now has to be thinking about what he wants to grab next. There's still going to be Tezcatlipoca available. There's his Isis. There's a set he can grab. Zeus is on the table for the Mirage pick if he wants to go that way. You could pick Loki for Mirage as well. There's Freyr for that Mirage. You could go for some of the Chinese gods if he so chooses. He does pick a Geyer up there as well. And there goes the Ra for Magic as his last pick. He did that in the last one as well. I wonder if he actually is planning to pick that god. It's a little bit of a surprising pick, to be honest, but nonetheless, Narcotics final. Narcotics final thing coming in. I'm about to show you guys the draft right now, and you guys can have a little look-see at it. And our first matchup is on Mirage, and we'll see what they're going to pick. Yeah, so basically we don't have the technology to show you the draft as it's getting picked. So you guys get it at the end. I walk you through it and then you get to have a look. It's fine, right? Alrighty. So if I was in Magic's shoes here, what god am I picking? I'm probably thinking about Poseidon here, to be honest, on Mirage. The reason being is because Narcotic has that Chronos for Mirage, and I want to play around that. Okay. This one, I am shook by. Unequivocally shook by. Magic picked Ra into Chronos. Like, maybe he doesn't realize and he just doesn't know, but Chronos is the pick on Mirage from, I guess there's the Zeus there as well, but even Zeus versus Ra, that's going to be a tough matchup, I think, for the Ra. But nonetheless, he picks Ra versus Chronos. That's going to be a god that's going to be coming through. Maybe there was a bit of a roll of the dice there with like potentially like it could have been, what if I pick Poseidon into Zeus? I don't want that. This is very, very, very spicy for Magic. We'll see. We'll see how they go. But yeah, this one, I don't like this matchup for Ra. I don't like Ra on water full stop, even with the new boosted rain buff. But yeah, we'll see how he can go. Hi, first time here. How does the drafting work? Okay, so first things first is they pick their maps. So both players ban a map, and then they both pick a map. And then they ban maps until there's one map left, and then that map is picked. Those are the 3 maps for the pool. And then the god drafting comes in. And then the god drafting comes in, and they both ban a god. Then player 1 picks 1 god. Player 2 picks 2 gods. Player 1 picks 2 gods. Player 2 picks 2 gods. Player 1 picks 1 god. Then they have to pick a god from their pool. So in this case, Narcotic picked Chronos and Magic picked Ra. Those gods will only be allowed to play on this game, in this map. And then for the next game, on a different map, the loser of this game will pick the next map. So the loser picks the next map, and then the same process happens. But you can't pick those first 2 gods again. So Chronos and Ra won't be seen again after this game. Name's Sean Virginben. Asks, how come top 1 god Isis is constantly ignored? Great question. Buff ISIS. Yeah, I think that's the takeaway from this. But yeah, Magic does have a really strong pick for the second game on either Key or on Elysium in Huitzilopochtli. But Narcotics God Pool looks really strong here as well from what I'm seeing. So we'll be getting into this next game on Mirage momentarily. We do have ourselves the game now. Let me go ahead and give you guys a timer so you know exactly what you are waiting for. So yeah, the parts of what's difficult about this this matchup for Ra is one, you don't know if the Chronos player is Chronos rushing or not. So one of the first things you want to do here with Ra is wander forward and drop an obelisk. There is a very, very, very specific build you can do with Ra that gets you to the classical age at 3 minutes and 24 seconds or something like that. It's a 2 fish build order. You get a dock, you build your 2 fish, you drop your temple. I think it's the right way to go here versus Chronos. The problem with it is I also want to see what my opponent's doing and then adapt. So yeah, I might even go and drop mine 10 gold for my gold mine, then drop a lumber camp and maybe go 1 villager later for like a 3, can't even remember what it is, like a 340-ish. But yeah, this is going to be, I think this is going to be Magic's first real test. Narcotic is no slouch. He knows how to play the Atlanteans at a very, very high level. He knows how to do the Chronos Rush. And in these sort of tournament situations, this is where these sort of things start to come through. The big question is, does Magic take the gamble and say, hey, you're not going to do a Chronos Rush. I'm going to just go for fish and we're going to see if we can defend. Or there's or does Narcotic say, I'm not going to go Chronos Rush. I'm going to go for just a regular advance, or what? It's like a whole bunch of really weird questions here. Can the Chronos Rush be effective when Egyptian has so much anti-myth firepower at the start of the game? Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of the time that the Chronos Rush can be very, very effective versus Egyptian, specifically versus Ra, who doesn't have any like god powers to help him in the early stages of the classical fight or the classical age, like no Plague of Serpents or things like that. Like if you play Isis or you play Set, you can drop Plague of Serpents down. That can be a nice little defense. But we'll see how it's going to go here as we jump in onto the map. Mirage. Let's check it out. Alrighty, we are now into the round of 16. It is a bit of a chaotic day for these players. It's games non-stop. We're following Magic through his journey to the finals here. In the left side, he does decide to pick Ra. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Chronos and actually dropping a dock. Nice guy Narcotic here. We're not seeing a straight Chronos Rush from him, but this is Narcotic. You can see the difference in the elos between these two players. It is a very, very close matchup in terms of ladder skill. But ladder skill and tournament results are two very, very different things, as we all know. On the ladder, you get to pick the best god for the map every single time, or whatever god you want to pick every single time. And if your goal is to get as much elo as you possibly can, then you can definitely have that. But in tournament situation, sorry, you don't get to pick the best god for every map. No, sir. You have to pick the best god for every map from your god pool, from your available god pool. But nonetheless, we're going to be seeing a Ra versus Kronos on Mirage, which is absolutely wild. Let's check out some relics. We've got the Pandora's Box. On the top, this is Myth Units, favor cost minus 15%. Over onto the right side here, we have the Archimedes' Ledger, Siege, and Kinemedicine, population usage -1. Onto the bottom side, there is the Adamantine Shingles, plus 200% HP for the houses. And on the bottom side, there is the 9 Cauldrons, a very nice relic there for Magic, as he is getting his fishing ships out. He hasn't really scouted, and this is making me very nervous. Magic drops all of his houses up. Fine. He could also drop some houses here as well to lock this off. He could put 2 houses over here, and then he could wall off this really, really quickly, which might be his plan. But even if this is open here, then 2 automatons can just wander in and cause a lot of issues. That being said, Narcotic here, he is literally just playing standard Chronos. His monument is not hitting the dock. Yeah, the one saving grace here for Ra on this map over playing, say, Isis or playing Set is monument on right here would hit your lumber camp, your mining camp, your granary, and your dock. As we will see some walls coming up on the bottom from Magic. He is having a fantastic time in this game, playing a very, very, very slow advance. Prometheus is on the way. It's not a fast Prometheus. There goes the temple. I like this temple as well, with a potential wall down to the bottom, if he likes, as the temple is coming in onto this position. So that could be the angle to go for. Unfortunately, the monument's only going to help out a little bit. You could drop a house here, for example, another house, and then a smaller wall down onto the dock. The dock can also get deconstructed here. The temple can get deconstructed as well, and that can be somewhat of an issue that needs to be addressed. But nonetheless, we've got ourselves an advance time coming in, and it will be Bast for Magic. I love the Bast pick from Magic in this matchup. This is something that I think Ra players generally get wrong versus Kronos. They go for the Ptah angle rather than the Bast angle. The reason why Bast is so good is because the Kronos player oftentimes wants to get a town center behind it, spam all their favor onto Prometheans. Not Prometheans, onto Valors, and that allows your nice little attack here, and that allows your Sphinx to get away with doing things like running around the map, picking off oracles, and then also being able to take out things like the Caraballister and all that other good stuff. But nonetheless, there goes the Classical Age. The Sphinx is in. We do have a Siege Bareem coming through as well, as Narcotic is going to be looking to push Magic and keep Magic off of the water right now. The Sphinx going to be getting charged down here, as well as the Pharaoh has got the difficult duties here to try and deal with all of this stuff. Where's the Priest at? Now getting brought back home. A little bit of chaos in the main base here for Magic, as he's going to now try and get his dock up. He needs to get something in here to deal with this Siege Bareem. The Sphinx getting pulled back as well. Definitely want to keep that one alive there, as the Pharaoh can dive into the... He's got to dive into this... There he goes. His Pharaoh can dive into the Sentry Towers. Now the fishing ships will pull back. They can start taking out the Siege Bareem. There goes a couple of barracks for Magic. And, well, the game is off to a very spicy start here, as the Pharaoh almost goes down yet again. Magic getting very spicy with it here. Turns around. That Oracle hero gets picked off. It's a big snipe there for Magic, as well as the Prometheans will end up dying on the backside here. A couple more Bareems coming through. And where to next for Magic is actually going to empower the dock. I don't mind this, but just use the Priest to empower it is totally fine. Get himself out his ramming galleys. Deal with this. He can't go too heavy on the ramming galleys. Definitely needs to get himself something else there, as the Spearman now looking to move forward. But Narcotic has done so much damage to Magic in this early stage of the game. The one saving grace here is the Magic's actually got 2 monuments up. He's dealt with the early game Prometheans, and look at the favor situation for Narcotic. What Magic needs is to find these oracles. Pick off the oracles, make some Sphinx, look for an Eclipse play, potentially grab a second Town Center here. Wouldn't go astray either. As the ramming galleys popping out, there are several Bareems here as 3 ramming galleys coming through from Magic. That's not going to be what you really want to actually deal with the Siege Bareems. Not the Siege Bareems, the actual Bareems. Behind this, we do have a Bareem coming out for Narcotic as well, but now the war barges are out. Magic still trying to poke over here. He's making some axemen, which he does need for those Momillos. The scoreboard is, yes, indeed, it is. It is inverted. Thank you, Lebak. Sorry about that. But now Magic is back to work with his fishing ships.
In wedge.
Did Narcotic get himself his fishing upgrade? Yes, he did. Magic is now going for his own fishing upgrade as the docks. What is he doing here? He's time shifting it away? I don't understand. We do see 1 fire ship here as Magic can potentially try and take that all out. And we'll see how it's all going to go as the ramming galleys will do what they can to deal with this fire ship. I don't mind the ramming galleys going after the fire ship here. It's not a terrible idea. We now have cabinets coming out. This is so much spend. I think this is not the best of deconstructions there from Narcotic at all here. It's a huge favor spend at 20 favor. And there is some very, very powerful war barges out. There's another dock going to come back up very quickly with the priest empowering it. Another dock actually coming in for Narcotic right now as well. But Magic sees that and he says, hey, that thing there doesn't have a whole lot of crush armor. Let's try and finish that off. Take out 125 wood from this Chronos. That's got to feel good. On the backside, however, Narcotic's looking to go to the heroic edge. Meanwhile, on the front, obelisks go down. Units getting taken out. Magic, he's not going to quite be able to take out the dock, is he? He's throwing away a whole bunch of units over here. Narcotic looking like he's in a perfectly valid position. And where to next? Idle villagers need to get to work. Market coming up. Sphinx onto the front here, going to try and take out the world by himself. Too much chaos at the moment from Narcotic. We'll see if Magic can get to that heroic age or not. It's the cabinets taking out that front position. We've even got watchtowers in from Magic. That's going to help out here as well to deal with ships and things like that. There's the range on this. I can show you exactly. The range on this is just out to here, so it's not going to help that much. But nonetheless, heroic age now coming through its Sekhmet. He will get himself some myth units out to help defend this. The question is, did Narcotic do the time shift in the right order? Does Narcotic get himself a Nereid onto this water position or not? That's the question.
Into you.
His Magic will pull back in. So slightly, Priest is garrisoned in here. Does that give a damage boost? I don't think it does. Bit of a wild one. You definitely want to have the Priest on the dock because it's going to get extra bonus damage in. Still, oh, this is such a crazy thing to me. This water fight doesn't make any sense because, like, if I'm Magic, I'm just like, you're going to spend that much on the water? Like, have it. I'll just wait until I have my water myth unit. I'm going to force you elsewhere. I'll come on here. I'll put 2 Migdols down, get my gold mine, get my town center, or come here, do the same thing. But nonetheless, Narcotic now will be able to advance to the heroic age himself. He's going up through Hyperion. Now he's got himself a Leviathan here to help himself out. Still am very interested in what's going to happen with that Nereid and whether or not Narcotic's done it in the right way. He could also just time shift this dock as well to be sure. As the Migdol Stronghold trying to come up onto this side. Narcotic is already there. Villagers going down. Magic looking like he is really struggling here to make this all work. There's just so much chaos going on as the Migdol will pop up to the front here, but he needs to get over onto a gold mine. Look at all of those ships here. Magic's grabbing himself Solterm for... No way. Don't just give up on the water here. This is not important. Not important. Narcotic, on the other hand, I'm a little surprised to see the Hyperion. There's really not that many barracks units out for Magic. He's making himself chariot archers. Generally, the rule of thumb you want to go with Chronos and your age up picks is, if my opponent's going barracks units, I go Hyperion. If my opponent's going Migdol units, I go Rhea. Generally, the rule of thumb. Sometimes it's not the rule of thumb, but I think in this situation, it makes a lot of sense for Narcotic to do that. And he doesn't get his Nereid onto this side. Sad days to be a Nereid fan, but that then be the breaks. There's a Migdol Stronghold coming up. There is enough favor for another deconstruction over here, so Magic actually has to throw up another Migdol. Otherwise, he's going to have some troubles. That being said, the one on the back is nice for chariot archers and all that other good stuff. And we will be starting to see some Qualifiers coming into the mix. The heavy cavalry and the heroic renewal starting to come through. And Narcotic is just in such a commanding position. Magic is now going to look for some chariot archer raids. And you know how I feel about chariot archer raids. If you don't, let me explain it to you. Any unit that has, in any matchup, you can raid with a unit that has more speed than the units your opponent is making. In this case, this is a 5-speed unit. Amazing unit to take out villages. Huge damage, large range, beautiful. The weakness is it's 5 speed. Medium Contarius, 5.8 speed. They catch a chariot archer out. Life is very, very good. And in fact, they are coming through, and Magic does get caught out. He's going to be losing not one, not two, but potentially all of these chariot archers. As I say that, and he somehow manages to get back here, he can also speed walk now. So not all of his chariot archers, well, 2 chariot archers. 2 chariot archers for an Oracle, I think. That's not a terrible trade, to be honest. It's not a good trade, but he also trades back here on the retreat, so no problems. There's another Migdol Stronghold will come up over onto this position. We do have a palace over here as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Narcotic thinking about going to the Mythic Age here. A big timing of implode, deconstruction, and all of that stuff can be so brutal for Egyptian players to deal with. But that being said, that does give Magic an opportunity to push back. And, well, there is going to be access to... There's 75 favor in the bank. I know it's going to be... I mean, what do you build? Scarabs? You know what? I don't think it would be a terrible idea to go into Scarabs here for Magic. Of course, he's got no food income as the elephants are getting grabbed. But if he goes for like 3 Scarabs and he can get the resources for it, clicks Eclipse, look at the damage he would do. It's 20% bonus damage, which means 70 divine damage on death. That's not nothing. That is in fact something. As the chariot archers in onto this spot, looking for villagers to snipe, picks off 1 citizen. But while that's all going on, Magic trying to create counterplay here, but Narcotic just doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, no. If you're not going to defend yourself, I'm going to kill your Migdol. You're going to get no gold. We do see a Migdol coming up over onto this side, however, as Magic is going to come in with his own chariot archers. He has to control this insanely well to find a win here. As the Scarab does die, unfortunately, doesn't die on top of the rest of these units. A couple of those Contarius do end up start falling onto the back here. The Camel Riders pull up to try and defend against all of this chariot archers. Targeting down a destroyer is going to be a little bit of a DPS problem there. That Magic will be able to get up his Migdol Stronghold on the back to continue along, but he is just falling further and further behind in this game. If there is a player out there that can pull this game back from the brink, it will be Magic, but man, he's got a very, very difficult road ahead. Camel Riders starting to come out as the Migdol over onto this spot. It's a little bit of chip damage done. Villagers on the front will have to pull back. There is a nice wood line on the back there as well. Of course, there's also a rain available for Magic at some point in this game. There's all the favor in the world. He's got some food as well. I'm going to say it again. I like the idea of like 3 Scarabs and Eclipse. I really do. I think this is going to be, I think this could be really, really strong. But anyways, Narcotic coming forward. Chariot Archer's getting some nice shooting scoots. You can potentially take out the Satyr from afar here, especially with 21 range versus 18 range. You do have to be a little bit careful though, as Narcotic charging forward. Camel Rider's on the back, a little bit scared about everything going on. There's little bits of chip damage for Magic to try and pull this one back. The fact of the matter is he's 1 town center versus 2 town centers. He's on a Citadel center, which is good for him. But he's 1 town center versus 2 town centers. Narcotic is in a very, very good position. Narcotic not trying to grab this fish in its entirety is a little bit strange to me, but it's working. Scarabs are now coming through for Magic. This has got to be his game plan. I think Magic is going to feel like he can go Eclipse Scarabs to take out a whole bunch of buildings, which makes sense and is going to be very, very strong, and it's going to catch Narcotic off guard here, but I think he should actually pull them into his actual army, funnily enough, as the Destroyers will start to go after this Migdol stronghold. Camel Riders searching for someone to kill. This gold mine here has expired. Villagers pulling back behind the wall. This Magic losing economy at the moment is brutal. Look at that queue of units for Narcotic as well. He is in a commanding position. Moving over onto this side now as well. Can the Magic Man do it? Is the big question. There is a Oracle already over here as well though, but it's a long rotation around the map. A couple of Arcus do end up getting picked off on the back here. Migdol Stronghold coming up for Magic on the back, as those Contarius will charge forward yet again.
Wedge.
Magic doesn't take a whole lot of damage there. He doesn't really do a whole lot of damage there. Narcotic's now up by nearly, well, he's up by 11k score, which is a big deal. He's on 3 town centers. He's putting Palace up, and he should start just slapping palaces down everywhere. This is one of the most powerful things you can do with Chronos, is just get those palaces up all across the lands. Lumber camp coming down for the Magic over here, as he's going to chase down those Arcus on the back, picks those both off. Can you get in here and deal with those Arcus or not is the question. The big problem here, and what Narcotic should be doing, is he should just stop training all these units. There's a lot of resources in his queue here. That gets him back the gold, he gets some extra food as well as wood, and he can actually sell a whole bunch of, well, it's probably not worth it to sell anything here, but you can probably go Mythic Age here, and a Mythic Age Helios would be game over for Magic, without question. Magic is doing a great job of getting maximum value out of minimum amounts of resources. But he pushes off the gold mine, sniping a couple more citizen over here. But little does Magic know, it doesn't really matter because it's just so many citizen. That being said, the units now coming around onto this side. The counterattack is on the way, as these Chariot Archers need to not get caught out. He's getting some shoot and scoot going on over here as the units over onto this side, trying to take out the wall, trying to take out the other stuff. The Scarabs are in. The time for an Eclipse push of some variety is right now, as Magic does get a really nice choke point here for his Chariot Archers to take out the small amount of Contarius. And the villagers will pull back into the, well, not into the Migdol, they're going to actually repair it back up. All of those destroyers will end up going down. And I think Magic is managing to do some Magic Man action here. The Contarius on the back does end up going down, up onto the top here. Chariot Archer's going to try and take out the Arcus and all the other good stuff. With the Migdol Stronghold getting empowered, that's always strength, as these Arcus here is pulling back. And now Magic sees the opportunity. Eclipse and go to take the palace, to take the town center, to take out potential gold villages. The Arcus on the front here, they're going to be going down as well. He's got to get some damage done with these Scarabs. He's up to 165 pop. Narcotic is spamming units out. There goes the Eclipse. There's a lot of Contarius on this position, however. Heroizing 1, 2, and Magic here. He can focus down those heroes as well. But here's the thing. The Scarab, that damage was underwhelming. I thought the damage from the Scarab would be more than that during Eclipse, but it was not. And the Palace will end up going down. I don't like this decision for Magic to go after this Palace. This Town Center would have been the way to go, but nonetheless, doesn't manage to make it happen there. With that power play. You look at it, it says 70 Divine, but it does not look like it does much damage to those Gontarius, does it? Anyways. It's bugged? I don't think it's... Wait, is it bugged? It's wild. Anyways. Okay, fine. Meanwhile, Magic's still trying to make Mass Chariot Archers work versus these Gontarius. So far, he's been getting a lot of good value out of them. But he just hasn't been able to really muster up any sort of spearman shenanigans. These Gontarius are not getting in and attacking the Chariot Archers. The choke point is too good here for Magic as he's just continuing to get way more value out of his army than he otherwise should be. Another deconstruction coming down as the Arcus hero is going after some villages. They don't have themselves the skin of the Rhino tech here either. There's Magic coming back in to pick off a couple more units over here. As the Contarius will catch the Chariot Archers out yet again, but Magic will pull back to his safety over here, trying to micro everything and try to keep himself going in this game. And man, Narcotic can now take this town center as well. How is Narcotic's economic looking? He's got nearly everything he needs. We're just turning for some shanking action here as well. But Magic there does say GG as Narcotic claims the first win of this best of 3. It's a nightmare situation here for Magic. I mean, I think he played the game. Once he got into it, he was in a very, very good spot. But some of the early game decisions just did not quite work out for him here. I honestly thought those Scarabs with the Cliffs would have at least killed off the Palace. Like, that being said, going after the Palace, kill off the town center, kill off this side thing would have been my play. But unfortunately for Magic, he just could not quite get into a position here in this game. And Narcotic played it really, really well. Got the advantage, built on the advantage, created a big lead, an insurmountable lead, and Magic, even with the Chariot Archers being as effective as they were in this game, was not able to bring it back. Nonetheless, that's the first game down. Magic back against the wall now. He can't lose. This is a single elimination. We'll see if we can make it work. We'll jump back over to the drafting menu, see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Looks like the next map is going to be on Elysium. And it is going to be a... It is going to be an Amaterasu versus a Huitzilopochtli matchup. And these guys are the wrong way again. Fixed. Got to give the point to Narcotic as well. All right. Over here we go. And the players are off to the races. So let's give it a little cheeky. Oh, we got a little bit of time to wait on this one. All right. So game 2, Huitzilopochtli versus Amaterasu. We've got what as the idea here for Magic? Outside of the crazy early game attack that you can get with the Blood Pact, you don't have to go for that. It might not be the best idea versus Amaterasu anyways, because they've got, well, she's got healing and she's got the Solar Shield. And she can also go for some Weasel shenanigans in the base of a Huitzilopochtli aggression. So it can be a little bit of I'll take damage, you take damage sort of affair. Alrighty. Well, Elysium, I mean, a nice open map. Good for the Eagle Warriors. Well, this is also good for the Amaterasu as well. I think Magic has got a nice game 3 set up for him, though, with Poseidon versus Susanoo. One of the matchups that I think Poseidon can win, or it can be very difficult for the Susanoo to play. So if Magic can get through this one, he's set himself up nicely. But he has to get through this matchup, which can be difficult. Let's jump into game number 2 on the map Elysium and see how it's going to go. And off to the races we go into game number 2. As Narcotic does manage to strike first, making the mildly rusty Magic bleed a little bit here. He's going to be playing some Amaterasu, not Amaterasu. We're going to be seeing the Huitzilopochtli from Magic, and we're going to be seeing the Amaterasu from Narcotic. So the map is Elysium. It's open. It's good for the Aztec to get some aggression on. It's good for the Amaterasu to get some raids going. We are very, very used to seeing Amaterasu players going for Shrine of the Hunt here. One weird thing from Narcotic already at the start of the game is he does decide to put his first shrine down on the wood line. He does hit his food here, but he could have done the same thing over on this side. That hits all of the food, hits the gold mine, and sets up for a Shrine of the Hunt. So this, to me, tells either Narcotic's not thinking about it and he just wants to maximize the favor gain, or he's not actually planning to go for the Shrine of the Hunt, and he's actually going to go for Amano Uzume instead. So no Minakata Tomi makes a little bit of sense given this first shrine placement, but I might be looking into it just a little bit too much. Over on this side now, we've got ourselves the Dar's Scepter. Wood and gold cost minus 25% there. Over onto this side, we have the Ugapitten Helm. This relic is really, really big for Magic here. Very, very strong relic. Over onto this side, we've got the Bone Shards of Mictlan. There's some favor back for your lost myth units. Can be really, really strong. Trainable myth units, that is. And Girdle of Hippolyta for the ranged hit points plus 10%. What does trainable myth units say you mean? It means units like the minions from Ancestors, from the Wretches from the Onmaraki of Japan, or the Scorpions from the God Power of Melina. They don't give that extra favor. So it's got to be some stock standard shenanigans there. But Magic is taking his time here with the early game. I think it looks like he's been studying a little bit of the keto ways here with Huitzilopochtli. Likes the early heroes instead. He's got his Kimichin spying on Narcotic for the start of this game, and it is actually going to be Minakata Tommy, and he does drop the shrine down exactly where I said to drop it. So he could have put it here. He would have gotten himself extra gold. So the earlier you get this shrine up on your home gold mine, the more total gold you're going to get from it. That's why I would prefer to do this first. And on top of that, this shrine here would be able to be on the backside where the berries are and you could ship. Anyways, nonetheless, Shrine of the Hunt comes down. This is going to be a very nice defensible position here for Narcotic, and Magic does decide to go for Patakatl as well. And he hasn't gone for an early Calpulli. Now, it is my contention that it is pretty much never worth it to not go for a livestock Calpulli. Even if you're going to be going for the early temple here, I'm pretty sure it's worth it to just get that livestock Calpulli in there. It does pay for itself in a big way as the warrior priest try to get the kitsune. Not able to do so. Magic has got all of his relics at the moment. And he's going to drop those back into the temple. And we will see a war hut. 2 war huts here from Magic. So a little bit of a offbeat opener here from him, actually. We've been seeing a lot of a very, very different Huitzilopochtli play on the ladder. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with here. Of course, the answers from Narcotic are going to be a dojo and a guardhouse. So if I'm Magic and I see this, I'm thinking Tekiwa Archer and Coyote Warrior. We're seeing Spearman coming through from Magic. A classic. One of the ultimate high-level early game plays. Very little to think about with this. One of the ultimate high-level early game plays is opening up with high-speed units. They want to go into those as fast as possible. And in this case here, Magic is just basically playing around the fact that Naginata Raiders coming in and killing him is going to be something he wants to avoid. As the bunny rabbits are in, the blood pact is in. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down. No, not down. The bunny rabbits already get to 2. Can he find any more damage with this? He's got himself 18 seconds remaining. Going after the samurai over there. He can't get through onto this spot. The villagers can get back to work up onto the top there. Charging around onto this side. He's got 9 seconds remaining. Looking for any more damage as this villager takes 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. He gets 2 villager kills for the bunny rabbit. Magic has seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and he said, you know what sounds good? A bloodthirsty rabbit. And he goes for it. He gets 2 kills for a myth unit. It's not a terrible trade. I don't particularly like it. Could have got the same value with a warrior priest. Kept that myth unit alive for later. But value is value. There's a couple of Bushi coming through. And Magic now poking his head forward. He sees the Bushi. And he's going to be looking for a little bit of early game damage here. Now, of course, the secret to this is you can take damage on the warrior priest because you're going to be dropping the hero upgrade anyway, so it's going to go back up to full HP. So that's a little secret there, so to speak. And he does charge forward, and you might want to drop it anyways to kill off the wolves to put pressure onto this front position anyway. And that's exactly what's going to happen here as Magic says, I see your shenanigans here. Let's go. Comes in for some big damage on top of these units. Gets that special attack off. Good animation canceling there as he charges through. No real attempt to actually take out the Tajipla here as another villager going to get torched down. Does he pick that one off? No, he doesn't get that kill there. So I guess Narcotic comes out on top with that favor usage there. Picks off a warrior priest as well. And now the samurai coming forward. Another warrior priest ends up falling, and Magic will have to pull back. And we'll see where to next for Magic. Does he have any? What's his next plan? He does have himself the Agave Bloom. The Miko coming through here for Narcotic as well. The Agave Bloom, there is an option there for him to go for that. He could go to the Heroic Age here as well. It's a little scary to make that happen. A little bit of pot shots here for Magic aren't really the best usage if he's taking damage because he can't heal, whereas Narcotic can heal. as we do have ourselves the wings to the south. Trying to pick off a couple of villagers underneath the position there, and he's going to drop a Tequila Archer there as well, as the archers will shoot and scoot backwards. Samurai coming in. And we will see what magic and what narcotic is going to be able to come up with here. One really cool idea for narcotic, especially now that he's got all of these samurai out and he's almost up to tier 2 Bushido, would be to actually start going into 1 Yudo right now and trying to catch magic out in the classical age. A market coming, or going to the heroic age, I should say. As the Tequila Archer is going to be searching around here looking for any amount of damage. Does manage to spot the Miko over onto that side. Gets a couple of pot shots off. Not going to be able to do a whole lot there. As he's up onto the top. There goes the Wings of the South. Trying to take out a villager. They're not able to do so. Those samurai, they're not slow, man. There's the samurai, they're 4.2 speed. These Tequila Archers at 5 speed. Sorry, not 5 speed yet, but they're going to be at 5 speed. Once he gets to that 5 speed, it's good. Another Tequila Archer going down as magic will pull back. He's going to make some more units. He's coming in to the front here. He's got so much food in the bank. You can see how desperately he wants this age up as the Tequila Archers shoot and scoot there. He picks off 1 unit there as the warrior priest coming through, trying to charge down, chase the samurais as the Bushi and the other samurai is trying to collapse in onto the bottom side. Magic now pulling over onto this other position. Of course, the warrior priests moving with the Tequila Archers will be slowing them down, but even at 4.8 speed, they're able to outspeed and get out of there. But this is very terrifying for Magic. He needs a ball of archers. You can beat the samurai Bushi with a ball of Tequila Archers, but you do need that ball. Of course, the more simple option is just get to the heroic age and make Eagle Warrior, and that's going to be able to break this ball as well. Balls coming up, houses coming up for Narcotic over here as well. And we will see it's Papalotl on the way here for Magic. This is scary for Narcotic, and Narcotic is getting ready for it. The very important thing versus its Papalotl is to get your wall set up. There is no excuse for not walling versus the Aztecs in the first place, especially when they've got these 5-speed archers running around the map. No excuse to not wall up. As he comes back into here, he sees the samurai going to try and take that one out there. Does manage to pick the samurai, feels good. But yeah, you've got to get the walls up, otherwise the butterflies are going to come in and cause some problems. Charging up onto this side, there is an opening here, and Magic sees that. He's going to pounce, but he's going to get caught in this position. This is really dangerous for Magic. Watchtower coming through here as well. Of course, with potentially a purge, that could change everything here, but this is such a dangerous move. I don't like it for Magic. Narcotic's got to get in here. He's got to pounce on top of these units and prevent them from getting out of this position. Villagers on the top getting picked off. Miko goes down. Villagers going down up there as well. We do have a Tom Hartley towers to come through as the samurai in the main base getting targeted down. There's going to be a butterfly in to get some damage onto that immediately there as well as the Tequila Archers. I mean, you can run back, kite back there as well. We do have the solar shield coming down as the Purge comes over onto that side. Now the Obsidian Butterfly going to go after those samurai there as the Purge does get retreated out of. Magic uses that as an opportunity to sort of pull away, but he's going to lose all these units if he's not careful. Now the Agave Bloom gets dropped to try and keep his Butterfly alive. A little too late on that one. And Narcotic looks like he's managed to deal with a lot of the power from what Magic can do here. Villagers on this top side will pull away as the samurai are heading over there. Magic continuing his shoot and scoot ways, but five Tequila Archers versus 9 angry medium samurai. Does Narcotic have the knowledge. He does have the knowledge. He checks it out. He sees the villagers over here. There are some Tequila archers in position, but the samurai come in, and they are very, very angry at these villagers. They have no remorse at all, as Magic takes a little bit of a loss there. The solar shield comes through, and even more damage to start coming in. More of the Tequila archers on the way. We do now start seeing Shawn ones, though, for Magic. That's the power unit to deal with these samurai without question. The Magic needs a gold mine. He's about to get gold starved here. He was in full aggression mode. But now he's about to get gold starved. What can Magic do to get out of this position? He's getting his agave bloom. Eating that for a ton of food income. Making himself some obsidian butterflies. I'd love to see him just raid with this. It's not going to be too useful versus all of those bushy. Doesn't have a huge amount of... does have actually pretty decent pierce armor, to be honest. But I would love to see him just look for villager kills. Force Narcotics have to pull back, get his wall set up, and go from there. And Magic getting sent back. We do see the butterfly coming in. Where is he sending this one is the big question. This is a very scary army, though, because, well, you don't have it. Well, I guess you could go into a superhero as the Tajipla on the back will come through. He needs that hero to take out the one Udall there. And Narcotic is going to be retreating as where'd the butterfly go? The butterfly is onto the villagers, taking villagers out over here onto this position. This is exactly what he needs to do. He needs Narcotic to have to pull back here as the one Udall going down. Running from that Tajipla is not the right move. Just, I guess he can't kill off the Shawn ones. The Shawn ones are the scary one. Loses both with the one Udall. And Magic has managed to bring this back to some degree. He's going to be able to... Well, he's actually still got gold in his main base. He's going to be able to get out onto another gold mine now. His butterfly has done damage. He's got an equal villager differential now. And the game is going to continue along here. Villagers on this side as well. Those are going to be scary to deal with. I don't believe the samurai win this fight. Not in the slightest. Not versus that stun. These Shawn ones are an absolute amazing counter infantry unit. Look at that damage from them. As all the samurai end up getting torched there. The villager's going to pull back. The butterfly in the main base does end up going down. But Magic sees blood here as he's continuing to charge forward. He's got to be a little bit careful with this. Picks off another villager, but he's now on, well, it's one town center versus two town centers. So Magic does need to think about his own second town center or getting to the mythic age. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that. We do have a Raijin free queued. More units starting to come through here as well. Not a single Eagle Warrior from Magic here is a very confusing decision, especially versus all of those bushy. Nonetheless, the Shawn ones coming in, they get that stun onto the samurai. They're taking this fight and they're doing great damage. Picking off the Yumi archers here first with the Tequila archers makes perfect sense because those Shawn ones just are so good versus samurai. You ask the question, well, what should I build versus Shawn one? Well, the answer is Myth unit, Yumi archer is fine, but Naginata Rider potentially as well. Magic is bringing this game back in a big way as he charges forward, taking out every amount of these units, not allowing Narcotic to re-macro back up. He is getting gold. He's got plenty of gold in the bank. It's not gold that he's struggling with. It's actually infrastructure. He's got 2 dojos, 4 guardhouses. 2 dojos is effectively 4 military buildings there as well in terms of like actual production ability. One Miko ends up going down there. And Magic here will have to pull back a little bit. I feel like he's done the damage. He's done enough to warrant him no longer building any more units and actually getting a town center up. Or considering to just go to the next age. Put everyone onto food, gold, and a Tlaloc here would be very, very strong. A couple more butterflies coming through. Magic doesn't have the wings of Papalotl here just yet, so it's not the strongest of butterflies, but they are going to be a scary unit to deal with. We do have a couple of Eagle Warriors in queue. I'm surprised this is getting, like, does he not see it? He just hasn't got any units over there. I guess he thinks, why would there be any villagers there? It doesn't make any sense. He's probably over onto this side, and he is sending units over there to check that out. But the warrior priest will scout that there's villagers on this gold mine, happily mining away, and Magic will pull back, but he should be looking to break in onto this position.
Needs talk, Shikamanati.
It's the wooden wall will get slapped down slowly. I'm not sure if Magic can actually win this fight. He's got to be very careful with it. He's given a lot of Bushido over to Narcotic. Villager differential now is starting to favor Narcotic, as well as he's managing to get himself back into a half-decent position. One idea here for Magic could be to go for a mass sack for another purge, or for a whole bunch more myth unit. Or even just a small sack for a blood-pacted butterfly onto that back line to absolutely destroy it. He does turn around, gets that damage done onto that front line there with those butterflies. He's got two of them. They're both still sitting very, very pretty, doing lots of good damage. He's managing to break through this army there. The Eagle Warriors are in, though, which will be an answer versus that back line. But the front line does end up falling there, and Magic not able to win that fight. He does send the butterfly into the main base. Going to be able to get a couple of kills here. That's got to feel at least like he's getting something done. He's got to get damage done to some degree here in this game. So Eagle Warriors versus Yumi Archer is a very strange fight here. I'm surprised to see Narcotic happily taking that as the butterfly picks off another villager over here. Balls up onto the top side for Narcotic. There's a Sean one going to be heading up there as well. And Magic now decides he's had enough fun with his tequila archers. Let's go into a unit that does get some countering. He's going to be building another Tajipla. I don't know if he needs to do that, but nonetheless going to go for that one there. As the Sean one's hanging out over onto this side. A samurai raid is not what you see very often, but the samurai raid onto Magic, that's got to hurt. So the Eagle Warriors pop in, picking off a couple more villagers over here. This butterfly charging through the main base, taking a lot of damage here from the wolves. One might end up going down there, trying to find its way through all of this infrastructure. It's not going to be easy. Now finally Magic says, all right, I'll grab a town center. Though the samurai coming in, they see the villagers. Of course, the Eagle Warriors will be able to take those samurai out, but yikes. Now Narcotic making his way over onto this side. It's a very, very close army, and we do see some spearmen actually in for Magic. I love that mix in. He knows that the big weakness for his army has to be cavalry, so just a couple of spearmen as soon as he sees the stables. Very, very smart. He decides to go for a bit of another Tajipla there, but Narcotic on the back here, I just want to see, he's got the walls up. I want to see him get everything walled up, down to the corner, mark it, and just be very happy with it. But the problem for Narcotic is he's basically stuck in this classical age. So he can't get to the heroic age to get himself the god power off, and he's going to keep on taking these fights. Into the main base, the Naginata Riders are going to come through here. Easy way to defend this is to actually just train spearmen out of the war hut, wherever they actually end up going. That can be the answer. But nonetheless, Magic will pull back. Spearmen are in to play defense, and these Naginata Riders, they're trapped in here. That's going to be a little bit of damage, but they do manage to get out of there. But the littlest bit of downtime, the tiniest bit of downtime in these sorts of spots can end up being a nightmare for one of these players, because it allows the other player to get to something that's going to be really, really strong. The Eagle Warriors will take out that back. Look at this damage over onto this side. All the stuns coming through. The Spearmen in numbers here, enough to take out the Naginata Rise. They're trying to get onto that back line. So much Tenali here for Magic, but he doesn't have a Warrior Priest to claim it. Militarily speaking, it's looking... There's the Warrior Priest in to claim all the Tenali. Gets himself a Tajipla. And there he goes. He gets all of that Tenali for a huge favor boost. And Narcotic not able to break through the army yet again. More damage coming in from Magic, as Magic is now starting to look like he's finally in a position that he's happy with. He's been trying to pull this game back from the brink for a very, very long time. Now up to a third town center. Hitting off all of these farms is brutal for Narcotic. He needs all of this income. Of course, he's onto the corner there, but losing all of this is so tough. Sabatonton smashes could definitely start coming through for Magic if he wants to now as well. Village is getting brutalized by all those Eagle Warriors. 66 to 71 now. It's still competitive for Narcotic. Militarily speaking, though, Magic, he is getting caught up on here. So Narcotic can potentially take a good fight, especially with the units without a choke point and without much assistance in here. But there's got to be the units through as the Tajipla comes back in yet again, and Narcotic will pull ever so slightly back. The villagers popping back out to get back onto their farms. The Eagle Warriors will target them down immediately. Magic with the shoot and scoot yet again, taking down those Naginata Rise. Third town center, fourth town center up for Magic now. He is in a commanding position. Over onto this side, villagers pulling off the gold mine. Does Sniper Miko. So the villagers will turn around and take down the Naginata Rider over onto this side. Narcotic going to grab the mining camp for the time being. As all of these Eagle Warriors will... Oh, does he not have ballistics? Does that ballistics? Who needs ballistics with the Eagle Warriors? Magic does get caught out on this spot, but I actually think he wins this fight, to be honest. Meanwhile, over onto this side, though, he's going after the villagers on this gold mine, and Narcotic will say in that moment that the game is done. GG. Magic strikes back. God, he makes it tough for me. I'm just like, I want to see more Magic games, but man, he's making my heart beat. What was this move where he dived through this tiny gap, throws away, like, basically, like, look, just take a look at the post game here. Get the point over to Magic, but my God, he's making his life hard. Look at this. Magic goes in. This is the sneak through, right? Wait, where was it? This was the sneak through here. Sneaks into Narcotic's base after a fast heroic, and he doesn't look like he's got that many units, but man, he just loses everything there, and his main base is getting attacked. It was such a nightmare for him. Somehow, some way manages to pull it back. I think Narcotic should have been thinking heroic age for either Tengu or for Raiju in this position. That would have helped him out in a big way. But without those units, it is quite tough to deal with the Sean one. I'm not going to lie, it's quite tough to deal with the Sean one. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft too. They're going to pick for game number 3. What an entertaining series this one is. Alrighty. We got ourselves our final game for this series. It is going to be on the map Key. Now, I would assume Magic is going to pick Poseidon here. That's my assumption. If I'm Narcotic and I know it's a Poseidon, I don't know if I want to pick Zeus. Zeus doesn't feel good versus Poseidon. Unless you have a really, really closed map. Susanoo is a little risky on this map as well. Looks like Magic needs a 5 to 10 minute break. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to wait here for a little bit. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna jump into another game. I'm gonna jump into another game right now, and we're just gonna be watching that while we wait. So I don't know which game to jump into though. Let's take a look at. Let's go. Wait, I've got no idea what other people are watching. Is someone watching Eric and Illuminati? Yeah, well, let's watch the Eric versus, if this one's still going, Eric versus Chasing the Sun game. And we're going to jump out of this game once the Magic one starts. No, this is getting spectated by 2 people. But I don't see who. Is it a streamer? Ah, it's Forks. Okay, let's get out of this one. Hell's Ravage Matrius then? Is anyone watching the Hell's Ravage Matrius set? I don't think anyone's watching that set. I know Blackout is just watching that set. Is there another set I can watch? I don't think so. I'm just gonna jump in and. Or is someone watching Mini Yeti and Matador? I think that's Motoba, right? Am I right on that? That Motoba's watching that one? No, he's watching. Oh, we'll watch that one. We'll watch Mini Yeti and Matador. Fine. My game has decided it doesn't like me. I have no idea what the score is in this game. I don't know where they're up to. We're just going to jump in and watch it. It's 1-1, you believe. Ooh, spicy. And it is on the map Midgard. Spicier, even more spicy. Wild. Midgard it is. Let's go. Alrighty, so we're into another game here. We have a short pause on the Magic versus Narcotic series. Bit of a nail biter there, 1-1. Magic actually, I don't want to exactly say why he had to stop playing, but he has a time-sensitive matter that he does have to attend to. Like he said, it's only going to be 5 to 10 minutes, so he should be back in time. We'll see what happens there. But we do have another game. This is 1-1. We have one of the favorites. Actually, both of these guys are insanely strong. I'm surprised they're both matching up at this point. But Mini Yeti on the left side versus Matador on the right side. And we see Matador going for the Husk Soup. Favorite strat here. He's going in with his Loki. Loki, a nice god on this map. I do like Loki here. If you know your opponent's got an Aztec, though, it is a little bit more spicy. But anyways, we've got some more fishing ships coming through from Mini Yeti. He's playing Tezcat Lapoka. I like this god. I think he's really strong. I think Mini Yeti knows he's really strong as well. Mini Yeti's one of the more creative, like meta setting players out there. I'll give you a little bit of inside knowledge for the Pandora's Box 2 strategies now that this tournament's all over. One of the strategies that we saw quite a lot coming in was the Amaterasu full Yumi Archer 1 Yudo strat on maps like Socotra, on maps like Haywire, and Mini Yeti was actually the inventor of that strat. He started using that in his secret scrims, and then everyone was like, I can't beat this, I'm gonna just start doing it as well, and it sort of popped out. So yeah, he is definitely a meta setter. He's a creative individual, and when it comes to a new god like Tezcat Lapoka, he's going to be able to do some spicy shenanigans. Don't worry guys, when Magic is back, we will jump over to the Magic Man and watch what's going to happen there. Heimdall on the way here for Matador, and we have a very, very late Malinal Zorchitlun coming through for Mini Yeti. Temple coming up for Mini Yeti as well. So Mini Yeti doesn't care about the rush. He just wants to play a slow game. He's got himself his Kalpuli tower up to defend himself. He has been spied, so Matador's going to know what's going on here. And he can actually drop and undermine and kill this Kalpuli, no? Am I wrong on that? Is this not counting as a tower? I think it is. It is. It's a tower. So you can drop undermine directly onto this and kill this potentially. Let me have a look. I think you could. You could hit all 3 of those to take out 2 towers and a Kalpuli. It won't work? What do you mean? Anyways. Ursa, apparently I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. We'll see. We're going to see right away whether or not I'm wrong as the undermine comes through, and he will start hitting this Kalpuli, and I am not right, but not wrong. It does a lot of damage. Not insta-killing. I'm not right, and I'm definitely not right. It does not kill the Kalpuli, but it takes a lot of damage off. But nonetheless, we will see a War Hut coming through. Matador gets some good damage done with his undermine, with his earlier Ursa attack. He can pull back and think about what to do next. The Chinese add-on buildings have the same quirk. All right. Anyways, nonetheless. Oh, Mini Yeti looking for a little something over onto this side as the temple is going to start getting targeted down. That warrior priest there getting chased down as the ironry comes through. We have one villager getting sacrificed there as Mini Yeti wants something immediately. And now an infested nest to come in to try and defend. This is so much damage though from Matador. No, the villager's turning around, shanking. Matador's got to be careful there as we do have the warrior priest getting converted, and Matador says, no worries. Let me out of here. I got my damage done. Let me out of here. He doesn't have Force Steady, so no healing spring. But he will be grabbing himself the Eyes in the Forest tech, as well as the Safeguard tech. And the game will continue along. That Eyes in the Forest will give him a little bit of a movement speed advantage. The Maki is Kuaddle. My boy Maki is just chilling over here. Of course, a Hursa will be able to pop out relatively quickly and deal with this, but they're all across the map right now searching for things to do as the villagers will pop forward over onto this spot. So it feels like an age for this guy to come out as the Maki's Kuaddle comes through. Going to start smacking the villager here. It's the villagers running. Try to pull this villager back to the tower. Does turn around. The Hursa pops out. That's a Vil pick there. Nice pick for that one there as the Maki's Kuaddle will end up getting chased down. He's not going to be getting out of there. But one Vil pick for a cheeky little myth unit early on tends to be the value people like to go for. It's a feels good type deal. As the Hursa back over here trying to take out the temple. And we will see immediately Hoyol Zhaokui coming through for Mini Yeti. I'm not sure I really like this move, though, from Mini Yeti. I'm not sure exactly what he's going for. I thought potentially here to go into butterflies and then actually go for fishing ship raids would have been something that's an option. You could run around the map with tons of butterflies, hitting the fishing ships non-stop. Then you can go in and pick off the villages, and you can run around. Your opponent has to literally wall everything off, and you can't stop the butterflies from getting onto the water to hit the fishing ships and things like that. Of course, you can kill the butterflies with your own ships, but then you have to build ships that don't do anything against the... Anyways, nevertheless, we'll see how things are going to go as all the walls for Matador coming up. He's got safeguards, so they're really cheap. Important thing to note is if you see it's Papalotl, these walls aren't enough. You got a wall around the back as well because the butterflies will make it in. But for the moment here, I think that Matador's got to be happy about his position. He's going through Njord, which I love. I think Njord is an amazing pick here. You can make mountain giants. Very, very, very strong. He's going for the Rigsdula tech. He's getting more Hersa, which gives him more passive favor gen. You can also go for a talent center here in the near future if he wants. Drop another Great Hall. You can put a hill fort down. There will be the Great Temple coming up for Mini Yeti as well over here. That's the Starfall. It does get dropped into the main base. I don't know if I like this Starfall from Mini Yeti. This is looking for damage that, simply put, is just not there. When you see the Tits in the middle coming over onto this side, it's 5.3 speed versus the 5 speed Hersa. Yeah, it can run, but where'd the other one go? There should be two, no? Is that both of them? I guess that is both. No, there should be another one. Did he only get one? Really? Or did he lose one? Did one die? Anyways, we do have the Axolotl coming in looking for some kills over here as the Kraken is on the direct opposite side of the map, unfortunately. As all these Hersa chasing down, we will see immediately Jaguar Riders. I don't know if I like the Jaguar Rider. If I'm Matador, I'm not too scared about a Jaguar Rider. I'm scared about the Shorn ones. But nonetheless, the Hersa coming through. They're going to find another villager pick. All right, we got about, I would say, 4 minutes until the Magic game is back on. So we're gonna sit in here until 15 minutes into this game, and if it's still going, you guys can watch it another day. But yeah, that's the dealio here. These villagers will pull back onto the backside. I'm gonna get the other game sort of prepared up. If I can. They're still a ways away. I'll try and keep an eye on it, but anyways. Magic. Matador says, I see all of your large scorpions. I see your Sitsamiddles, and I raise you a butt ton of Hersa. He also sees that obsidian stone. You don't want to leave that there. Otherwise, something worse might spawn. He will be able to pick that one off, and then he probably should be thinking about pulling out of here, especially with the Jaguar Riders coming through. But look at the favor situation for our main man Matador. He's got one Jotun. Did just get himself Ring Giver. He's going into Jarls. As over onto this side, the Kraken does end up dying. Another Axolotl over here, actually, as these guys looking mightily powerful. We can, okay, I'll tell you what we can probably get into the Magic game after this game. We'll try. The Jaguar Riders are going to knock down this wooden wall. But Matador is here. He's ready. He probably should be getting himself the Herdman out, which he is going to be doing. And we'll see where to next as these Jaguar Riders, they can't get onto the villages, but they can't jump across here, but they can take the wooden wall down, and then they'll be very much ready to get some serious pressure on here. Matador gonna have to run back. He does go over onto this side. He sees his opportunity to strike with the walking woods to take out these great temples. Another upgrade coming in, heavy great soldiers. There is a warrior priest on the back here. However, I don't know if he's going to pick off a great temple here. I don't think that's going to happen, but he does get Mini Yeti to pull everything back. Gives him a little bit more time to get sorted out. Another Jotun joining the ranks. As over onto this side, the Axolotl will slowly go down. He's done a lot of damage to the food income here.
Needs
The fishing ship numbers. He's got 22 fishing ships. It's got to feel good. That's so many Jaguar riders. The only issue here is Herdman should be able to deal with all of this. Hillfort going up for Matador. He's got to garrison, play defense for a little bit longer. He did just grab a talent center, so playing defense and sitting on this talent center should be the right play 9 times out of 10. I don't know who wins. Great Jarl with the Ring Giver upgrade or this Jaguar rider. I've got no idea. I think it's actually quite close. It's a Jipla coming in. Don't like that Matador's taking this fight, even if it is underneath the hill fort. Does decide to pull back ever so slightly. What is he getting out of this? He's getting a Tsitsa middle. Not the unit that he really wanted to get, but nonetheless. So Jotun will end up falling on the front there, and that hill fort ends up going down. Herdman starting to get pumped out. And on the back, we've got ourselves Jalotl with the soul guides to come through. Mini Yeti now sees his chance to strike into the main base of Matador. The villager's not running away. No reaction here. There's too much stuff going on. He's losing all of his villagers on this side. He gets his... What is he doing over? He's getting another hill fort up. That's a brutal amount of damage here. The main base is losing villagers over there as well. He's getting attacked literally everywhere on this map. And Mini Yeti is going to take down the main town center. As in a Yotochli comes in from one of those obsidian shards as well. And Matador is looking like he might be losing this game here right on this moment. He's still got 44 villagers, but does he have the army to take this fight as the units go absolutely spastic from that Ironry horn there, but more units starting to come over from Matador. He doesn't have everything on this spot just yet. Militarily speaking, it's looking very, very good for Mini Yeti. Throwing Axemen on the army as well. They're not going to be doing a whole lot in these fights either. There's not like a single infantry unit. That being said, Herdman should be good here, but he just doesn't have enough. He just does not have enough as the throwing Axemen are going to pull back behind his wooden wall. And where to next is the big question. Villagers on the top going to get sniped. And what else can Matador do? He's got no resources to make myth, so he's going to have to drop that Walking Woods, but it's a very small amount of help. And not only that, it gives a whole bunch of what's it called? Tenali over to Mini Yeti for a bunch more favor. And Matador there does tap out. We're not going to stay here for too long. I think that's the end of Matador's Thrones of the Titans there. That's a bit of an upset, but Mini Yeti is one of the top players as well. I'm surprised they met each other in the round of 16. They're more of a round of 8 or round of 4 even sort of matchup. But nonetheless, well played there from Mini Yeti. Let's jump back into Narcotic versus Magic now, as I am going to grab their stuff momentarily here. Give me a second and I will get into their game. Let's go back over to the draft. Alrighty. So Our last game is going to be it is going to be a Poseidon versus Zeus. I'm surprised that there is a surprise for me without question. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 3 on the map key. Alrighty, we are back with another Gibbity game. We're back with the final game, the final best of 3 game between Magic and Narcotic. Magic takes the Poseidon here, and I am surprised to see Narcotic picking Zeus, but he doesn't feel comfortable, obviously, in that Susanoo versus Poseidon matchup. Decides to avoid it in favor of the Zeus versus Poseidon matchup, as both players are going to be rushing to the Classical Age. Athena or Narcotic is another surprise here. We have rushed through the early game. Sorry, friends. Wanted to catch up to live, so we are there as the Heracles is going to come through. Olympian parentage. It's going to come in. The Classical Age is now in for Magic. And Magic is going to need to get himself some buildings quickly. He goes in for a stable, and he is going to be good to start this game off as the Centaur will motor its way around, looking for damage in the main base. That's generally going to be the bolt target there as the Theseus picks up the Ogre Pit. And Helm is huge. That is a big relic for Magic here early game. On the other side, Narcotic has grabbed himself the Huri's Hunting Bow, which is obviously very nice as well. As the Atalanta comes through, does get smacked a little bit. He could try and pick up the Shenong's Ochre Whip. The bolt onto the Atalanta, that's risky. Now the Centaur has got free reign to get damage done. And, well, Magic can just build himself out another Atalanta, and he should be fine to defend his main base. Where's the Theseus at, though? He's going to pick up this relic. He wants that Bone Shards of Mictlan as the Centaur picks off one Vil up onto the top here. The stable coming up as the Minotaur says, no, not today. Atalanta coming through. Magic pulling back. Centaur charges in underneath the town center. Magic's got to be microing on multiple different positions here, but not doing a good job. And the Centaur here that should be getting infinite value is going to be going down. Minotaur ends up getting taken out. Centaur pulls back with 18 HP. That hurts. On the backside here, the Jason is going to go down. Magic does end with a 1 or 2-ish villager advantage and some good damage done onto the Jason, if not killing the Jason. And some good damage onto the Heracles here as well, as the Centaur will be able to pull back in here and maybe find another villager pick. Just going after the granary instead. That's going to take a while. Unfortunate for Magic. There's just so much stuff. The amount of like skill ceiling in this game, the amount of stuff that you can kind of do in this game and maximize is crazy. Magic could have picked off like infinite villages, but instead, because of the pressure from Narcotic, he makes a pretty low level mistake there. But nonetheless, Heracles onto the back here, getting chased down. This villager onto this position. Makes a shot onto the backside. Hippias getting pulled back. One Hippias ends up dying there as well. House coming up for Narcotic onto this side. There's another military academy on the way. And now Magic is going to be looking for the villager kills. The one thing about playing Athena versus Hermes is this is not something you're allowed to do. To put it bluntly, you are not allowed to go out of your base and grab hunt this early on. It's better to just be on cows, be on chickens, make your... I would actually open up with Hippias here as well if I was Narcotic. But nonetheless, one villager will end up going down. Potentially a second one over here as Magic is just in full Magic Man land. Takes another villager out. And then he will pull back. But full hoplites is the way to go. And Magic's plan here is, and should be, this is the thing that's really difficult to deal with, is he should basically go into 4 or 5 centaurs. And that's going to be the answer to those hoplites. Now, if Narcotic can get there, he can get into his Odysseus and that can shut down the centaur pain. But he's got to get to the heroic age. And then if he gets to the heroic age, the Athena hoplites will very much so dominate these Hippians. But Narcotic looking for more damage. Got to be careful with the centaur. Good control from Narcotic to threaten away those ones there. As now the Hippias coming down to the bottom side yet again. These villagers have finished up onto the Crown Crane as well. Narcotic is just trying to chase the Hippias where he should just be playing defense. So what I mean by playing defense is it's basically you sit your units in the positions that are weak and you lock them off with buildings and walls, and you slowly move around the map so that you don't have any of those weaknesses. But nonetheless, over onto this side now, the centaur coming back in. Villagers getting pushed back as well. Not able to quite get any picks there. Looked for that low HP villager, but not able to do it. Just yet another centaur now in queue for Magic. But to be honest, Narcotic has limited the amount of damage he's taken at the moment. Magic's gonna have to take a fight here soon, but how many centaur does he? He's got 4 centaur. It's not nothing. Hippias comes through, picks one villager off, pulling away as the hoplites are in hot pursuit. These villagers on the front do need to be so careful with those centaur. One misplay and they can just absolutely and unequivocally get destroyed. As the villagers have to pull back and get onto the cows over here. Magic's finding a couple of hoplites out in the middle of the map as well as the hoplites going up to the main towns. And this is a wild move from Narcotic. Hippias coming through, going to try and take this out. Of course, there is going to be access to some sort of a ceasefire. He needs his Hippias in to deal with the heroes. Another centaur comes out over onto this side as the Hippias coming in. This cannot work for Narcotic. He's going to lose everything. He's got a restoration. He'll drop that down, but now that's just got to be... Do you even drop ceasefire? I don't even think Magic feels like he's in a bad spot. He's like, yeah, I'm not getting any resources from these villagers, but you're losing so much in the way of army here. Magic deals with all of the hoplites. His villagers can get back to work, and that there can only be considered a blunder from Narcotic. Magic in the absolute driver's seat. His villagers back to work. He's got himself a 1.9k army. The one thing that Narcotic has managed to do while that was all going on is gather resources. So in that respect, he's got a little bit of stuff back, but the problem is he lost his heroes. The centaur are coming through. Those hoplites aren't scary here. You don't want to sit in the AoE either. In fact, Magic should have sat there for the entirety of that position. If Narcotic is going to sit inside of that AoE damage, well, you just sit there and let him do that. That's the strength of the centaur. I've said this a million times, but the way the centaur works is the upfront damage, the upfront AoE is only 3 pierce damage per second. But the final little bits of damage of the AoE is 6 pierce damage per second. So the longer you sit in that, the worse off it is. There's Magic here. Got to be careful. He turns around. He throws another bit of that damage down. But again, that's not exactly how you want to use it. He turns in, taking out the hoplites now. Jason going to be going down onto this side as well. The Narcotic is in such a difficult position here. Couple of villagers getting taken out as the Hippias gonna charge in here and take out the Jason. Does Magic have himself Spirited Charge? Not just yet. It's definitely a technology worth grabbing. It affects both the Centaur and the Hippias. Town Center coming up for Magic. And Magic is going to find the villagers on this hunt yet again. And he is right after them. They're all going to end up falling. Or not all of them. A couple of them are going to get out of there. Nice reaction from Narcotic. But man, he just can't be out on these positions here versus the Hippias if he doesn't have units over there. But Magic opting in for a second town center. This is a nice tournament level move here. It gives you the next little bit of an advantage. You're not going for a crazy all-in. You're definitely going to have a good game moving forward. And you can play for that Mythic Age and win the game there if you like. With that being said, he doesn't really need to do that. Narcotic is out of gold. Now moving up to the top gold mine. Magic has got a very, very scary amount of Centaur here with the Hippias, and until Odysseus comes into the battle, those Centaur are going to be a very difficult unit to deal with. Now Narcotic is going to be getting himself the Sarissa. The villagers over here have been spotted. As the Centaur get a little bit of damage up onto all those villagers. Not the villagers, or onto the villagers and the hoplites. And Magic got to be careful with his units he turns. He's got to pick off the Heracles, though. That's the thing. Turning around, getting that special and continuing to kite back. I'll give you the secret here to winning this fight. As the Poseidon, without needing to do all the shoot and scoot. Just turn when you have that special on and sit inside of the AoE damage. But he's not doing that. Like, think about it. 7 Centaur doing 3 DPS per second, plus the extra damage they're doing. That's basically like you've got some Toxotes, like an infinite amount of Toxotes in the back. There we go. That is the damage. Those hoplites end up getting brutalized, and Narcotic at the 15th minute of this game does tap out, and Magic makes it look easy. Makes it look easy here. This is not easy to beat a player of that stature with this strategy. I think Narcotic made got a little bit inside of his own head here. He did not need to go crazy. The game plan here for Zeus is to get to the Heroic Age. If you get to the Heroic Age, you get Odysseus out. You can sit the Odysseus in front of the hoplites. You can put walls down around your base to prevent the raids from coming in. And you're good to go where that's concerned. Of course, you spend resources on it, but these Centaur become very, very low value once Odysseus is on the map. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Magic. He does manage to get through into the round of 8 now. So we will move on to that round of 8. We've still got one more round of best of 3s before the decider matches. The tournament is moving along swimmingly. We have fallen behind on our... Wait, have we? I think we've fallen a little bit behind on our schedule, but that's okay. Let's jump into the next little thing and see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Where are we up to? Oh, Divine and Illuminati are going at it right now. They are at 8 minutes, so we are going to be watching that game before we jump back into Magic again, who will be playing the winner of this next game. So this is Divine and Illuminati. I think that is... Oh, that's wrong. All right. Let's get into it. This is game number 3. In onto the map, Midgard. Alrighty, and off to the races here. It's 1-1. I was going to speed through this actually, but I think we're good to have a little bit of a gap between the end of this game and the next game starting. So, in the left-hand side of the map, we have Illuminati playing as Zeus, and in the right-hand corner of the map, we have Divine playing as Susanoo. I don't know exactly what happened in this matchup, but Illuminati and Divine have both claimed 1 win thus far. If I take a quick look at what's going on with their actual chat, I might be able to give you a little bit of information. So it looks like Illuminati won the first game and Divine won the second game. So there you go. That's all I've got for you. So a Zeus versus Susanoo matchup on Midgard. I haven't seen this matchup once, I think, on Midgard. Normally, Zeus is the pick for Midgard for a lot of top players in these sort of tournament settings. I don't necessarily think it's the best god on this map anymore. Not that I ever thought it was the best god on this map, but I definitely don't think it's the best god on this map anymore. There's a lot of other really powerful picks like Loki, Freyr. We saw a really strong Tezcatlipoca. The Atlanteans are also quite good here. Even some of the Egyptians can be strong here as well, especially Ra now is an option. If you can drop a nice monument down, you can hit the dock. You can get rains down early for a small but considerable food boost early on in the game. There's definitely a lot of different options here on this map, but players are going to continue with what they know, and they know that Zeus is good, and we'll see what Illuminati is going to be able to make happen here on this one, as he does go for a very aggressive second dock. That's so far away from his starting position. What the... That's wild that he did that. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but it's a very aggressive dock. He's taking away fish from Divine here, and I imagine he's going to move over onto the other side and drop some docks here as well. So we'll see how that's all going to go. Let's check out the relics. We've got the Heavenly Jeweled Spear, boosting up the Prodromus and the Yati Spearman in this matchup. Over on this one, I've got the Pandora's Box. Always nice. Definitely want to have that if you are the Susanoo. Over on this left side, we have the Tyr Fing Angan Tyr's Sword. Lifesteal from units plus 10% there. And onto the top side, there's the Fetters of Fenrir, which is plus 30% for your melee and ranged attacks. Alrighty, so both players getting their fish boom in, and Illuminati actually takes those fishing spots away from Divine. That's got to feel very, very good. If we get a quick fishing spot count, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Can I brain this? 24, 27. But Illuminati, he's got all the villages in the world on this temple, but my god, Illuminati, if he puts another dock over here and he takes all of these spots, I think Divine's going to be in some trouble here. I think he's going to be in some trouble here. So we'll see how it's going to go. Miko coming out for Divine. We've got a temple coming up on the back there as well. Pretty late for him, but actually very late for him. But he does have how many Miko?
Nanda.
He's got 3 Miko here. I think you definitely want to go for Inari Orkami on this map as Susanoo. If you don't do that, I feel like you're losing out a lot. You get access to some extra gold with your free myth units on the water. When you get that technology in, you get that swampland to help protect your base and things like that from any sort of hoplite charges, and or getting for that second gold mine and things like that, as the wall's starting to come up from Illuminati as well. He's really good at this normally. Very, very tough player to play against because of those walls, because of how fundamentally sound he plays. And we will see the first scene coming through. Or is it... Someone was telling me I'm saying this wrong. Can someone tell me how to say this? How do I say per scene? I need to know. I'm happy to fix this one up. I've got nothing here at all. Purse sane, apparently. There you go. I'm just been wrong the entirety of my life. There you go. Persane coming in for Illuminati. Divine on the other side. He's going to be getting himself his upgrades. We do see a Minotaur charging in here. And, well, Divine's been at the helm of Zeus more times than probably anyone else in the at the top level. I would say he's probably got more Zeus games than anybody else. So he knows Zeus better than anyone else. So he knows how to defend what Zeus is going to be doing here. Dojo, market, stable. It is a one town center map. We see a market coming up as well from Illuminati. Getting to the heroic age really quickly is often one of the more powerful things you can do on this map because it unlocks the next tier of fishing upgrade, Salt Amphora, which boosts your economy up a crazy amount. So it's very, very hard to say, let's stay classical age and do something unless you go really, really, really aggressive. If you go really, really aggressive, you're good to go. But otherwise, some sort of half town center, half aggression doesn't really work very well. That's just the fast, Salt Amphora sort of ideas. But Divine also able to get to the next stage, and he does choose Fujin. I love this pick from Divine, but he's got to be really quick with it. You don't... Oh, nice micro from Illuminati. Going to take out the Jiragumo on the back there as the Minotaur going after the villager. Nice heals there, though, as the Jiragumo will end up falling here. Nice pick. And also the Kitsune goes down as the Jason and Minotaur getting a lot of good damage while Divine refusing to build any units just yet. So one unit would not go astray. The Miko will be able to take out the Minotaur. Never mind. No, the Minotaur is in full retreat mode as the Jason going to be able to take out that Miko there. Nice play. More military buildings on the back and armory coming up as well as Divine continues his crazy building ways. And the villager over here gets headbutted to Timbuktu, and he might actually be able to pick that one off as well. So much good damage here from Illuminati as he can immediately queue up the Salt Amphora. I'd love to see early selling of food here as well, considering how many fishing ships he's got. And the Skylar will be able to go in for some good damage here. Now, from Divine, why do I like the Fujin so much here? Well, the reason is because you get a huge favor stipend, and you're just basically going to be looking for a big, fat attack move. Very, very strong. You can get all the upgrades for these bad boys, and it can be very powerful. But getting there is the big challenge. As these hoplites charging in now, we've got the Yumi Horse Archers, even a Honengyo to come through to start getting some free gold from raiding on the water as the Ivory Net Scare will come through. It's 0.3 gold per attack now as the Honengyo versus Skylar action needs to happen here. Does charge through, and he will be able to take this one out. The upgrade comes in, and that little bit of gold will start to come through. That's a nice little win there for Divine on the water. But can he get the units out to have the win on the land as well? As a bolt comes down onto one of those Honengyo, a little bit late onto that one there, as the fishing ships will start to die and give even more gold income in. Meanwhile, more Oni to come through. It is important as you start approaching the next tier of Bushido here for Divine to get this tech. But you do not need to rush for it. That's important. You do not need to rush for the tech. Totally fine. But you definitely need to have it before you get to the next tier of Bushido because you want to get all those Oni in, and then you want to look for that big fat attack move to make life very, very tough for this Zeus army. Now, the Zeus army has got bronze, it's got restoration, but there's a great counter to that inside of Smiting Gust. So we'll see how it's all going to go. Meanwhile, more walls coming up. Illuminati moves up onto this position. I would actually prefer to see Illuminati get Mythic Age here over doing what he's doing. This is the natural response here, is to spam units, but it's actually somewhat of a mistake versus the Fujin Oni spamming Susanoo. The reason it's somewhat of a mistake is how are you going to kill off those Oni? If they get to a big enough mass, they're just going to win the fights for Divine. But if Illuminati gets to the Mythic Age, Lightning Storm, Bellerophon, Medusa ends up becoming a lot of different options there. Hoplites coming around onto this side. Shrine will get garrisoned in onto. And Illuminati now just looking for little bits of damage, little bits of chip damage. There goes the Deadly Rage. I don't mind that tech. He doesn't have any favor income coming through for that Oni mask anymore. Of course, he can come up to that shrine there, but he's going to lose the Miko. And Illuminati staring down these Oni, he's got to start thinking, okay, well, what do we actually do? Do we bronze and try and take a fight, gift a whole bunch of Bushido, potentially more Oni over? Or do we run, get Mythic Age, and we're in a good spot? No, Sultan 4 was not researched, really? Illuminati missing that one is a pretty big L there, but nonetheless, all units pumping out for Illuminati as it's going to be a very big fight. One other option could be to get into a whole bunch of Hydra here, but he decides, let's go. Swampland gets dropped down. Restoration actually from Illuminati as Divine says, I can just sit here. There goes the bronze. What is Illuminati trying to make happen here as the Smiting Gust gets dropped down? The Oni going to turn around, get the damage done. The bronzed hoplites, they've got to run. And I think that there is exactly what I'm talking about. As now, that one Oni that died is going to turn into 1, 2, 3, 4 more Oni from that Bushido. Of course, Divine needs the resources to get it to pop out, but I'm sure he's going to be into that very, very quickly. Units up onto the top, trying to get back in. I do think there's a perfectly valid way to deal with this would have actually been to go into Hydra. Hydra are actually quite good versus the Oni because they get the extra heads, they got the crush damage, which is going to be good. We'll see if we can actually make it happen as those Yumi Horse Archers shoot and scoot backwards. Even over onto this side, you can see how long they're staying alive. That being said, now that the three-headed Hydra is in and Divine pulling back, he's getting another Oni to come in and start tanking. Illuminati continuing to take this fight. It's looking like he's got a little bit going for him. There is enough to potentially bolt another myth unit. Hoplites going after the villagers while this is all going on. 32 to 42 though. Divine losing a ton of villagers here. This is a great move from Illuminati here. Lots and lots of hoplites in queue. I hate to say it, but need a little bit more in the way of infrastructure here for Illuminati. Or you could just build Hydra. That's totally fine there as well, as a Kusanagi gets dropped onto the backside there. And Illuminati's going to have to pull back. Nearly up to halfway on the way there to that Bushido tier 4. As the very important Gale's Fury technology is pre-queued, but still no real favor income for Divine here. So that's not going to come in for quite some time unless you can get to that next tier. As Illuminati says, let's take the fight. Jason coming through. Needs Jason in to actually deal with that Oni Warlord there. Does manage to pick off both of those, and it's just looking like the difference is in villagers here. I think Illuminati's managed to pick off a bunch of villagers. He's still got a fishing ship advantage as well, so it's not the villager differential is even bigger than it's looking here, as Illuminati, or not Illuminati, Divine continuing to get his shoot and scoot in, a restoration to come through for Illuminati to get all of his units back up to full HP. He says, screw the Hydra, I've got restorations. You know how I feel about that. And Divine taps out. And we've got ourselves a Keen versus Keen affair for the round of 8 coming up here. Magic and Illuminati, they're going to be facing off momentarily. So congrats there to Illuminati for taking out Divine in this one. Let's jump back over to the main menu, see how these guys are going to go. See how their draft's gone and all the other good stuff. Alrighty. Let me pop over here and we will have. Wait, what is happening? It's there. Okay, it's all fine. All right. King Kulu, ready whenever you are. Illuminati, and I am Magic. We are in the round of 8, which is still best of 3, mind you. The next round is the round of 4, the qualifying ones, and those, and we go to a best of 5 there. Alrighty. Yeah, let's jump over to this. Oh, I didn't. Hang on, 1 second, guys. 1 second. I don't know if this mattered or not, but let me just make sure that I'm doing this. I need to get in the habit of it. All right. Okay, now. Update. Date. And we go to the draft, which hasn't started yet. Alrighty. So, oh. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that at all. Oh, God. Why do you do this to me, Uros? Oh, God. That's hilarious. All right. Well, I'm glad you got to all enjoy that one there. He takes Divine Seed. Yeah, just go with whoever's on the top of the bracket is the host. That's normally how I run my tournaments. I didn't really do the rule book, but that's how I do it. Makes it easy to understand. Don't make it don't make it complicated. You know what I mean? All right. All right, we've got ourselves the map picker going on right now, and Magic has picked Marsh, Illuminati has picked Mirage, and the bands are coming through as Obsidian Ridge, Midgard, Okuchichibu, Cloud Forest, Key. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Elysium or is Cloud Forest banned really? Step is a nice one. Ghost Lake's always good. See the Giza ban, Elysium ban, and it is going to be Step for our first game. Alrighty. And our next one is going to be our little god, our little thingamajiggy. So Killuminati and Magic. There's a Chronos ban from Illuminati, and Magic is going to be probably. Look, I would assume Magic is going to go with the Huitzilopochtli ban here. He's got to know that Illuminati is a very, very good Aztec player. He played a lot of Aztec at launch, and he was one of the first players to really cook with the hashtag Aztec abuse. But it's going to be a Poseidon ban from Magic. Not sure I understand that one, but it is a Poseidon ban from Magic. Illuminati here is going to pick the Huitzilopochtli up 9 times out of 10 here. I would be very, very surprised to see him grab anything else. I'm surprised to see Illuminati picking Zeus first. I don't understand. I want to understand, but I don't. Magic grabs Huitzilopochtli as the next pick. Of course, Zeus for Mirage, I guess. But you don't need Zeus. Anyways, I'm not gonna harp on about it. Magic picks Huitzilopochtli. I wouldn't be surprised to see Magic grab his Quetzalcoatl. He's been playing a lot of that recently. He could go into any one of his really strong Norse gods, like a Thor. He grabs Susanoo next. Those are some incredible power picks from Magic. The next picks for Illuminati, they've got to be good. You need some really, really high quality land picks here. You could go for an Uranus. You could go for a what do you got? A Set. He's very good with Set. You could go with Tezcatlipoca or Quetzalcoatl. He grabs a Thor. This is wild from Illuminati. He is playing a very, very different draft than I would be than I would expect from him. But he grabs Thor. It's a strong god, but I don't know if it's a strong god in the current maps. What's the maps that he's got for it? Marsh for a Thor makes sense. Steppe for Thor does not make sense. He still needs a god for Steppe. He doesn't have that god just yet. He grabs Quetzalcoatl. The problem with grabbing the Quetzalcoatl and not having another god that can work well on Steppe is it makes it very easy to pick into. Magic's going to know that's going to be a Quetzalcoatl on Steppe. I wouldn't pick Thor there. I wouldn't pick Zeus there. The Thor goes on Marsh. The Quetzalcoatl goes on Steppe. To maximize your chances to win for your own god. Though you could play with a less chance of winning to try and get the matchup you want. Magic then snaps up the Set, which could be useful on Steppe, could be useful on Marsh as well. A counter pick for the Thor perhaps there. Maybe Illuminati was trying to metagame Magic a little bit, knowing that Magic doesn't really like the Egyptians. Pick a god like Thor and expect Magic not to pick a god like Set, and then last pick Set perhaps. But nonetheless, now Magic has got what next? He's going to pick that Ra up at the very end. Illuminati might want to just grab Isis here, to be honest. Grab Isis. Nice pick for Steppe. Nice pick against pretty much everything that Magic's got. Isis can be played into Huitzilopochtli, can be played into Susanoo, can be played into Set, can be played into Ra. It's not terrible. It's difficult for against the Huitzilopochtli, but it's playable. And same deal for the Susanoo, but I'm not even sure if Susanoo is going to be played on Steppe. I would probably see the Huitzilopochtli there 9 times out of 10. But nonetheless, Hades as the final god for Illuminati as the draft comes up for you guys to have a little look-see at. And we have to now start thinking which god is going to get picked here. Now, hello? Are you going to work for me? Yes, you are. There you go. So if I'm Magic and I'm looking at Illuminati, I'm saying you're playing Quetzalcoatl there. If you're playing Quetzalcoatl on Steppe, I want to avoid playing Huitzilopochtli versus that. More than happy to play Susanoo. Probably don't want to play Egyptian. So probably the best pick here for Magic is going to be the Susanoo pick. Now, conversely, Illuminati wants the Quetzalcoatl to go into Huitzilopochtli. So how is he going to snipe that is the big question. Because what I've heard is Quetzalcoatl is good into Huitzilopochtli. That's what I've heard. They're picking Poseidon Zeus for Centaur versus Aztec. To be honest, at this level, I don't think it works. that's my take on that one there. I don't believe that yeah, I don't believe that Centaur works versus the Aztecs at the highest level. You can watch keto games to work out why that is. Why certain gods on certain land maps? Is it about how open the map is and how aggressive the god is? Yes. So the more open the map, the more important early game power spikes are. The more closed the map, the more important mid game power spikes are. And then the more powerful the more protected the second town center is. For example, like a gold mine on a second town center, hunt on a second town center, those sorts of things. The more powerful the mythic age power spikes are gonna need to be. That's the general rule of thumb. Of course, this stuff doesn't really apply to like 99% of players. It mostly applies to like the top 20, the top 50, if that, and then everything below, like it doesn't, like there's too many things going wrong for that sort of a thought process to really start creeping in. But yeah, we are going to be seeing a Thor versus Susanoo. So I think Illuminati brained it really well here. I think he's gone. I think he played a bit of the meta, a bit of the metagaming onto Magic, and I think he's outdrafted Magic now, just a little bit, but we'll see. Like if I get to say I get Thor versus Susanoo, and then I play a Marsh game with Quetzalcoatl versus Huitzilopochtli, and a Zeus game versus either Huitzilopochtli on Mirage or Ra or something like that. Really, really happy. Really, really happy. I don't know which room they're in. Are they literally both hosting? Oh, they are. Okay, I found it. Guys, I'm gonna have just the shortest break. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Unacceptable. I'm sorry. Man, you're gonna have to accept it. Abley, you just got here. What gods were most picked, banned, and which performed the best, worst? I need all the stats. I don't have the stats. I don't have them. China has a 0% pick rate. That's because Gavoth's not playing. Gavoth would have picked China. Nyan, how did you go? Where? Oh, you dropped versus Ulysses. Ulysses too strong. You should have picked China versus Ulysses. You would have won. I imagine only cats and wits are stable priority picks. Magic favors Set / Ra over Isis. Yeah, I'm surprised to see Magic picking Set and Ra here. I think it's mostly to take it away from Illuminati. Stardust says, I like that little Japanese cup of water. I bought this at Kmart, which is like the Walmart of Australia. So it's not Japanese. Actually, it might have been IKEA. I don't know. Did my Isis first secure me? I didn't see it. I only caught the last game of you versus Divine. Can we please start? Start. Oh, Mortimer did. Okay, there you go. Start the game already. Just remember, guys, while you're hanging out with me, there are other streamers streaming. We have Multibot covering, I think, the top side of the bracket right now. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. He is currently covering Mini Yeti and El Matador, or I think that might be already finished. I'm on the Magic and Illuminati. There's also Black Adders playing. Black Adders players covering some games as well. I'm not sure if I see anyone else around. If Forks or something, they were doing some stuff, but they've dropped out for the time being. Yes, can we give an SO to Motoba and to Black Adders please, mods? All right. We have 220. Is it still best of 3? Yeah, it's best of 3 up until the qualifying games. So the very last one is best of 5. It's mostly because of timing. It takes a very, very long time to get through a tournament of this many players. And if I think about it, if you go through an event and you go, how many games could I potentially cast in one event? I can probably do 4 best of 5s. And if all 4 go to 5 games, that's 20 games total, right? So if we have this situation, which is a best of a round of 32, a round of 16, a round of 8, and then a round of 2, a round of 4, 2 round of 4s, then that would be 3, 6, 9, and then 10 and 10, or 5 and 5, and that would be under my 20 games or whatever. So I'm actually not sure what's happening. I think we might have been able to make this a best of 5 because I think we're having the qualifier games be played simultaneously. But I don't think that was supposed to be. That wasn't part of the plan. But I think that's what's happening, and I don't mind. I mean, I can get to sleep earlier. But Magic's been having I wouldn't say Magic's route to this part of the tournament has been smooth sailing for him. He's had a pretty difficult road to this. He dropped a game versus Narcotic. He dropped a Kronos versus Ra versus Narcotic. And he had a very, very tough game versus the Amaterasu as well, which I think if Narcotic played it maybe another 5 times from that exact position, he'd probably win every single time. But of course, it is Magic, and he never dies, and he's very good at bringing games back from when he makes mistakes. And he'll make 2 very terrible mistakes early on, and then make 15 amazing decisions after that. That's what makes Magic so great. But nonetheless, in onto the first map here. On the map step, Illuminati versus Magic. Let's go. Alrighty, and off we go to the left-hand corner of the map. In the blue color, playing as Thor, it is Killuminati. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Susanoo. He's calling himself mildly rusty. Not sure I'm believing him, as he's up to the round of 8 right now. There's only 8 players left. We need to find 2. Armory coming down for Killuminati. He wants the Dwarven Armory opening. I would have liked to see Killuminati here open. I would have liked to see Killuminati here open with a rush. That would have set the tone of the matchup. would have put him in a really good spot. Of course, the Kitsune comes in and scouts this all, so it wouldn't have been a huge thing. But a nice rush here from the Thor, charging him with Hersa onto this front gold mine. Of course, Illuminati doesn't know what's going on there. He has to scout that, but nonetheless, he's going for the more safe approach. He's getting guaranteed value by getting his Dwarven Armory down with upgrades and all the other good stuff. And he's going to have to wander over here and herd his animals underneath the town center. Magic, on the other hand, temple coming down. He's got to be very careful with this forward gold mine. It's a little bit scary. And to be honest, I don't like the forward temple here. I never like a forward temple. Forward temples are just, I don't want to see them there. Nonetheless, we've got ourselves now the copper armor coming in from Illuminati, and I imagine, well, Magic's just going to make his way to the classical age. He's probably going to go for Minakatatomi is generally the better pick, but on a map like Steppe, where it's nice and open, you might want to go for the Yanadi Orkami for a good usage of Swampland, for example. Why is there China music? We're on the map Steppe. It's a map that came from the Chinese DLC. I don't actually know how the music is decided when you're spectating, though. I've got no idea. There's Miko's going to be coming out into the middle of the map, and he does want to pick up that great Sompantli, which does make the Sentry Towers cheaper. That's a bit of an interesting relic. I don't really understand the strength of that one. Of course, you get a little bit of favor on this as well, right? Wait, no, you don't? This doesn't give you favor? Gypped! Gypped! Devs, what are you doing? How is this not giving favor?
Nani?
Am I wrong? It definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't give favor. Lol. Alrighty, onwards and upwards. Maybe it was updated in the last patch. I don't know. Alright, we've got Minakatatomi on the way here for Magic. Got a stable coming through as well. And here comes the Freya from Illuminati. He's deciding Freya over Forceti here, which to me is a little bit odd, but we'll see how it's all going to work as the Kitsune coming around, looking for little bits of nibbles. The villagers will simply just turn and shank and say, get out of here. Nice defense there from Illuminati for the start. And the Hersa comes in, going to try and take down that one Udot. It has no business being that close here as Illuminati going to be able to get himself the Valkyrie out and looking to get something happening. As the Naginata Rider comes through, gets a little bit of staring, and it's not going to be enough. One Udot, number one, goes down as the Kitsune coming in here. Magic says, hey, I can take this fight, especially with a Miko coming through. Can heal up his units as well, as a Hersa getting taken out here is not going to be an awful thing. Illuminati says, hey, no worries, I'll kill off your Kitsune and then get out of here. That's exactly what he needs to do. Pick off those Kitsune. That slows down that Bushido gain. One Udot down, two Kitsune down, and Magic is left without a single Myth unit, which means no passive Bushido XP. Berserk on the backside, looking for some scouting information. Does see a dojo. Can potentially go for a forest fire here. He doesn't need to. He's picked off a villager. Great find from Illuminati. He deletes the storehouse, the watermill. Does get the villager back to safety there, but nice little find from Illuminati. Gets some good values. The villagers will turn around and start shanking. And the Berserk will have to get out of there. More dwarves starting to come in and looking for all the other good stuff. A couple more relics on the map. Shenong Okra Whip. Up onto the top, there's also the Huri's Hunting Bow. So some very, very nice relics there. Did Magic get himself... There he goes. I was about to say, did Magic get himself the Saltwater Spring? Yes, he did. Very, very good technology. Exactly what you want in these sorts of situations. as the Berserk is going to be pulling back and looking for a little something else. How do you get Bushido XP? You get it from fighting. As you can see here, he's killing off the Berserk, and he's getting about 5 XP in attack there. You also get passive Bushido based on your Civ. Well, actually not based on your Civ. You get passive Bushido from dojo units, or based on your Civ. For Tsukiyomi, you get Bushido based on technologies grabbed. For Susanoo, you get Bushido based on myth units being on the map. And for Amaterasu, you get bonus Bushido for your dojo units, or specifically the samurai, I believe. Longhouse coming in for Illuminati over here. There's the Naginata rider. Searching. Illuminati is gonna have to pull back to his town center for the time being. He has to defend the front, defend the back, and Magic has found just a little bit of damage here. It's not crazy, it's just idle time, but Illuminati has to get himself back to work very quickly, sitting on the front with a couple of units to defend over here. And I think Illuminati's got himself a decent enough amount of units to just play defense. Magic comes through, Herdman in, units run. I'd love to see now Illuminati getting himself sorted out with some walls, and that's exactly what he's going to be going for there, as the Naginata Riders turning around, take a couple of smacks before they make their way out. Picks off a unit on the way there as well. It's crazy that he sniped that and didn't lose anything, but that is Magic. Great control, great awareness. All houses coming down for Illuminati, and there goes the Crushing Waves to boost up Myth Unit speed and getting a little bit of Divine damage. Miko coming out now as well to start getting just a little bit of favor income. But so far, so good for Illuminati. He's managed to effectively set up with a very large villager lead. He's got all the armory upgrades in. He can also get even more armory upgrades up to bronze weapons. Hasn't lost a single villager. Picked off 2 myth units, 3 myth units, 2 Kitsune and a 1 Yudo. And he's deflected all the Naginata raids. And now he's just got a really good position here. I think that Illuminati is in a fantastic spot. As Illuminati moves forward just a little bit there, the Kusanagi does get dropped down as Magic says, I want to fight this. Valkyrie. Oh, I think he got a Vil pick there. The Valkyrie in the main base causing some problems. This Magic does need to get his on the musher over there. Take that out for the time being. And he's looking for something else to go and attack. More 1 Noodle starting to come through for Magic. This will help his Bushido out. He did get a big stipend there from that first tier coming through. So he gets himself an extra 50 favor for some extra 1 Noodle. Also going to get himself the upgrade for them as well. Wait, he cancels the upgrade. The upgrade's definitely worth grabbing. It increases the area of effect damage, I think. And when you're playing as Susanoo with that Crushing Waves technology, it's very, very strong. As we do see the Dwarven Mine coming down. Dwarves making a break for it. Villagers making a break for it. 1 villager goes down. And, he doesn't get the wall up. He did place it, but not quite up in time. As the Dwarves will make their way over onto this gold mine. They can grab the Spotted Deer as well. And the way that Illuminati is approaching this matchup in this game by going into full infantry units, he does have a couple of raiding cavalry, does mean he needs to get the walls down. One of the big difficulties of playing infantry versus cavalry is the speed of the cavalry. And you can shut that speed down by locking them off of the map with walls, and then you can catch up to them and things like that. But Magic's going to get another dojo up. He's feeling pretty good about his position. He's got another Kusanagi if he wants to use it. Get some more 1 Yudo if he wants. doesn't have his upgrade for them, which is very, very strange. Just for those of you playing at home, it's an extra 25% bonus damage as well as 2 extra AoE, which is basically double the AoE. So it's a lot. As the Kusanagi comes down and Illuminati yet again gets spread out. He has to turn around to take the fight. He can heal up. So these sorts of mini engagements from Magic and not actually killing anything, that's fine for Illuminati. Pull back, heal everyone back up, Kusanagi down, happy days. And there are 10 Hersa out for Illuminati as well, so he does have the answer for these one Udol, but the answer for the Hersa are inside of the Samurai as well. There's now the Bragi on the way for Illuminati. You will head to the Heroic Age soon. I'm a little surprised to see the Bragi, to be honest. When I'm playing versus Susanoo, I'm so scared of timings that I feel like that Frost is just necessary to help you stay alive versus them. Nonetheless, raiding cavalry into the main base of Magic. He's got a lot of weaknesses here as the raiding cavalry split up, going after the villagers at the top. Villagers will be able to garrison their great reactions from Magic, but he does drop 1 villager, 2 villagers, 3 villagers over there as well. Miko going up to the top position as the Naginata Riders are in now to defend, but Illuminati is out of there. He's got himself that Thundering Hoof, so he has the speed advantage in a big way here as Magic's going to split off a couple of Naginata Riders to get somewhat of a revenge kill or 2 in. I think Illuminati's going to get back to his little position over here and see what he can make happen next. Now the Samurai starting to move forward, but I think this is walking right into a trap here. So Raijin will come through, and that's going to be an answer for the trap to some degree. That trap is obviously getting caught out in the middle of the map against a Flaming Weapons. But Magic doesn't fall for it. He's looking for the raids over onto this bottom side. Raiding with Naginata Riders versus all these Valkyrie and the 6.66 speed Valk seems a little dangerous. He's going to chase in and deal with these guys. There's a Hill Fort going to come up onto this backside as well. Nice play. The difference in villages, 49 to 37. A credit to the usage of the Dwarven Armory, but also the really good raids and great defense the Illuminati has played so far. Starts on the front, will get slapped to pieces as the one Udol can charge in, take out some longhouses and all the other good stuff. Magic feeling like he's got a little bit of something here as the Hill Fort over onto this side with a couple of Urban. That's scary for those Naginata Riders. Good control from Magic though as he pulls the Naginata Rider away. Doesn't really manage to pick off any dwarves, but makes something happen there as the raiding cavalry are going to chase those away. And there goes the Cess Rumnir for Illuminati.
Skipan.
We'll see if Illuminati wants to take a fight here. That Raiju comes in. That damage from the Naginata Riders is huge. Another Kusanagi. Generally, you want to drop the Thunderburst before the Kusanagi so you can start working on the next one. The Hersa do manage to get on top of all those one Udol, though. Not the best control there as the Flaming Weapons and the Thunderburst come down in the same moment there. Do the Samurai have enough damage here? The Thunderburst definitely has enough damage onto those Thrown Axemen. Look at them all about to die here as the one Udol come in, starting to get that final little bit of burn damage on to take down the low amount of HP. The Thor army gets absolutely obliterated here as Illuminati, he needs answers to take out the Samurai. He needs answers to take out the one Udol. but he doesn't have it. He's making a couple more Herser. He's got to pull back. He's got a hill fort to play defense on, but the one unit can just take out infrastructure. I don't even think that Magic needs to do anything super specific here. He just needs to start taking out buildings. Just take out the infrastructure. Take out the houses. You don't have to take out the hill fort. It's fine. He's got a fantastic position now. He's got his castle up onto the back. Guardhouse is coming down as well for potential Yati spearmen to deal with Jarls and things like that. Jarls is now starting to go down as well. And this is exactly what Magic needs to do. Just little bits of damage. Force your opponents to have to build more buildings, spend more wood, slow them down, kill off the units that are, or stop the units from getting trained in their houses going down. Just free damage here from Magic. Really, really nice. He's getting another town center behind this as well. He does still need to catch up on villages. So the difference in income right now is somewhere in the vicinity of about 600 resources a minute. So Magic's obviously got 2,500 resource advantage here in terms of his current military situation. So Illuminati will be able to catch up to that over a couple of minutes. But Magic can shut that advantage down by getting that next town center up. Pulls off the temple. There's some relics here he should be picking up. System of Bast is nice. Huri's hunting bow is nice. On Udor taking out the houses and all the other good stuff here as well. There's Illuminati desperately trying to get himself something going here. Meanwhile, Jarl raids trying to come in onto this backside. The Yati Spearmen are through, so it's not even an option for him as the villagers just get back over onto the gold and it's fine. Main base, however, now getting targeted down as Magic says, hey, if you're going to attack me, are you going to be able to defend? I got siege weapons. I got samurai. Your town center's dead. Berserk's getting converted here as a desperation attempt for Illuminati. Berserk versus samurai. I'll let you know, it's not a good time for those Berserks, but the Herser managed to take out the one unit on the back there, and the rest of these units coming in. Jarl's in as well. It's looking like Illuminati will be able to take out this army here in a big way, and that does flip this nicely. Only problem is now Magic's got a very large villager advantage. That there really does shake things up, as villagers will get taken out on this backside. No, they won't. No villagers really going down. Magic's trying to get a little bit of value out of the remainder of his units here, but town center back up. He can take his villagers off of this wood, pop them back over onto food. He's got so many villagers on gold here. There's 212 favor. I'm begging ya. Temple and Battle Ball, please. You just killed off all the heroes. If there was a time for Battle Ball, it's right now. Nonetheless, there will be Yumi Horse Archer. The other option is Valkyrie. I don't mind that option. Battle Ball plus this tech is really good here as well, because they can catch up to the Yumi Horse Archers, displace them, and allow your Cav to get in and actually take them out as well. The other option here for Illuminati, because he's got such a military advantage for the time being, would be to just drop some extra town centers. Raiju coming in though, big raid onto the villages. No walls from Illuminati. This is very un-Illuminati-like, but he is caught out in a big way now, as the heroes will get brought back to try and deal with that. But he's going to still continue his push forward. Look at the Yati Spearmen. These Jarls are not going to have a good time here, but the raiding cavalry hitting villagers up to the top, that's exactly what Illuminati needs. As this Raiju getting chased down, we do see battle balls coming through. His town center. Town center, please. One town center for one Illuminati. He needs that yesterday. And he does drop it. All right, no. I'm gonna have this conversation. Raiju fair unit 11. We saw the exact same amount of damage from 6 raiding cavalry up onto the top. 6 raiding cavalry. That's 540 resources worth of raiding cavalry. This thing here, 440. Basically the same. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to shake my fist at you. Raiju haters. Now we see the walls coming down. And now the Raiju no longer do anything. Back up onto the top. Oh my god, the raiding cavalry hit my villages again. Nah. Top players and their hatred for myth units needs to stop. Just build walls and defend it. Town center up for Illuminati. Into the main base right now. The Jarl's coming through. We got a hill fort coming up from Illuminati as well. Like, without question, these Jarls are doing more damage than the Raiju did. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Town center gonna go down. Up onto the top. Magic trying to get himself up this castle. The Yati Spearman get in. Illuminati doesn't run. Loses his units. Could have ran. But he did manage to take out the castle on the front here as well. Militarily speaking, Magic is back in front. I think Illuminati made a pretty poor decision to not run from the Yati Spearman there. Another Kusanagi comes down as Illuminati has to pull back. He's got so much favor. He's obviously waiting for another flaming weapons. He's been imagining forest fire since the start of the game as well, so that's going to be good. As the unkillable Raiju ends up dying because it's killable. Alright, happy days. Hill fort on the front. Starting to get sniped. Another Great Hall coming up for Illuminati as he needs to get himself back up to full population. Of course, Magic now has found himself the edge. Remember, Illuminati did sacrifice around 30 villages into Berserks earlier on in this game to defend a really big push. He just was not able to bring that back. He now needs to make something happen as Watatsumi is going to be coming in. And Illuminati trying it again onto the Magic Towns. He's going to be able to deny this. If he's fast enough here, he's going to be able to deny this. He does have to kill off the villagers that are actually repairing it. That's going to slow him down a little bit as the Yati Spearman coming back in. Does he have the time to do this? The Yati Spearman take out the Jarls very, very quickly. He kills the town center and he's out of there. While that's going on, another raid up onto the top, picking villagers off. Town center coming back up for Magic. He does click the Watatsumi onto the other town center, but that buys Illuminati the time that he needs here. Flaming weapons for a second time is not what I really want to see, but I think it's going to be a nice amount of damage over here as Magic's not really trying to run. Pulls back into his town center onto this. No, he doesn't. Big mistake from Magic. He's losing a lot of units here. And all of a sudden, the villager differential is absolutely and unequivocally equal. Now the town center on here is going to go. There's 5 villagers in this town center. They're going to get picked off as well. As the Jarls are coming up onto this spot. We'll see those Yati Spearmen poking in there. And the villagers try and make a bail for it, but they're going to go down. And the game has flipped yet again. Of course, now Magic has got to the next tier of Bushido. He's got himself a big stipend of favor. We'll see what he's going to do with that, whether it's for Shinigami or for another usage of the Thunderburst. One thing's for certain, he should wait for his Watatsumi God power to come in before he thinks about using that extra God power. Does he have himself the Den Den drums? No Den Den drums either here, so maybe he will be thinking about going into those Shinigami. Full Yati Spearman for the time being as the town center is back up. Over onto this side, we've got some more Naginata Riders looking for a little bit of a raid. Up onto the top side, villagers are over here. We could have a raiding cavalry to pick another villager off there. See some one Udok coming in for Magic at the moment. There's an attempt at a Great Hall on the front to come through, and immediately there goes the big Typhoon, and Illuminati dodges it. He does lose all of his thrown axemen, but he dodges the majority of that damage. He's out of there. The villagers in the main base aren't going to die. He does have to get himself together here with some throwing axemen. But he dodges the worst of it. Onto the backside, Naginata Riders forcing some Berserks to get converted there as the Kusanagi gets dropped down. I don't know about taking this fight. Herso Jarl versus Yati Spearman. If it was pure Herso, I might say, yeah, it's a great idea, but those Jarls are going to get brutalized here. And it is going to be the Eternal Haunting. It is going to be the Shinigami here for Magic. And as well as Illuminati has fought back into this game, I don't think he's managing this one. Could try and hit this gold mine and try and bring this back. His villager differential is equal, but economically he's just behind. The good thing here with having a flaming weapons in the heroic age is it does more damage. Magic does pop over onto this side. We'll see those villagers running away. I think maybe just Berserks here, no? If it's just going to be Yati Spearmen, just build Berserks. They're going to dominate the Yati Spearmen without question. Unless the heroes will come through, they're going to be able to take out the Shinigami villagers, moving back over onto the gold mine. There's not really any answers for these Yati Spearmen. They're going after the villagers. It looks like they're actually not going to be doing all too much damage. The villager differential is equal. You almost have to ignore the score a little bit. I think there's not really much separating these players apart from the champion upgrades at the moment. So we'll see if what are the armory upgrades? There's armory upgrades for Illuminati, I guess, an advantage there. Main base is going to be under attack though as the Shinigami. They do divine damage, so there's a decent amount of damage onto the buildings. So Illuminati needs to get over here and defend as fast as possible. Illuminati sets some walls up onto the top here to prevent the gold from getting grabbed. I like that move because this is the final gold mine for Magic here. But the talent center will end up going down, and Illuminati goes for another gigantic Berserk Narok. This is the second time he's gone for this one. He needs those Ursa onto the Shinigami. The Shinigami are going to do so much damage here as all of those Berserks are going to start getting brutalized. But now the Ursa finally realize they get over, they deal with them. But look at the HP left on those Berserks. There was so many there. But now the turnaround from Illuminati, he's going to spend the time to take the talent. And I feel like if he just charges up to the top, he can get a gold staff here. This gold mine's got 2,700 left in it. Samurai for Magic next means Illuminati needs to make sure he's getting wood in. More Shinigami to come through. Of course, those Shinigami do come back in Revenant and Vengeful form, as well as the walls on the top getting locked off. And Magic says, I got to get walls up myself to defend myself. And that's gonna be it there. The battle balls are gonna come through at the moment as an answer potentially for the samurai. I don't think so. Couple of villages in the middle of the map gonna get down, but look at that, it's 90 villages for Magic. Even if he loses a couple of villages, it's not the end of the world. Meanwhile, another little cheeky raid onto the bottom side as Illuminati has to bail away from there. And this Berserk Narok from a mini Berserk Narok from Illuminati, he needs to get some real damage done. Up to the top, hitting this gold, that's what he needs to do. But Magic is back up to 219 pop. It's 6k versus 6k. And those Shinigami are going to be a big pain to get through. It's the Goaty going down. And where to next? We see any attempt at a raid up the top? Not possible. There's nothing up here anymore. Even markets up as well for a trade route. There's a castle coming up. Hillfort going down. And Illuminati will pull back in here to try at least get a little bit of kills before the actual fight. But the problem is, how does he deal with this army without throwing Axemen? He's going up to the Mythic Age through Tier. Is there a world where Fenris Wolves can be something that work for him here? With this town center? It's not. He's going in the back town center. He's doing it right. All this is going on, splitting up, going after the town center. But Magic is well and truly prepared. Castle is up. Hometown center is going to be going down. Battle Boar's charging in here. Ursa got to go straight after those Shinigami. He does go for them there as Magic pulls back, but they're fast. 5.3 speed versus the 4.8 speed. Ursa is brutal. They can just leave. Up to the top, however, the village is getting poured out on this position as they're turning around to shank. A couple of Yati Spearmen are in with the Samurai to help out. Should be enough here to actually deal with this as the villagers pull back, no problems. And Battle Ball versus Shinigami will go the Shinigami way. They do a lot of damage to them. The only unit that might beat the Shinigami for Norse is the Fafnir. Or maybe the Fenris Wolf with enough of them. Of course, the Herser to get onto the back, but they immediately run. The Illuminati is a fighter here. He's down 40 villages. He's stuck in the... Well, he's not stuck in the Heroic Age. He's now into the Mythic Age. There goes the Fimble Winter. Fimble Winter Wolves to help out on the front fight, but the Hersa is still chasing these Shinigami as they're playing a little bit of chase or run away from the Hersa. He will drop a couple of them, but the Samurai will take down the rest of those Hersa there. More Shinigami to come through onto the backside there. The throwing Axeman going down. And it's just no economy. It is just no economy for Illuminati. The Berserk Naroks have not worked out for him at this stage. Though throwing Axeman versus all of those infantry units has to be not terrible. As the Goaty need to take out those vengeful Shinigami, and the Throwing Axemen need to run back, but they're not shooting scooting as the Shinigami get huge damage onto them, and it's looking like Magic is going to be moving to a 1-0 lead here versus Illuminati. I'm not sure what else he can do now in this position. He's fallen too far behind, too many units to deal with. No economy in the bank. 49 villagers remaining. Continuing to fight, but Town Center number 4 coming for Magic. Forest Fire getting dropped down. The Magic will stay away from that one. And the Shrine of the Hut gets dropped. And that there is game number 1 in the books for the Magic Man. If you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. This is a tournament sponsored by Mill. I am Mill on Twitch. Also supported by the team at Wolf Studios, Motaba as well. And for fuck's sake, helping out behind the scenes too. We'll jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty. So our next game is going to be what? It looks like we're going in onto the map Mirage. Zeus versus Ra on Mirage. Is this live? It is live. Well, it's 3 minutes behind live. There's a delay on the games. The hell is you still in? Jesus, you just dominated everyone. Look at you go. No one's level for Hell's Ravage. I'm just waiting for the guys at the moment. Wait, what was their god picks? Oh, let's put this down here. So Zeus and Ra on the map Mirage. They haven't started yet. Did I make Twitch chat upset when I said that the 1 Raiju rating is no better than 5 rating cavalry rating? Did I make Twitch chat upset? I feel like I did. It makes me happy. Hey man, I'm not saying anything about balance. 5 rating cavalry and one Raiju did the same amount of damage. Like, what do you want me to say? That's what happened. We got to live in the same reality. Like they literally both. Actually, I think the rating cavalry did more damage than the Raiju. Oh dear. Hell's made 12 Raijin versus in 12 minutes versus Matt. That's my boy. That's my boy. Enough of the myth units need nerfs. More like build the myth units. Stop avoiding them like the plague. Jesus, we're playing Age of Mythology. Myth is in the title. Come on, guys. What more do the devs have to do? What does the YouTube chatters think? Give me your opinion, guys. I think we all agree that Susanoo is really strong, right? It's just that I think that the reason Susanoo is strong is in the god powers. It's not in the myth units. That's my take. That god power thing is stupid. People spam god powers. I feel like in that specific game, Magic barely touched the multiple god power angle and made a whole bunch of myth units, and it was a really, really fun game to watch, and Killuminati had chances to win that game without question. Watching all those shrines for the hunt being cast hurt myself. He only did 2. He only did 2. Only 7 plus Kitsunaga. Yeah, that wasn't that many, but yeah. That god power is basically shockwave though, so you're gonna expect about 3 of those a game before it ends up being an excessive amount of Kusanagis. You counted? Was it actually? I don't believe it was 7. Shift click is bugged. Illuminati, hit the go button. We're waiting. Everyone's waiting. There's like 381 plus 208. There's over nearly 600 people waiting right now. Hit the go button. Go, go, go. We all want to see your games. You know what would have been a really good counter to the Raiju? Frost Giant. You guys don't want to hear that, do you? That's fair enough. All right. We got our game starting in about 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Shinigami are low-key busted. Yeah, they're really, really strong, but they're really easy to kill. So they're a very, very high skill cap unit. Like, if you have Goaty, you should be able to kill them off. They shouldn't really have much play. But if the Goaty aren't there, then they're amazing. Or if the Hersa aren't there, then they're amazing. If Thor goes 4 SETI, Skadi, then the Shinigami are a lot easier to deal with, and the Raiju are a lot easier to deal with. But then you don't have the super fast raiding cavalry to go run into the back line and kill off villages and things like that. Trade off. Everyone has to struggle against something. We can talk about this matchup. Zeus and Ra on the map Mirage. The first thing the Ra has to be worried about is a Heracles in their base. The second thing the Ra has to be worried about is the hoplites running around the map causing a whole bunch of problems. And then everything else that comes from that. I'm really interested in the way that Magic's going to approach this. He's been very comfortable saying, I'm going to play Ra on Mirage. So I don't know exactly why Magic likes the Ra and Mirage. Like, there's a lot of really good gods here. Specifically, Gaia is really good here. I think that the Aztecs are really good here. What else is really good? I think that the Norse are really good here, specifically Odin, Freyr, and Loki. I don't like Thor on water anymore. I thought he was really good once upon a time, but I take that all back now. Who else is good? Amaterasu's really good on water. I was just surprised to see Ra. It's not a god that I would expect on a map like Mirage, but nonetheless, that's the map we're going to be seeing. These are the gods we're going to be seeing. Zeus versus Ra for game number 2. Let's jump on to the map and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, into the next game we go. Illuminati tried his hand out at the Thor versus the Magicians. Susanol almost managed to find the dub. A very, very hard fought game, but Magic does manage to do magic things and did take the dub. Game 2 now. Illuminati
Πρόσταγμα
trying to smack this
έτοιμος.
uncooperative gazelle. Illuminati now on the Zeus and Magic on the Ra. Now, the big strength here, so to speak, for Ra, so to speak, is the fact that you can drop a monument down and you can hit dock, granary, mining camp, lumber camp, and your priest can simply leave the base and start looking for obelisks early on. That's the big strength. So we'll see if Magic's going to do that in this game. You probably want to drop it
You need to.
around here, like as close to just on top of the dock as you possibly can.
Image erect.
So we'll see what he's going to do, as a house is going to get dropped down there. And there goes the monument. Hits everything. That's got to feel nice. And then he has to start thinking about walling up this gold mine. Otherwise, the Heracles comes through and life is going to be very, very tough. Got some relics on the map to check out. We've got ourselves Tail Feathers of Heaven, which is going to be infantry hits with melee attack against units inflict 0.3 divine damage per second. Up onto this side, we have the Osberg Wagon. Movement speed plus 10% there. Over onto this side, we have the 9 Cauldrons. A nice relic there for our main man, Magic. That's a relic he needs to pick up. Very, very, very nice relic. Over onto this side, we have the Atlatl of Ehegatl. Also a really nice relic, which makes the Chariot Archers stronger. Definite pick up there. The Chariot Archer is one of those units that doesn't actually have any damage boosting upgrades. Most units have a damage boosting upgrade from memory. Most like mainline units. Chariot Archer doesn't. So this is one of the few ways to actually make that unit do more DPS. So it's a feels good. Set OP says, by the way, if anyone is curious, rain on 9 fishing ships after per Seine. After per Seine is 100 extra food. Before per Seine, it's exactly the same as after per Seine. That being said, you want to use it after so that it's got the extra. You want to use it after Salt Amphora so it's got the extra food carry capacity. That would be your best. Your most valuable usage of the rain, because the fishing ships would be gathering for longer. So there you go. That's my take on it. So either you use it really early, you lose out on a little bit, or you use it later and you gain a little bit. I prefer to use it a little later as well and get some farms up. And I get more total resources. Because that's the way that I like to play. More total resources means more total me stuff. Anyways, we got ourselves the Athena coming through for Illuminati, and it's going to be Dar for Magic. Another monument also clicked up here for Magic too. I'm going to stare at this town center while he's advancing and say, Magic, build villages, auto queue villages, you cancel. Oh, he did it. There you go. Why does rain boost fishing ships? Makes no sense. It's because rain is a dead god power on water maps, and the devs felt bad about it. And actually, in the original game, rain did boost fishing ships' food gather rate. Why is the temple right next to the town center? So one of the big strengths of the Zeus early game is the Heracles and the Jason. they have this technology here, which is called Olympian Parentage, which gives 1 regen rate to the heroes, which basically means they can happily run in, deal damage, and then leave later for without any real problems. So the way to play around it is to simply just wall your base in, and Magic wants to do that. Not only that, he also wants to keep his temple as safe as possible. You don't want to lose that to any hoplites or anything like that. It also is protecting his town center from hoplite raids later. So there's a lot of good reasons for doing it like this. And I think a lot of players today, in the past months, have started putting their temples in safe places because it's 300 resources. If you lose it, it's really, really bad. And you don't want to lose it. So that's the dealio. And there goes the rain for Magic as he's going to just take the extra fish. 1 food per second. These fishing ships are working overtime. That's got to feel good. That's just for a little bit. It's about 100. It's about 100 extra food, I think. Maybe it's a little bit less here because the fishing ships aren't gathering for the whole time. I don't know. But it's just a nice little. It's a nice little boost for something you're probably not going to be using. That being said, I do prefer the idea of dropping it onto farms and having the fishing ships affected on this specific map. If I'm on something like Midgard, where I have 18 to 21 fish, yeah, I'll drop it straight away. There's no problems. In fact, I'll probably drop it in the archaic age as I'm advancing to the classical age for the maximum amount of fish without any sort of ability to stop my fish or hinder them from grabbing resources. But Sobek on the way now for Magic. And on the other side here for Illuminati, he's got a second town center up already. And did Magic spot this? Yes, he did. Generally speaking, 2TC on Mirage has been stock standard for, I don't know, since the inception of Mirage, if you have a safe back gold line, of which Illuminati does have. Now, I'm going to say it because I know someone out there is playing Boit Bingo. I want to see a transport ship here. Why? Well, Magic is going to you don't have to go for it right away, obviously, but Magic is going for a timing attack type thing here with Ra. He's on 1 town center versus 2 town center. He needs to get damage done in the next 5 to 8-ish minutes, probably closer to 5 minutes than 8-ish minutes. But nonetheless, if it decides to charge over here and attack this position, then these villagers can make a bail into a transport ship over onto this side, get away from the units really, really quickly, and he's going to be in a good spot. Nonetheless, the rock is in, and that's going to look for some old school rock raids. And there goes the Dionysus for Illuminati. So 2TC, fast heroic from Illuminati versus the 1 town center fast heroic from Magic. Magic does have a lot of opportunities here to get some real damage done. But he needs to get going very, very quickly because Illuminati is going to be so fast towards Hoplite and Peltast. In fact, he probably should just go Hoplites right away and into Peltast a little bit later. If he sees the Chariot Archers, you're fine because you can just sort of garrison, watchtowers, pull villagers back, get your Peltast out. But if you pull Peltast first and your opponent has Camel Riders, then they're going to be able to charge into your base and take damage. But nonetheless, Hand Axe, Olympian Parentage, Sarissa coming through, medium infantry. There's no real food on this side outside of the cows here. These villagers could pull off and jump onto the cows. It's not a problem. As the rock comes over. It's rock raids! The rock raids are in! Locust onto this position. He picks off 1, 2, 3 villagers. Eventually another one there as well. It does get garrisoned. And over onto this side. Houses coming through. What is he thinking? That's going to be even more damage there as even more villagers are going down. The Heracles coming over here. Both of these myth units will end up going. I don't think you're escaping here. I don't think you are. That rock is going down. It falls as the myth units drop out. And that's going to be the Hydra there coming in to clean that up for free damage and extra heads. I think I would prefer the Hydra to get that damage, but there you go. So after all that damage is dealt with, It's 34 to 29 villagers. That's big for Magic. I think that was a good trade for Magic, especially because he's got tempo right now with his units. But as the god power down, that's the difficult thing. Already up to heavy hoplites. Illuminati says, I don't want to mess around here with naked hoplites. Let's give them armor before I even start building them. Units don't die from the fall. They take damage from the fall, yes. But it's a myth unit. It's not going to die from falling. It'll take damage for sure. It might like break a bone or something, but the Wadjet died. He's a weakling. Spetsabek, that's Chad unit there. He's not going to die. Now we see the Hydra coming through from Illuminati. I like that. Hydra plus Restoration is always really strong. Plus also the Bronze there after is going to be strong too. As the Camel Rider comes in, picks off one villager. Magic is just looking for raids for the time being. I feel like Magic could have dropped his second town center after the successful rock raid, and that would have been a really good idea rather than this second town center. Oh, sorry, second Migdol. Grab this town center instead, but now he's still in this sort of I got to deal damage sort of phase here. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. And to the left side, Camel Rider's searching. Over here, the villagers yet again just garrisoning into the town center. There's only a handful of them here. The Magic, he's just running rings around the hoplites. The hoplites do move pretty quickly at 4.9 speed, but the Camel Riders, oh, great wall there from Illuminati, catching the Camel Riders out. That is exactly what you got to do. And that amount of loss there makes this a very, very difficult game now for Magic. He's going to lose every one of those Camel Riders. The Camel Rider Chariot Arch is back onto the front to try and take out the temple. Illuminati says, no worries, I'll leave. I can just build another temple. It's not the end of the world here. I picked up all those Camel Riders, and I've got a villager advantage, and you don't have a Heroic Age God power. What are you going to do? Axeman now starting to come from Magic. He does have himself heavy Axeman in queue as well. Knows he's going to need those for the hoplites, but the problem is, how are you going to deal with the Hydras? You've got a Pharaoh, a couple of priests in the mix. I wouldn't even say that bolting the Pharaoh would be a bad idea here. Just bolt the Pharaoh to take the fight, bronze and go. As the Minotaur takes a little bit of damage there, pulling back. You want to keep it alive for restoration if you can. 150 population to 129. As the hoplites charging after those priests there. Axeman turning around. Nice control from Magic. Picks off one Minotaur. But this could be where Illuminati throws the game. If he charges onto this position, it's going to be very tough to break without siege. He does have heavy myth units from Zeus, but no siege. He could try it. It might work. I don't know. Bronze and Restoration in onto this position. Bolt the Pharaoh and then go has to be the right idea if he wants to do this. He doesn't have any Toxotes to deal with those other units. They're not bolting the Pharaoh there. I don't know about that, but he's going in. Hydra going to get pulled back. The Peltas going after the Chariots. Great control from Magic. But he can't take this fight here. The bronze is too much. Maybe one Migdol might fall, but Magic immediately relocates up to the top side. Axeman coming through here to try and get some damage done while the Migdol is going down. Like I said, this is where the game can get thrown, trying to crack this position, but it's looking pretty nice here for Magic, for Illuminati at the moment. One Hydra goes down. Camel Riders onto the backside, but the hoplites are going to come through. Restoration after the bronze to get as much value as he possibly can. This Hydra's up to 1,000 HP. No, damage dealt, not HP. He's got 800 HP, but very close to it. Some extra, a fourth head, I think. But Magic doing everything he possibly can to hold this power spike, and it looks like he does hold it. And Illuminati has to pull back. But Illuminati's still in front by 20 villages. He's in an amazing position right now. Migdal Stronghold coming up for Magic on the top. And the healing gonna come through, and we'll see if Magic can make something happen, because Illuminati is going to get himself sorted out here. Fortress, walls. I'd love to see him get fully walled to play around Camel Rider raids. He is fully walled on the bottom. No, he's not. That'd be huge. If Magic sneaks through here, hits this villager lion, that would be what Magic needs to do to bring this game back. Why doesn't Magic take a town center? I'm not exactly... Now he's taking one. I'm not exactly sure why he didn't want to take it earlier. But I think like now it might be a little on the later side. Sultan 4 coming through for Illuminati, and bronze weapons. Upgrades also pretty cute, as well as the archer upgrades. Toxotes in. The deal with those axemen is really smart. I don't think Magic can really do a whole lot here. Illuminati knows he can just sit back. Potentially the best move to try and get Illuminati to make some mistakes is to grab a third town center. Chariot archers pushing forward. They're going to get taken out here as well. Oop. Villagers over onto this side, and Illuminati, he knows about it. He's over here immediately. He finds the villagers. That's brutal. Magic can't be losing villagers at the moment. Not when you're behind by that amount. Shifting sands on the villagers to keep them alive there. Decides he can try and take this fight as the Hydra is taking some damage. He needs to kill off the three-headed Hydra though. As the Camel Rider swinging around onto the backside. Toxotes there tanking up that Axeman there as well. Beautiful play from Illuminati. Gets onto the Camel Riders onto the back now, but Magic has to pull back. And he just can't beat or crack this army. And Migdal Stronghold coming up onto the front could be what he needs here. But then again, Petropolis is already out. Does Illuminati have the units here to fight back is the question. Restoration for a second time there from Illuminati as well. The units will pull back up. Migdal Stronghold's going to be in. Hoplites coming through over onto this side, looking for a little bit of a Migdal Stronghold raid. A couple of units can come over and deal with that, no problems. But the Petropolis now can slowly start sieging this position down. But the real big problem is, I think the Illuminati here can get to the next age pretty shortly. He's spamming units. He can't get out of his base to grab this town center, but he's got another gold mine over here, so he's sort of fine. But the other thing he can do is sneak up and grab this gold mine with a fortress and some walls, and he should be in a good spot. As Magic says, no, I got an advantage here. All those Toxotes will not be able to deal with this amount of Camel Rider, especially with the Migdal Stronghold there. As Magic is finding every little crack inside the Illuminati army here. The Locust getting dropped down onto these units as they're all taking huge damage. He does garrison through the towns and it gets out of the Locust for the time being. And Magic will need to pull back here. But he's staying in onto this spot. Meanwhile, Illuminati does sneak onto the gold mine. Riders trying to take out those Toxotes on the back here. Loses a lot there to the Hoplites. He's just not able to make these trades happen. No real micro with the Chariot Archers, but he's got plenty of them, so he's able to take the fights nicely. Magic needs to be aware that this gold mine is getting taken. Another town center coming up onto the back there for Magic. Good control with the Chariot Archers to get as much value as he possibly can. Pulls through the Migdal. Now the Hoplites say, no, we can take the fight. Favor coming up for another restoration here from Illuminati. Does he have enough stuff to actually take this Migdal out is the big question. A bolt there onto the siege tower. That's nice. These Chariot Archers need to pull back. You cannot be sitting there tanking Peltasts. But that's exactly what's going on. Townsend are coming up here for Illuminati as well. Magic manages to hold here again. The thing is, this town center doesn't give much to Illuminati apart from just more max population, whereas the third town center for Magic gives Magic a catch-up on the villager differential. We do have the Hera coming through for Illuminati, but it's a ways away. Needs a lot of gold income. We see villagers coming over onto this side. Magic now comes over here. He sees the hunt. Does he see? He sees a villager. He sees another villager putting up the walls. Magic now going to come in with the Camel Rider raids. The army is somewhat out of position. Has to break through the Migdol. Without the Camel Riders here to defend, I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold the Migdol stronghold. Axeman on top of the hoplites has to be good for the Axeman. Restoration, however, comes through and Magic will dive through the Migdol stronghold. Migdol coming up over onto this side as the Camel Riders returning over here. Does Magic have enough stuff to hold this position or not? Camel Riders diving through onto the back line. Petropolis taking the siege in a big way here. Axeman coming through to try and take out everything, and Illuminati pulls back. Petropolis slowly but surely going down. Chariot Archers going down. This army of Illuminati is not looking like it's holding. In fact, the Ra army of Magic is winning these fights. What is the armory differential? It's bronze versus copper. Illuminati has more stuff without question, but he's just not able to win these fights. Villagers dying. I want to see a siege works. Nice perpendicular wall for Magic. My favorite thing he needs is, he's got one over here. Just build a siege tower and take the town center down. Do not need to kill this main position here. Not in the slightest. Hydra's coming out. Hoplites coming out. Toxotes coming out. Illuminati is looking stuck here to some degree. The camel caravan's on the way. He does still have this gold mine. Mining that out fast. See a couple of units coming over to try and snipe that one there, but gold mine over here with 2,000 gold. Gold mine over here with 2,800 gold. There's another wave of units to come through to try and finally break this Migdol stronghold. Can he get through here is the question. Bolts onto a priest. He was aiming for the Pharaoh. Hydra goes down. Chariot Archers taking out the hoplites. I wouldn't mind seeing some elephant potentially from Magic just because of the Toxotes there, but the Chariot Archers are probably going to be enough where that's concerned. I don't understand how Magic does this. I've been in this position like a billion times and I just cannot manage to bring these spots back, but Magic just does it.
And reach.
Pushes forward maybe a little bit too far here though. As the hoplites getting in on top of those Chariot Archers, they've got that bonus damage versus Cav, which means they've got bonus damage versus Chariot Archer. As the front line of the priests, well, they tanked a lot. They do go down, and potentially here, Magic does need to pull out of this spot. We do have a fortress over here. Still no siege tower onto that fortified town center is making things very, very tough here for Magic. Now Magic's got to pull back up to the top side. More siege towers coming through, and I have to say, the game is feeling incredibly equal at this point. Axemen charging straight into their deaths, though, is not what you want to do. You almost want to keep the Axemen back and allow the Chariot Archers to deal damage until the hoplites charge forward, and then use your Axemen. Tough to do. Easy to say, tough to do, though. Siege towers out now for Magic. I want to see him come this way. Without question. Does not need to worry about anything else. More Hydras in for Illuminati. There's a priest getting some damage done. Chariot Archers need to pull back. They can't face tank the hoplites. And Magic starting to feel like he's losing these fights, pulling back. Siege towers do roll over to the town center. This Migdol getting taken out. Can Magic make the trades happen here?
Into you.
Couple more priests going to be starting to come through to deal with the Hydra and all the other good stuff. Illuminati continuing to make his way through here, but this town center is going down. No reaction from Illuminati over there. He is losing units over onto this side. I'll say it again. Elephant seem like it makes sense here for Magic. He's playing Ra. Ra gets a boost of HP for his Elephant. They're going to be able to tank. They're going to be able to deal with the Toxotes. So the town center over here does fall. Villagers trying to take out the other enemy villagers there as well. But Illuminati, he's finished up on that. Does he have no gold left? Illuminati's got no gold left, but he's got 14 donkey caravans. What a game we're witnessing right now. Magic has a gold mine over here he doesn't know about. He's got a gold mine he doesn't know about. Shifting sands coming in from Magic now. Over onto this side. He sees the opportunity to strike onto those villagers. 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds remaining. 1 second remaining. Town center up. Now Magic's chariot archers are cut off from the rest of his army. He's got to bring those heavy raiding cavalry around, or camel riders around, as the villagers over here have to dive into the Migdol fortress. Chariot archer trying to take out the villagers there. Not able to do so. He's in a very difficult... He could run through this way potentially. Camel Riders going up against Hoplites is exactly what Illuminati wants here, but Magic has done some real nice damage. But the return fire will inevitably come through. I'm genuinely shook we're not seeing 3 or 4 monuments from Magic, and he's not building a single Petsikos. Where are they? Chariot Archer's over here dying. At any point, he's got all the food in the bank. He's got all the gold in the bank. 2 more monuments would go a long way here for Matt. Even just for another, I'll even say even for another Locust Swarm, wouldn't be a terrible idea. But both players are stuck in this heroic age. The villagers for Magic. He's got 26 camel caravans. He's out of gold. But there's a gold mine over here that he doesn't see. How is he to know? Well, he knew there was a gold mine here. He knew there was a gold mine here. He knew there was a gold mine here. He knew there's a gold mine here. He knows there's another gold mine behind him somewhere if he thinks about it. But Migdol Stronghold coming up. Illuminati needs this gold mine. Magic needs this gold mine. Illuminati's got 250 favor in the bank. Enough for a restoration, but he needs a full amount of units. Enough for a bronze, but he needs a full population amount of units here. Villagers going down over onto this side as the Hoplites will end up falling as well. Axemen do manage to get on top of the Hoplites, but the Toxotes are going to be doing some really good damage there as well. Camel Riders do manage to somewhat break through here. It's a good choke point for Illuminati, but this gives Magic the gold mine over here. Any siege, we see Osiris coming through for Magic. Ideas of 2 or 3 monuments and mummies start to sound really good if the Zeus player is stuck in the heroic age without Bellerophon. Migdol Stronghold coming up for Magic onto this side as well for a double security of this. But it looks like we do have 33 donkey caravans. I think Illuminati is there. think he's there for an attack here. He's missing some houses, unfortunately. So only got 14. You need 16. Metropolis coming back in. All he needs is maybe 2 Hydras and then Bronze Restoration and go for something to happen here. But Magic is snapping up the map. He is squeezing Illuminati out of this game. I don't even know how Magic has done this. There is, like, the position looked bleak for him from an economic standpoint, but he's managed to extract maximal value out of the Egyptian army. And Osiris will come in. Did he bring his Pharaoh over? Yes, he has. On the way. And now Magic going after the town center. Son of Osiris in. There is a bolt, but you cannot use bolt on this bad boy. He has GP protection. Siege tower slowly starting to come through. There is this restoration. There is this bronze. Son of Osiris doesn't care about a bronze, though. He does divine damage. Now we are seeing Elephant actually champion. War Elephant are going to be coming through. This is an ultimate unit. Once you get to champion, all of a sudden the Elephant do plus 0.75 to damage area effect. Incredibly powerful stuff there as the villagers trying to repair the town center up. Illuminati still trying to break through here. He does get the Hydras out, but he has to deal with the Son of Osiris because that's such a strong answer for Hydra. As there goes the bronze. Again, bronze doesn't really matter. Restoration as well coming through here for Illuminati. He's at full pop. Is this going to be enough to break through this position? Again, it probably doesn't matter anymore about gold for Magic. He's got plenty of trade caravans.
Πρόσταγμα.
Magical retreat. He's getting his walls set up over onto the left side. You also have to remember, Magic's got arguably the best late game out of anyone in the history of Asian mythology. He's a deathmatch player. He's beaten all the deathmatch players. And he's such a good deathmatch player. He knows exactly how to squeeze an opponent. Son of Osiris, Min defending over here against all those Toxotes as well, staying out of range, watching the damage come through. No garrison there from Magic just yet as he's charging into the main base to take out this town center. The villagers repairing that up. Son of Osiris garrisoning up to the top to take out the Hydra as well. Magic cleans up the town center. These elephants can take out villages and all the other good stuff. Catapult going to come through here as well. And at this point, Magic is like, the only thing that kills my elephant is Hoplite. So why don't I just go Axeman Hoplite? Especially with the bonus damage, or the area of effect damage. It doesn't show up in the UI for some reason, but it's definitely doing a little bit of extra damage if the unit is close enough. Metropolis going to clean up this Migdol stronghold slowly. Son of Osiris is caught out a little bit. And catapult over on this side for Magic to take out the fortress here, which will open up the trade route. The trade route stops, which it currently is getting stopped. That is game over for Illuminati. Illuminati needs a Mythic Age. Like Medusa would be good here. Champion Hoplites to help out versus the Elephants is much needed. But he is stuck in a very difficult spot now. Son of Osiris will end up falling there. Nice pick there for Illuminati. Gives him a little bit more of a fighting chance with that unit off the map. We're just going to attempt to get the town center up as Magic is into Baluster Tower. They say, no, this area is mine. I don't need the villagers gathering. We've got 9,000 wood in the bank. We're staving up The next game. Next game's wood stockpile. I'm not sure what else Illuminati can do here. He's still getting the trade through. So he's still got fight left in him. But he's down a town center. He's got units in his doorstep. A lighthouse coming through. Look at what Magic can see. And look at what he's about to see. At least in power. Got to stop the lighthouse. It's too strong.
Into you.
Please empower it. Empower it. Okay, never mind. GG. What a game from Magic. He had no business winning this game. Illuminati had a perfect defense on his 2 talent center versus Magic's 1 talent center kind of stuff. In fact, it was going well for so long for Illuminati, but he just couldn't break the Migdol. Not enough siege, perhaps. The wrong angle to attack, perhaps. Maybe he could have gone somewhere else to deal with that. And he was just slowly but surely falling victim to this specific stat. Units killed. Villagers killed. That's the difference in this game. That's the difference in this game. I don't have much else to say. We got one more game to go for today. Magic has had an incredible run thus far. He's only dropped 1 game, but his worst enemy to come next, I believe it's Hell's Ravage. So don't you guys go nowhere. I think we'll give a slight break to the Magician Man if he wants it, and then we'll jump into the next game. All right. HR. And it's best of 5, and it's, what do I call this? We just call it round of 4 or qualifier match? Qualifier match. All right. Let me see exactly what's going on. Okay. All right, we're just going to take a short break. I don't really have a be right back set up, so I'll be right back. I'm going to set a timer. Do I have a timer? Nope. Let me get a timer. I'm going to go with a 5-minute break, and then we'll do our next our qualifier thingamajiggy. All right, 5 minutes, and then we're gonna have them start a draft. See you guys soon. We're back. Well, almost. For those of you wondering what's going on at the moment, there is also another stream going on. And Mini Eddie and Garneth are currently going at it. Actually, has Mini Eddie, has that game already finished? I think it might already be finished. Did Mini Eddie, no spoilers. I'm not sure what happened. We need background music. Is that the type of everyone's leaving now? I see. All right. Can we get that spicy Egyptian? Can't do it. Is that what you're after? Is that what you're after? Oh dear. Oh, I forgot to do this. Donate to Camouflage if you make that your ringtone. That was surprisingly almost good. Hey! I resent that. Alright. Let's see how these guys are going. If they are getting close. Magic with the finished lunch. Stop trying to keep me up. I want to go to sleep. 4 minutes. All right. Can you do the draft while you have your break? All right. Let me Hells vs Magic, is it 2016? I think it might be. Only difference is Hells plays a whole different bunch of gods now. What is Hells playing? He plays Norse, he plays Japan. What else does he play? I don't really know. Whenever I play against him, he's playing Norse or Japan. But we are into the best of 5 territory now, so there's a little bit more God pool that we have to see. This is the first sort of like best of 3 tournament we've had, you know? Like, you can see what gods he played so far on Liquipedia. Wonderful. Let's go and have a look. Thanks, Liquipedia. Go Liquipedia. Liquipedia. You might be able to ask Uros for the whatchamabucket. Whatever it's called. What's it called? 3 a.m. brain. Come on, let's go. Let's use the 3 a.m. brain. The tournament icon. Is that what it's called? I don't know. Oh no. Nyan Racing Cat's narrative has crumbled. Where's Nyan? Hell's Ravage has picked Shenong. China has been picked and has won. Not only picked, but also won. Incredible. Does that mean anyone else who's picked China? Or is it literally just that one game? Oh! Mini Eddie has picked Nuwa. Oh, Chasing the Sun picked Fuji. Lost with it, but he picked it. Matador? No, Mini Yeti picked Fuji and won with it. All right, I think China is well and truly broken and needs nerfs. Alrighty. Okay, the guys are now doing their draft to Rooney. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They get to pick 2 maps each now. Next tournament should do match of the day and throw a few bucks to the players who win. That last series was so good. It's hard to know in these sort of qualifiers. I think there were quite a few incredible games that were played through these qualifiers. We've only seen a couple of them. Like, I don't know if Liquipedia doesn't have like the game time or anything on them, right? Actually, I could go into aomstats.io and see replays. Can I check customs? No. I think there was some bangers. Like Illuminati versus Divine. There was a banger here. I think there was a banger with Eric versus Chasing the Sun, or if not more than one banger. Multiple bangers. Matador and Mini Yeti would have had some nice games. Yeah. But there's also the main event to come. So we might even see a best game there as well. All right, we got some maps. Happy days. Not a single water map was picked. A certain somebody has banned them all out. Actually, both of them banned one of them out. I think Magic's had enough of playing on water for one day. And he says, no more. No Midgard. And Hell says, no Mirage. So we've got ourselves a old-fashioned... how do I say it? An old-fashioned land-off. let's talk you guys through the old pick bands for... Where's the magic pick? It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Smash Mouth? Where did Smash Mouth come from? Somebody once told me the world. We got some bands coming through. Let me talk you through them. Hell's Ravage bands, Huitzilopochtli and Ra. Magic bands out the Gaia. And what's next? And an Odin. That's a targeted ban. He doesn't want Hell's Ravage on the Odin. Wild. All right. Well, you see why I'm a pianist and a singer? I am a backing vocalist as well. Thank you very much. Woo. Hell's Ravage first picks Tsukiyomi. This guy's crazy. He just gave every pick to Magic that he could possibly want. What could Magic want here? Quetzalcoatl, Uranus, Kronos is open. Tezcatlipoca, Shinnong, Amaterasu. Wow, Magic grabs the Uranus. Like he's playing everything under the sun here. Uranus is definitely very, very strong. I haven't seen Magic play a single Uranus game since he's come back though. Ooh. And then Magic grabs the Susanoo. No surprises. Hells grabs Loki as his second pick. Loki. Where's Soup? Someone gets Soup. Husk Soup. The Soup Man. Don't forget Soup. And then he picks Zeus. Wow. Hells is just picking everything else. Magic is going to get his Quetzalcoatl. And then what? The land tournament reached the crowdfunding goal? Yeah, we made over $5,000. And we are still accepting donations. But I'm not focused on that today. Or tomorrow for that matter. Magic then picks himself Isis up. So he's got Uranus, Susanoo, Quetzalcoatl, Isis. Hell's Ravage has Tsukiyomi, Loki, Zeus, and now he grabs Fushi. Fushi and Set. So two last picks for Magic. I'm surprised Kronos. You know what? Kronos is still on the table. No one likes Kronos. Magic says it's terrible. Why pick Kronos? He grabs Amaterasu as his fifth pick. This is wild. And there is his Kronos. And Hell's, his final pick is going to be Thor? Hades. Well, here you go, guys. Have a little look-see at this. Not going to lie, I really like Magic's draft. That looks like a draft that I would walk away from this game being very happy to play. A lot of really powerful gods. Best god in the game, Uranus. Best god in the game, Susanoo. Best god in the game, Isis. Best god in the game, Kronos. Has a DLC god in Quetzalcoatl. But we'll see how it's going to go. I got to drop my jumper back on. I'm getting cold. Ross. All right. Our first map is what? Our first map is going to be on Step. And the picks, what would I pick here for Step? Let me have a think. I don't think I pick Oranos here very often. I pick Quetzalcoatl if I'm Magic on this map. I think that's good into everything that Hells has. To be completely honest, I don't think there's a bad matchup there for Quetzalcoatl. And Magic thinks the same as he picks that god. And Hells says he actually finds himself an interesting pick here inside of Fu Shi. I don't like China versus the Aztecs. I think that matchup's quite difficult. Primarily because of the early game Warrior Priest shenanigans forces you into some stuff you probably don't want to go for all too often. But I mean, you could just rush Watchtowers, actually. Maybe that's the right way to play China versus the Aztecs. Just rush Watchtowers out, and then the Warrior Priests aren't that big of a deal. Maybe. I don't know. All right. This next game is going to be starting momentarily, guys. These guys are taking their sweet-ass time. Well, they are both American, so they're literally in the middle of the day. Well, not both American. One of them is American. The other one's Canadian. But they're both in a similar time zone, so they're not in any rush to finish these. Qualifier build walls super fast, so there is that too. Yeah. I don't know if I want to go walls and rushing Watchtowers, but maybe that's the right option. All right. Yeah, Tezcatlipoca seems really strong to me. I think a lot of people are underrating him, and I think a lot of people think that he is more gimmicky than he actually is. That's my current running theory on Tezcatlipoca. I don't think he's a gimmicky god at all. You think you can play gimmicky with him if you want, but he is very, very strong. Especially with Malina. With Malina, he's got a lot of really good matchups. Fast Rock Jaguar spam is not the be all and end all, I think. I think it's strong, but I think that's part of the gimmicky nature of it. I don't think you have to play gimmicky. Like, I think that the Tezcatlipoca classical age is quite strong. Mill, how's it going? Everyone enjoying the tournament? I am. Me, over here. Is there a separate day of qualifiers? No, the next round, or the next stage of this tournament is the main event. It's a round robin main event. So everyone plays everyone in their... Yeah, everyone plays everyone. It's 8 players. Everyone plays everyone once, best of 3s. So 21 games. Is that right? 8? No, that's more than that. 24 games. It's 24 games. So 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 4. 28 games? 24 games? 28 games? 28 games? That's a lot of games. Polo Manio. When I talk about people at work about this game, I feel like I have such a niche interest. Yeah. Look, let's be honest. We're a special breed. We are a special breed. Can these guys hurry up and start already? Start the game already. Anytime I bring up the game and the actual other person knows what it is, and I don't have to say, oh, it's like Age of Empires 2, but it's got other stuff in it. That makes me happy when they actually know what the game is. Lots of people don't even know that it exists. I think everybody knows what Age of Empires 2 is, but for whatever reason, Myth just didn't people just don't know. And I think everyone would love it, you know. Mooski hyped for the Loki pick. True. Are we starting? Yes, they're in. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, I should change this to Hell's Ravage. This is qualifier match. What is this match called? What would you call this match? Like the match where if you win the match you qualify, what would you call that? What's the word for that? Is there promotion match? Promotion match? What's a better word for it? I need someone to help me out with language. The daddy match? No, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, Peter Crocs. Love you, but no. Qualifying match doesn't help me, Sticky. Match point doesn't help me. The golden match. Promotion match? I think promotion match makes sense. Anyways, I could just call it finals. Decider match. I like that. All right. So our first match is Fushi versus Quetzalcoatl. I think if Magic doesn't go too heavy on the early game heroes, I think Hells is going to have a good game here. That's my guess. Chrono JJ in the chat. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. I miss your face. Should only play the old school gods. Well, Magic's got a lot of the new gods. He's got a diverse selection of gods: Atlantean, Egyptian, Japanese, Aztec. Yeah. Hells has got a diverse range of gods. He's got Greek, Egyptian, Japanese, and Chinese. 4 different. That's nice. Too busy. You keep those streets safe. I need those streets to be safe. Alrighty. Off to the races we go in onto the map step. Let's go for game number 1. It's best of 5. And off to the races we go in the top right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Quetzalcoatl. The decider match. It's mildly rusty Magic. I feel like the more he plays, the less rusty he's going to become. And he's played a lot of games today, so he must be in fine form. His bone today in the red color. I haven't been able to watch a single game of his today, but he is unlossless. Nope, that's the wrong one. He is without a loss for today. He has taken out Gabe, 2-0. He took out Matrius, 2-0. He took out Ulysses, 2-0. He is on an absolute tear, and one man stands before him, and Eternal Glory. Well, actually, not Eternal Glory, just a ticket to the main event. To then have a chance at Eternal Glory. That's important. If you win a tournament, then that can never be taken away from you. It is literally eternal. You won that tournament. It can't be rewritten. It can't be rewritten. You guys' predictions. Where's my mods? You guys, what are you doing? I don't even know what's going on. All right. Good luck. I don't even know if I did that right. All right. We got ourselves our gimme game here. So for Magic, it's looking like he is going for the livestock pen. He's going for a more stock standard opening here. He's going to drop a temple fairly shortly as well. Not a crazy fast advance, but not really a slow one either, as the temple is going to get up over here. Hell's on the bottom side of the map. He's got his temple. He's got his Peach Blossom Spring. And all the other good stuff over here. Magic is sharing his cal. Well, it depends on what you're going to do. If you're only going one attachment and you're looking for a faster advance for potentially earlier heroes, then I like this one better than a 3 Calpulli advance. But if you're not going for early heroes, or for whatever reason, I like the multiple Calpulli one as the opener. But I think Magic is valuing the early Deuterinos, the early warrior priests, and that also lets him get things like relics on the map, potential pressure. He's also going for Hui Hui, which is Hui Hui Coyotl, which is very, very different from what we've seen from him. Very, very different from what we've seen. We've been seeing him go Patakettle basically every single game. As a warrior priest moving over onto the left, grabbing Black Lotus. Come over onto the right, grabbing Noves of the Sphinx. There's also relics down the bottom, Eye of Horus, and all the other good stuff, whereas Hell's Ravage has simply grabbed himself a Kui Drum, and he's going to be enjoying slightly better heroes there. The other thing that I think people forget is just because you don't have the wood one up, if the units are dropping into the Calpulli livestock pen, you are actually helping get yourself even more turkeys. So this could be min-maxing on the turkeys. You get more turkeys by doing it this way. So it's not like everything is bad. Sure, a little bit less wood, but a little bit more everything else. Noble Sat coming up here as the warrior priest coming through, and Najar is out for some nice defense. Got to be so careful with that laser turret boy. He is a very, very powerful boy, but divine damage, of which the Najar does divine damage with the burn, I believe. I'm not going to be able to tell you. I'm pretty sure he does divine damage with his burn. Will absolutely and unequivocally demolish the Shinekwe. We will see Tai Chi coming through for Hells. He's also getting out some Fire Archers. And spending his favor fairly nicely. Early Tai Chi, 10 favor, does cut into the Kwafu production, but so long as you're keeping your favor at 0 here, I don't think it really matters. There's units coming back in. We are seeing Coyote Warriors. I like that. I like the Coyote Warrior here. I think that makes a lot of sense. Straight into Coyote Warriors to deal with Pioneers, to deal with the potential Fire Archers, force out potentially the Dao Swordsman and stuff like that. There's Magic charges forward. Does manage to take out a Deuterino though, as the Fire Archer will go down. And now Magic is able to continue his poking in, running away actions. You just full pop Coyote Warriors versus China. You can't because of Dao Swordsman and because of White Horse Cav, but yeah, you basically, yeah, I think the Coyote Warrior versus China sounds like a very, very strong unit. But anyways. Fire Archers also aren't terrible versus the Coyote Warrior either. Like 233 effective pierce armor.
请下命
This
令。
guy's doing 3x, 4.4 times 3 is like 12. 13 damage a second. We get through a Cardi Warrior with enough of those fire archers as well, as long as you have somewhat of a front line. I guess you can make yourself the Yahtses as an answer for the Cardi Warriors. The one thing for Magic to be somewhat aware of is he wants to grab this tech here from his Noble's Hut after he grabs the Tezponatli drums, if he wants to continue making these Cardi Warriors. But for the moment, Hells is playing a very, very strong defensive game. Market coming up. Another answer for these Cardi Warriors is Nubar Tautier. Very, very good idea against the Quetzalcoatl. Just on the fact that we're scared of things like Sean 1 as well later on. And if you get yourself those Deuterinos, it can be very, very good. And we were going to see it for a second. Hells threatened it twice, actually, and then said, nah, we're going to go for Gormang. Not a terrible idea, to be honest. This is very good for your cavalry, and ideas of getting into Whitehorse Cav or getting into anything else as well is pretty good. The Cardi Warrior is looking for a little bit of damage, but Hell's still sitting back, playing some good defense for the time being. He did cut villagers, though. I always get nervous. When anyone cuts villagers. I much prefer to see a pre-queued age up than someone cutting villagers, because they forget to restart them. And that's where problems arise. The Dow Swordsman will start to come through. And of course, Tezponatli drums now coming in. I think. Wait, is he bloodletting? No. Did he sack a Vill? I think he must have sacked a Vill to get that, because he hasn't picked off a unit just yet. I preferred him to just drop a warrior priest over here and bloodlet for ages, but nonetheless, some Cardi Warriors coming over. They spot the Qualifier coming up onto this position to drop a ballet, secure the gold mine. Nice play thus far from Hells. Very, very safe. Magic also, I like the play from him. He didn't overcommit into Cardi Warriors. Very, very smart. Only a handful of them, only enough. Overcommitting onto the Cardi Warrior does leave you in a difficult position if your opponent doesn't go into a huge amount of archers.
准备就绪。
As the ballet is up, and Magic now has to find the next way into this game. Let's have himself a couple of Eagle Warriors coming through. Does he have a War Hut? No War Hut. So not easy to make those Spearmen, which he definitely is going to be needing here. As he catches the Sage. Yeah, it's a huge amount of damage onto the Sage. Doesn't manage to kill off that Dow Swordsman, but doesn't matter. As into the main base comes Aniatochli to try and take out all of these buildings. And being on this spot, he can definitely prevent units from getting in here to take out the Atochli. You do have a Warrior Priest getting converted as well. That's the Atochli going after the main town center. A big attack from Magic here. But Whitehorse Cav coming through. We've got the Shinekue over onto this side, though. The Sage will be able to come in. There goes the lightning weapons as well as the Terracotta Riders. However, behind this comes the Earth Monster. It looks to me like it's probably not going to be enough. As the Atochli goes down, Earth Monster continues along here. Some good damage from Magic, but the units get shot back out. And a couple more units are going to get picked off. But it looks to me like Hells does come out perfectly fine here. You really don't need to chase those Eagle Warriors away. They're actually getting helped here a little bit. They're more than going to be able to take down the rest of these units. And, well, Hells is out of there. Survives. Town Center might need to get repaired back up, but survives that attack. There is still a lullaby available here for Magic. I would have liked to see him actually use that on the heroes to potentially take the Town Center down, but not something that he wanted to go for. He's also still got himself the Tailwind gold power, which is huge. But that being said, there should be a Peach Blossom Spring. He's already eaten it. He's already eaten the Peach Blossom Spring. Never mind. Couple villages going down. And onto the backside, White Horse Cavalry. We're going to get a little bit of damage done. Of course, these White Horse Cavalry will be able to take out those Eagle Warriors. Like, these things are 3 pop. They're very strong. We probably only need about like half to 3/4 the amount of of White Horse Cavalry to Eagle Warrior if they're naked and there's nothing surrounding them, no front line. Should be able to get in there and deal with those. But Magic, he's just going, I don't mind. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on here. These Eagle Warriors get sent packing up onto this side though. Eagle Warrior, White Horse Cavalry raid coming onto the villages. A nice raid from Hells. Why deal with this when you can deal with something else? Is the Tailwind and the Lullaby to keep all of his villages in one piece while trying to get damage done in the main base here. Still doesn't have himself ballistics. Doesn't even have a market. So those Eagle Warriors are a little bit lackluster, but he's searching for damage. Without that Tailwind, these Eagle Warriors become a lot less potent. Great attack here from Hell's Ravage. He gets on top of the Eagle Warrior. He's going to be doing a lot of good damage here as he does turn, trying to take them out. Hells is also trying to do some sort of animation canceling here, but the Spearmen get in, and that's going to be somewhat of a blocker there. But more Spearmen coming through as Hells says, I'm going to keep going after your Eagle Warriors. They keep on microing. At 5 speed, these things are absolutely insane. But the couple of Flower Money Spearmen were enough here to block, especially with the Warrior Priest as well, were enough to block. And Hells can't get through. Did not have enough units to deal with all of that. Still no armory from Magic, as he also should be thinking about getting himself String of Hearts, or some other stuff, ballistics, etc. Spearmen will come over here. Good reaction from Magic as the Spearmen are in to deal with the damage that the Spearmen do. Underneath the town center here, taking units out, and Hells, unfortunately, there does need to tap out as Magic for maybe the first game in his entire run today. Incredibly clean. Magic has not had a clean game today. This is the first clean win that he's had. The first one. Well done, Magic. Let's see if Hells can slap back in game 2. Or if Magic can continue his clean ways. Looks like it's going to be on Marsh for game 2. AOL Iron Maiden, you watch yourself, mate. How dare you have an opinion that we don't share? What did I say the map was? Marsh. And it's going to be a Loki versus Isis. I should also mention to you guys as well that tomorrow we have the third installment of the Sat Fat Set Shenanigans show matches. I don't think it's been locked in just yet who's playing, but if I show off, I can't do it easily, can I? Damn. Let me have a little quick look. I'll just tell it to you guys. Sat Fat Set Shenanigans. Matador is rank 1, Keto's 2, Tunison's 3, Divine's 4, Kavot's 5, and it ends in 2 hours and 30 minutes. 2 hours and 30 minutes away from ending. I think Kavoth is trying to qualify. At the moment, he's currently playing games. Did the Touchly get bugged? I'm not sure. Thank you for the Prime GJI Braille 99. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. All right. We have 2 minutes. Is Keto going to play? I think he said he's not playing. He's just there to keep other people from qualifying. Great game. Magic seems not rusty at all. Well, he's had a tough route so far. He has not. He's no. Actually, to be honest, he's looked like the Magic of old. Magic at like Retold's release for like 3 months after Retold's release, or whenever he was playing a bunch, was always the same thing. It would be like he starts off the game, makes about 2 really stupid decisions, like but mostly based on experience and lack of knowledge. And then he'll spend the rest of the game making like 2000 IQ decisions that pulls him back into the game to win. That's the Magic we know and love. And we just got to roll with that. We got to accept that that's what he is, and it's going to be like that forever. And if he has games like he just had with Quetzalcoatl, yeah, if he can do that every game, it's just not going to be fair. Snubbed Bidham says, I wouldn't call it. Well, he didn't make it. That game didn't count. Excuse you. You have to look. Sometimes there's nuance. Come on. Sometimes there's nuance. I'm not talking about that game. That game was not related. There was the Ra game. There was the other Ra game. There was the Huitzilopochtli game. There was the other Quetzalcoatl game. Come on, guys. I've had enough of your nonsense. There was the Susanoo game. All right, let's get into Marsh. Off we go. All right, guys, into the next game on the right-hand corner of the map. Magic playing as Isis. He is on the god that he thinks is weak. Finally, we get to see it in the left-hand corner of the map. Hell's Ravage playing as Loki. It's going to be a spicy game for sure. Very, very spicy game. Hell's is somewhat of a Loki main, and Loki has been buffed to the 9s in the recent patch. You got a little bit of a boost to his Herser speed in the shape of Eyes in the Forest becoming a tiny little bit more expensive. And the Herser getting a little bit more speed. I see Ragnarok's in the chat. Not quite the 5.7 speed, but 5.5 speed is close enough. Am I right? Am I right? Now you just go run Loki Herser non-stop in your team games and you can enjoy it. Anyways, we'll see how Hell's Ravage is going to deal with this. He does have to deal with Isis. Isis has got things like the Axemen to deal with those Herser, Chariot Archers and things like that, Camel Riders, etc. We do see a spy. It's been dropped down on this specific villager. Oftentimes you are lulled into a sense that your Pharaoh is the unit that's going to get spied. But obviously that's not the case here. As Magic, is he going to go for it? He does pre-queue the Flood of the Nile, but it's really, really late. Not exactly sure what Magic's done here. I'm not exactly sure what he's done. Dropping a temple. So he is going for a very, very delayed Flood of the Nile. It's quite a substantial loss of food. I do think there is a build out there that does forego the Flood of the Nile, but does not forego the Monument to the Village's speed. You could definitely have the favor to grab it if you wanted to, but prefers the faster temple and the faster advance time and getting the Flood of the Nile a little bit later. But in this one, yeah, no, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Magic. He's advancing kind of late. He's going to get himself... Actually, is he? Can he advance here? He is going to... Oh, he wants the extra villagers, so I'm confused. There goes the Anubis. I mean, it's kind of the faster build order, but just without the Flood of the... Anyways. Magic here goes Anubis. He's going to probably go for some sort of a classical fight. That's what he's known for. That's what he does. He's lighting up the map already with all of the obelisks. Grabs himself a relic here. Cathar of Apollo is nice. Other relics on the map. We've got ourselves the Dar's Scepter, making farms cheaper. Not that relevant in this map. Compression of Horus is really good here for Magic and allow him to go Sobek and still have some really strong priests. Anvil of Hephaestus over here, helping out a lot as well with already cheap upgrades there. Oseberg Wagon for Hell's Ravage. I mean, that's fine, but you're probably not going to be building any trade here in this game very often. Hermes' Winged Sandals is in. Did somebody say 5.75 speed Herser? Was it 7.2? 5.72 speed Herser? I think we might be finding these Herser going a little bit faster than that. They're gonna be zooming! Yeah, where's Grass Cutting Sword? They can literally go +6 speed. That's crazy. One time I want that. One time. Just one time. This is old school Loki. He needs to get the upgrades in first. It's not cheap. 8 favor plus 10 favor. Axeman over here does get spotted. 2 Herser versus 1 Axeman. There's little bits of micro to come through. And Magic will pull back. He's going to heal that up. But this is just free favor. Not free. He has to heal up his Herser, but it's free favor. 4 hills at the moment, which he needs for his upgrades as Eyes in the Forest is coming in. The first little bit of speed, 5%. Actually, it's 5.8 speed Herser, isn't it? It's not even 5.7. Because it's 5, 10, 20 speed. Yeah, 20% speed increase. Crazy. Now Magic going to make his way over onto this granary. It's not this granary. Well, yes, onto this granary, but onto these water buffaloes. Axeman going to sit back and play defense. And as the Herser searching around, Anvil of Hephaestus is spotted. Definitely should pick that up, and he does. But, of course, we have to say, as a high-level player that Hell's Ravage is, he's just going to walk around with this axe, with this relic in hand. It's about sending a message. You know what I mean? He's not going to take that back to his temple ever. He's just going to leave it in the Herser's hands for the rest of the game. A classic, nonetheless. We'll just move back, dropping another granary onto the berry bushes as his axemen have to come back and defend. That is a wild town center grab from Magic. Absolutely wild. His axemen are not close. In fact, the relic holding a Hersur is killing off obelisks. Because that's why. That's a wild town center grab from Magic. Absolutely wild. We'll see if it's going to work out. But this plays right into either a Njord timing or a Bragi timing. Doesn't really matter. Very, very difficult to defend this here for Magic. Especially if this gets scouted, of which it's not scouted just yet, but Hell's running around the map. He will see it momentarily as the raiding cavalry will get that line of sight from Eyes in the Forest. Starting to expand out slowly here. He sees the army in position. Does he quite see the town? Yes, he does. He sees the town center, and now he's going to be like, ooh.
Tilbúin.
Ooh. 5.8 speed Hersur. So much speed on the Hersur. Hells wouldn't drop the relic with that Hersur, even if he built a temple with it. True.
Skipan.
And these Hersur are like moving faster than a Hippias. They're moving faster than a Contarius, or as fast as a Contarius. That's wild. But nonetheless, he's searching back into the main base. He does see the villagers over here. Does Magic spot these villagers, these units coming in here? There's this one obelisk, which is very, very nice. I don't see any red units here. We do have a new bite in the main base. The units coming through do pop up on the mini-map slightly there. But Magic is paying attention over here, not onto this side. Never mind. He is very quick on the retreat. Some spearmen are in. It's the Hersur trying to dive in. The Hersur going after the villagers as they turn around and shank one raiding cavalry down. One Hersur down. One Hersur. Surely that Hersur dies. Surely. Yeah, it does. Town center on the way now from Hells. This gives Magic quite a bit of time here to get sorted out and do whatever he wants, though. Not only that, he's charging forward with his own units here. Of course, there is a troll, but he has enough stuff. He could definitely target this down. Does he have enough stuff, though? It doesn't look like it. They should be waiting a little bit longer on actually taking these fights as the units are going to start making their way over. He does have enough stuff. Without question, he would win this fight if his units were here as the raiding cavalry charging through. Little bit of damage in as the rest of the army will start to come through, and Hells is saying, all right, no worries. I got my town center up. Happy days. Slingers popping forward. Got to be careful. Those slingers are very necessary for the thrown axemen. But I think Magic I think Magic's best bet here is just to get to the heroic age, especially with that town center being up. You don't want to stay too long in the classical age, is my guess. But we'll see what his decision is going to be next. As Hell's just hanging back, all the obelisks getting up in the front. Only 5 gold. Very, very cheap. Spearman raids looking to come in. What is he going for there? His villagers all get idled with that one movement. And he can't really take this fight either. I mean, he can turn and try and use the axeman to take out the Hersur. Spearman coming up onto the top side, looking to hit the villagers as Hells will pull back with those. Turns around onto this one as the Hersur get pulled back. Not a great fight for Magic here. Gets a little bit of damage onto the villagers. There is one other villager up onto that side. And Hells is finding mad value with this attack as Magic does have watchtowers. His villagers over here will need to potentially pull back to safety there. As the Spearman will look over onto this side, hit this there, and we do have a Plague of Serpents being dropped onto this town center. Makes sense. Wants to protect it. Spearman hitting villagers. 1 villager down. 2 villagers down. And idle time. But, I mean, that can't have been worth it for Magic there. Absolutely could not have been worth it for Magic. But we'll see if Magic can bring this back. He is going up through Nephthys. The unit's going to come over and check out the gold mine. And Magic also says, I don't need to come onto that gold just yet, but I feel like he does. Spearman checking out over onto this side. There are throwing Axon over there. He's just running around looking for as many raids as he possibly can. Raiding cavalry on this side get caught out as Magic can make his way over onto the gold. No problems. And a nice defense there from Magic. He's trying to play some dodge him cards with the throwing axeman, but Ancestors will get dropped down over here as the throwing axeman need to pull back. Trying to get as much damage as he possibly can. He knows dropping the Ancestors anywhere else versus Loki can be a little bit risky. But even here, he might actually just have to delete the minions because he's going to give a huge amount of favor over to Hells. As the Hersir come through, 5.8 speed versus 4.8 speed, they're going to just chase after him and just get a huge amount of favor. And surely, look at the favor for our Loki player. Please tell me he goes Njord here. Maybe it's fine. I guarantee you Njord is the better call here. I know I've been saying a lot of things about a certain Fujin, and a maybe or may not, I might have been trolling on that. But this situation calls for Njord, begs Njord, and you should go Njord. You have this much food, there's 135 favor in the bank. Let's make some Yotons. Of course, the flaming weapons on the Hersir is always very, very, it calls your name. For sure, as Prosperity gets dropped down. Magic trying to get as much gold. He's got 35 villagers on gold. A couple of villagers playing idle over there. There's still 35 villagers on gold. There's a lot of gold income, and priests will start to come out in droves to deal with any sort of myth unit spammage that might come. Spearman charging through straight past the town center, but Throwing Axemen, they're in for the defense, and Magic runs straight into them as Hells will get a little bit of damage done off. Not the best shooting screening. He did try. You'd think that you could go animation, cancel, auto attack, and they would immediately chase, but they don't. If they're in range, they're going to stand still and try and attack until their animation is over. So you have to actually time it correctly. But nonetheless, Elephants now coming up over onto this side to hit this town center. The Scorpion Men going after the villagers here as these Spearmen now charging after the gold mine on the back. Magic is doing everything and anything to make Hell's Ravager's life as hard as he possibly can. The Spearman over here is distracting out onto this side. Magic is in his element right now as these Spearmen will go down as the villagers run straight through the Throwing Axeman, leading the Spearman into this position. Now, Heroic Age is in for Hells. He drops the flaming weapons. He's charging forward to try and deal with these units now, but I think that's too little too late. Iron respawn, though, that's going to be a nice amount of assistance there to boost up his Hersir for even more myth unit spawns, as he will be able to clean up this army. He gets a big amount of favor for it. Flaming Weapons is now done, however. Up onto this top side, that Scorpion Man is just going to town on villagers. And well, the game to continue along. That is a wild attempt from Hells. Absolutely wild. Magic does not allow that in the slightest. I see that low HP villager. He's like, let me kill it, let me kill it, let me kill it. All right, it's dead. Scorpion Man on the top does get finally caught. Hells will clean that up. Onto the back. Camel Rider's still moving around the map. And where to go next for Hells is the big question. He doesn't have any way to beat down the Migdols. He doesn't really have much left going for him, and Magic is going Thoth. Magic's up nearly 40 villages. He's up 40 villages, and he's going Thoth. I think Hells is in for a difficult situation here. Hells is in for a very, very, very difficult situation at the moment, and the villagers dive into the Migdol. Berserk's coming through. Up to the top, Camel Rider's going to search over here and take out the villagers. Oh, he does actually manage to lose the army as Hells is deciding to turn around. Picks off one villager. Man, every villager kill here is so brutal. It's already bad. It's already bad for Hells, and it's just getting worse and worse. At the very least, he kills off both of the Camel Riders. Does he? Surely. Oh, no. That's it. As Magic moving forward. We have to take out all of this with a meteor. This entire army is not going to be with us anymore. He does get himself up a second monument, but he's got the second monument because he thinks, oh, I need a more favor for my Valley of the Kings. Really what he needs is Phoenix right now. Doesn't really need, he can do whatever he wants. But meteor pops in, everything gets sent flying, and the army of Hells is erased. He's down to 0. 0 military for a moment there, and he will tap out as the mildly rusty Magic, seeming like he is in fine form after a good solid day of gaming, as he takes Hells out for a second time. It's a best of 5 now, though. So it's first to 3. Best of 5, first to 3. So Magic still needs one more win. Hells has still got a shot here to bring this back. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty. We're going in onto the map Ghost Lake. All right, if I was Hells on Ghost Lake, I'm thinking Set, Zeus, Hades, I guess. If I was Magic, Susanoo, Amaterasu, Kronos is fine here too. Boit, so close to having more viewers than EGC TV. Thanks, Eyes Machine. We're going to keep working at it. And it's going to be a Zeus versus Uranus. I like this matchup. This matchup's fun. Because the Uranus Sky Passages can get taken out by the Zeus Hoplites. Always nice. Okay. Oops. What we're going to do, we're going in and we're getting the map. Match. Okay. EGC TV also streams on YouTube, so I imagine it's probably pretty similar over there. Not that I should be compared to a esports studio. That's not fair. Why is Kronos fighting a giant clayman? It's Prometheus. How do you not know that that's Prometheus? If you not play, you got to go back and play the Titans campaign. You know, revisit it. PP, Peeves, Peeves. I remember playing this matchup versus Magic, like a long time, like 2 years ago or something. I can't remember. Ages and ages ago. I remember Magic was playing Uranus and I was playing Zeus, and I was like, I can't kill you. I can't do anything. It's too hard to kill you. And it's like, yeah, you got to find a different way. Maiden says, sure. But if he was going to take one, going for the central TC was a risk. Yeah, I think that's true. I think he should have taken the back down center. But I also think he should have just walled. We just walled. I think he was actually in a decent spot. Like after the early game that he had, like Magic through the early game, right? He gave Loki what he wants. And of course, Magic then does Magic things and brings the game back. But yeah, if Hells had just walled and went Njord, he would have been in a good spot. All right. Game 3. Magic, Hell's Ravage on Ghost Lake. My favorite map. Let's go. And off we go into game number 3. In the left corner, we've got Magic playing as Uranus. And in the right corner, we've got Hells playing as Zeus. So here we go. We'll see how it's all going to go. So Hells needs to get on the table here. He's sort of got off to a good... He got off to a good start in the last game. But obviously then Magic pulled it back. But in the first game, Magic had his way with Hells. So I think this next game, Hells has to play into his strength and Magic's weakness, which is early game, Magic falls behind for making one stupid mistake. Then he's got to make sure that Magic doesn't do Magic things to win the game after that. That's the hard part. Anyways, let's have a little look-see at the relics. We got ourselves Dwarven Horseshoes. Cavalry movement speed plus 5%. Very, very nice relic there for any sort of cavalry shenanigans that might happen in this game. We've got the Blanket of Empress Zoe over here as well. Or is it Zoe? Blanket of Empress Zoe or Zoe? I've always said Zoe. Staff of Dionysus for regeneration rate of +1 for the villagers. And finally, Arrows of Heracles, which is plus 5% of Range Soldier and Hero. Double Gold Mine Ghost Lake generally favors the Zeus to some degree, or the Greek to some degree in this matchup. It's sort of why I like to stay away from this map with Uranus. There's other reasons why you might want to stay away from this map as Uranus as well, but Double Gold Mine leads to second town center plays a lot more often than not. A lot more often than not, 2TC plays. And 2TC Zeus versus 2TC Uranus, I think it's fine for Uranus, but Uranus is much more preferentially. He's going to prefer to play... Oceanus coming through. He's going to prefer to play a one town center game 9 times out of 10. And now Athena comes in, and the Jason is out. will be an early Olympian parentage. As does this mean that Els is going to try and make a Heracles rush work onto the Oceanus Uranus? It can work, but the Caladria sort of shuts it down if you've got the control, which I think Magic does. Double military barracks now up for Magic and Hell's Rabbit. Oh, for Magic, as the Heracles is out. And behind this, though, what is Hell's doing? Villager is classic. He cues the Heracles out. The villager goes too. Oh no, he hasn't noticed. Is he sending the next villager over? Okay, there he goes. Is it going to be... Oh my god, it is a military academy. So he's not going for a town center. Of course, the double military barracks does sort of make it a little bit more challenging to make that work as a bolt. Comes down over here. Caladria gets picked off. Oracle Hero. What is that Kataskopos doing? Kataskopos saves the Oracle Hero. Minotaur over here causing some problems as Magic will pull back. He needs to get his hero Mamilo over here. But Heracles onto this side now as well, causing some problems there too. And the hero Oracle can now go and drop arrows of Heracles into the temple. As the Mamilo versus Heracles shenanigans are afoot. A relic to pick up. Staff of Dionysus is nice. Another military academy in for Hells. This is kind of what you want to face if you're Uranus. Oceanus Uranus should be happy playing against mass hoplites with Bite of the Shark Mamilos. This hero Mamilo is still chasing down the Minotaur. It's almost dead. Will he get it? I think he does. Up onto this top side. Mamilo is going down over here as well. I'm sure Magic is going to be thinking about getting himself another Caladria, but just working on the speedy upgrades first and foremost. As the heroes will turn, and Magic is out of there. He's also going for early frontline heroics. That's wild. I sort of don't believe that. Like, this technology is really, really good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not something to rush for. Nonetheless, he is rushing for it. He's got himself medium Mamilo as well. On the other side, Sarissa will come through for Hells to boost up his hoplites. And a cheeky little sky passage over onto this side. Thank you, Zishanash. Frequently asked questions. 9997. Appreciate you, my friend. The Caladria will come in, pacifies up a hoplite. We'll take that away. It's always scary playing against Uranus. You just sort of bleed units non-stop versus the early Caladria. Magic up onto this side now. Mamilo is starting to come through. Walls up over here. Walls up over here. And an armory on the back there for Hells as more units looking to come through. Also see more oracles coming out for Magic. Always nice to see that. It's easy to do. Doesn't slow you down that much. Get an extra oracle out for extra favor income. There's the hoplites. What are they going for? They're charging after a military barracks. You gotta be so careful with these. Oh, random oracle. Okay, never mind. Oracles die quickly. Don't want to send them into your opponent's face. The best way to use oracles as Uranus is just utilize your sky passages for them. Good control for Magic, trying to pull back those Murmilos to maximize damage, and also keep him going with the Caladria afterwards. Shockwave comes down. little bit more damage to come through. Might be a restoration time as the Carnivora does come through there, and Magic will say goodbye. I have had enough here. I will leave. If you want to kill off my military barracks, you go for it. I'm going to heal up my guys, and we will continue the game. Onto the top side. Citizens will pull through here. They can go up here onto the berries if he wants, or into his main base onto berries or goats or whatever else. Is Magic going to come in and get a couple of slices into the Heracles as he pulls back, says, I'm really, really strong. You can't do anything to me. I'd love to see Magic like not mining these gold mines in his main base and be over here for now, but he's got plenty of gold, so it doesn't really matter. One military academy goes down. Nice snipe there from Hells, but he will have to pull back for the time being here as the medium Mermillo will slowly take more and more damage, but I do want to see some other units getting built. Hoplites versus Mermillos does not work. You have to go into Heroic Edge for a Pass Burst, or make Toxotes, or just anything else. Myth unit, anything else. Looking to try and break in onto this side. How many Mermillo was the question? 23 versus 26 Hoplites. There's a lot of those. Great control from Magic to dodge the arrows of the Heracles there for the time being. He's getting idled non-stop though, but that also means that the Heracles and the Jason aren't a part of this fight. Is there enough stuff here is the question. Armory for Hells is looking really good. Magic is short on stuff, and those hoplites in that choke point with the numbers do end up being enough. And Magic is now in trouble. I'm pretty sure there was just more hoplites than there were Mermillos. I could be wrong. Decides to turn around and try and take the fight again. How many hoplites are here? 23, 17 Mermillos. A lot of hoplites in for Hells, as it's looking like he is going to be winning this fight. And, well, at some point we're going to see a Caraballister coming out.
Scopus?
Surely you build a Caraballister in this game. Nope, another military barracks. Up onto the top side. Nice little hoplite raid there. And Jig's still kind of getting caught out a little bit. Excuse me. Mermillos taking the fight yet again. A little bit of a shockwave onto just a handful of units to give a small amount of advantage, but another restoration in from Hells is kind of huge considering how well he's been trading thus far. But the hoplites charging in now underneath the town center. We see a Carnivora getting dropped in here as well as the hoplites. What are they doing? Why? He can't go after the town center. He's got to actually fight the Mermillos. Is this not just a gigantic throw from Hells? I don't understand what he's trying to do. Did his brain stop working? There's no way that he wins this fight, not underneath the town center fire. He might trade somewhat decent. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to be trading decently here at all. All the hoplites die. Mermillo's come out in front. And, well, Magic is back in the lead. You got the sky passage up over onto this side as the hoplites will spot that there, but The Millers are in hot pursuit, and they do move faster than them, so there is no running away from this. I'm still bewildered that I'm watching another top-level game of infantry versus infantry with no attempt to build a single counter-infantry unit from either side. I saw this one time. Who was playing? I can't remember. I think it was a Guy or Aranos game. And both players were just spamming Murmillos into each other. And I was like, but if you just built like 2 Caraballister, like your opponent would have to build Terma to deal with that, which is a big spend, right? And then you win. And then you win. And you're good to go. These. What are these guys doing? Okay, fighting time. They were slipping on the ice, obviously. Armory situation for Magic, similar, exactly the same. Both players having the same amount of armor, the same amount of upgrades, but a slight military population advantage for Magic as the Heracles comes through, pulls out his bow and arrow, but the Galadriel says, no, you will not get close to me, you will not kill me. One little secret here is you could just spam click back and forth, back and forth. It's basically a fight like this where you don't have to micro anything, you just attack move. Just back, forth, and it never, the arrow will never hit you.
Air just
Back forth in one position. Don't do that to me though. I'll get upset. Villager's getting sniped. And Hells looks like he is in a very, very difficult position now. He is up to his 3rd restoration soon. Hyperion is on the way. He needs that restoration to deal with chaos, I guess. And now Magic says, hey, I saw you charge into my base. Let me try and do it to you. And I think this one's going to be going a little bit better for the Magic Man than it did for Hell's Ravage. Picks off some villagers over here as the Carnivore is going to sit in here and eats up a hoplite as Magic's going to be pulling up to the top side. He sees those villagers there. He's like, let me kill those. Picks off one. Has to fight the hoplites though as more Murmillos coming in here. Restoration to come through. Magic, you want to run though, especially with Chaos coming through or Hyperion coming through. Galadriel goes down. Magic out of there now. Immediately, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Chaos on that army, but he doesn't go for it. Chaos and just fight seems very, very good. Or at least you wait a little bit and then Chaos. And there he goes, and that's going to catch all these units in here for a crazy amount of damage. The hoplites will have to run. He does decide to stay in onto this one. Heavy infantry is on the way, though. That's going to be a big advantage for Magic as well. The Satyr has to be making its way across the map as well to help out. Nope, he is just chilling. He's just chilling. He does not care. As all of the hoplites are going to be falling. And I think that there is the game. And Magic manages to somehow, some way, every single time, I don't understand. But he gets the dub. He gets the dub versus Hells. He wins 3-0. He's going into the main event. Was anybody surprised? To be honest, it was looking a little bit spicy for him early on today, but I just the way that these games go, I don't even understand. Like, I've said it once, I'm gonna say it again, and Magic's here, so maybe he'll have a laugh. Magic is the worst. He'll make the worst possible decisions at the start of the game, and then he'll make the literal best possible decisions for the next 10 minutes, for the next 20 minutes. And somehow he manages to stay alive. That wasn't really the case in this series, but the other series, absolutely wild. What an insane game. I don't know what Hells was thinking here. He charged in. If he sits here and he actually attack moves and kills the Murmillo, he might be okay. But he was trying to kill the town center with half his units. And it just did not work out for him in the slightest, unfortunately. Anyways, a well-played game from Hell's Ravage. But too well played from the Magic Man. he goes on to the main event. Congratulations. GG. Alrighty, so that is today's day done. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I'm pretty sure Mini Eddie is the other player that made it through. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's Mini Eddie. I don't see anyone else streaming at the moment. Who's streaming? Who can I raid? We could raid Starco. But I am done for today. I got to go to sleep. So Mini Eddie on the other side. If you didn't see that, make sure you go back and Blackout is on the MCL. All right, I'll send you guys over to the MCL with Blackadder's plays. Thank you for that one. I didn't see him there. All right. I'll see you guys later. And I'll see you all tomorrow for the SSS and all the other good stuff. Bye for now. Bye-bye.